Hello? Hello?
I didn't teach you that.
All right, guys from America and Periscope and anyone watching on Blab, come join us on DINtv.com on your desktop or Google Chrome browser.
I think we should take a step back and maybe we should have you guys been watching the prior debates, the debates that have already taken place.
I haven't.
You haven't?
Mm-mm. And no, I'm watching Scandal.
You've been watching Scandal? Okay. Well, then what are you going to base your decision on? Your voting. You said you're aligned with the Republicans, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm keeping up with the news.
But you're not watching the debates.
I'll watch them when they get
So
closer.
let's talk about something that Chris.
I'm aligned with my citizens, my people, my community around me. I'm not listening to corporate America. I'm here. I want to listen to the people.
Whatever my alien friends around me say.
So why don't we talk about Bernie Sanders? Because Krill sent us something before. So he's pushing governor, or he's pushing the governor.
wants to talk. Who? Someone else is talking to you.
Okay, take me off the big screen.
Oh, yeah, you're done being the center of attention, Kim?
I'm done for right now. Take me off. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Hello? Is it Unbari?
Okay, so we need to talk about right now
The biggest poisoning in recent history.
the poisoning. Yeah, let's talk about another scandal that's happening since Kim was mentioning health issues. Let's talk about how Bernie Sanders is in support of taking the governor from Detroit out of office.
Yeah, so apparently he switched the water supply in the city of Flint from the Detroit water system to the heavily polluted Flint River just to save money.
Yeah, big.
However, he refused to pay the $100 a day that it would take to actually
Filter and clean the water.
to filter and clean it and to make it safe and for people to drink. So now, thousands may have been exposed to like
Lead
potential brain damage.
Aaron Brockovich.
Due to lead poisoning.
Yeah, due to lead poisoning in the water. So, what do you
I
guys
don't
think
see
about
why
that?
the government gonna let the free market offer the citizens water, just like they do with internet service and electricity.
Well, I don't even know too much about what.
I'm not sure. I mean, tell us more.
How do you free source water?
Well, how do you free source internet and electricity?
We don't free source it.
We don't.
We have providers who provide the internet, like Comcast, and Xfinity, and AT&T Uverse.
Look,
That's what the water government
You said
is.
you were from Kentucky, right?
Yeah.
Kim's trying it right now. Kim's trying it.
You're from Kentucky, right, Cody?
yeah.
Kim's from Kentucky, that's smart too.
You have like government incentives where you have free cable and free phone and all of that.
What do you mean, like?
As in, you don't have to pay for water or your internet or anything.
Utilities.
You have a
I
utility
know,
bill?
like, people that's on like public assistance programs, you can see them like in front of like grocery stores. Like there'll be like these Obamacare cell phones,
Right.
and it will have underneath the label if you're on a Medicaid or any kind of assistance program, you'll qualify for this free cell phone and potentially free internet or something. Like it's crazy. It never. It's going to keep on going and going and going.
Okay. Wait, what you just mentioned free sourcing water.
When I mean free source, I mean like free market capitalism water. Like where companies will provide water to people that will pay for it, not the
Well,
government.
that's what. Okay.
Kevin and Kim are getting really frustrated.
I'm not frustrated. I'm just like confused. It's just like, I don't know. It's like,
So it's over.
All right, anyways, why don't we go back?
Free source water. Okay.
Yeah, let's go back and stop arguing. Let's go back and see how you feel about this situation.
Okay, yeah. So, what do you guys say? I mean,
Are you agreeing with Bernie Sanders that the governor from Detroit should step
He
down?
said there's no exception, and he needs to.
Do you agree?
But I mean, imagine if you have your children drinking this water and you get like brain damage. You can't. There's no return from that.
The fact that you okay something like that, you know the ramifications it's going to have.
Save money.
Exactly.
Obviously, this person has no human regulation. Like, he doesn't care. Like, he obviously doesn't care. He just got caught, and now he has to pay for it now.
now what is I think I read something that said that he's trying to he's trying to help out with what is it? He's trying to help out in like another country or something.
Yeah.
Like trying to make himself look better with providing
Okay.
water.
Step down. You need to step down. Like literally, if I were him, the smartest thing that he can do is issue an apology and step down himself before getting fired.
Rick Snyder.
Is that his name?
Yes, that's his name.
He
apologizes. I'm going to play the video clip where he apologizes, and you see whether this makes you feel any different. I doubt that it will, but let's just see.
Guys, in Periscope and Meerkat, if you come join us on DINtv.com on your Google Chrome browser, you can see all the media that we're sharing and be part of our conversation.
You better sell it, Kayla. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
We have new information about the Flint water crisis. Flint's mayor says the cost of treating people with lead poisoning and getting rid of those lead pipes could be as much as $1.5 billion.
A lot of money. The mayor met with the governor.
Two black anchors. What?
7 investigator Jim Kirshner was there asking some tough questions and is back with us now live. Jim.
Yeah, it is still about the cost, but also doing what's right. Other top state officials up in Lansing say they have a long way to go to reach all 100,000 Flint residents who may be involved in this lead poisoning. Flint's new mayor was elected because of the water crisis. She met
Oh my God, the water is tan.
Closed doors for
First off, who would drink or bathe in this water?
A brief Q&A with the media, controlled by the governor.
Look at him. He just looks
questions.
How we can do a suite of services to improve things in Flint for this unfortunate situation.
Big, lazy, and douchey. That's what he looks like.
Governor's emergency manager
You can't just like apologize for this.
using Flint River water in April of 2014. It was more corrosive and caused old lead pipes and solder connections to leach lead into the drinking water. The costs for medical treatment and replacement of pipes now could be staggering.
There's no coming back from that.
Yeah, there's no coming back. There's like
up to 1.5 billion. We're doing assessments right now to see what it's going to cost.
Jesus.
And why is the mayor speaking for the governor? Why didn't he say anything?
Because the governor's too scared.
Because she's Olivia Pope and she's handling it right now.
He's in hot water. No pun intended. No pun intended.
To help Flint. They're also testing for lead and have issued filters, but get this, far from covering everybody in Flint.
What is
Two-thirds of the way.
Is lead in a river though? Like is that like a thing?
Filters.
It's from the pipes. The water.
The state Department of Environmental
Sorry guys, not up to date on my water.
The interim director says he's working to change the culture.
Oh, he resigned already.
I can talk about the culture at the DEM.
He did resign already?
Should be technical complaints, or should you start with
What do you do after, like, where does your career go after that?
And that's where we'll start.
Down the drain.
Email shows a top aide
I feel like there was some type of deal that he had with some other company.
They were quote
made him decide that, and they paid him out.
But he said it was going to be saving the state money.
All right, Jim.
He probably was dipping into that cash flow, and now he needs to make up for something.
First of all, I wish someone would pay me to stop working. Like,
Yeah, for real.
I don't get it. He screwed up. He should just get fired. They paid him off to just
it was probably because it was bringing in bad publicity.
Cops see people all the time, and they get like paid leave.
Especially Detroit. Detroit is a murder capital.
You are so against police, Kevin. I can't.
There are people that.
I'm not against police. I just call it what I see it.
Hi, Mark and Bert and Chris. Welcome.
You like Kevin? Kevin is like the residential favorite. Everybody comes in and just like gravitates toward Kevin.
Sandra Brad, I remember you, girl.
Together.
What was that, Kim?
I think Kevin's out of touch with reality.
You said Kevin is out of touch with who? Okay, but what are you basing this off of?
Simple math and
You laugh. And then like I love it.
Wait a minute.
Responsibilities behind this decision.
What?
Wait a minute. What?
Is this coming from the guy who was like, well, you take 5 million, you get like 5 billion trillion, and then like you get like a million. Like what?
He said Kevin. He didn't take him. He said Kevin.
This is falling. I don't like it. I really don't. This makes me uncomfortable. So
I was gonna say because I am very in touch with reality, dude.
let's talk a little nicer to each other because I don't like.
I'm fine.
Okay, so
Cody, are you clenching your pearls? Making you nervous?
Clenching your.
Are you what?
Are you clicking?
I don't know. You tell me.
It's a figure of speech. It's like, are you holding on to your thoughts and words because you're so agitated?
I thought it was I thought it meant like you actually were.
I want to put a smiley on my own face.
I don't think you can.
What'd you say? What'd you say, Kim?
I'll do it for you. I'll put a smile on your face, Kim.
Okay, let's talk about the first Democratic debate. Do you guys remember any of the highlights? I'm trying to look some up for you guys so we can have a conversation on that because we need to focus before this goes left, and we don't need it to go left.
And we want it to go right.
Debate 2015.
Yes. Okay.
I'm looking at highlights and analysis.
Yes.
Free, and free.
Okay, actually, what about this character Martin that we hear nothing about?
I don't know who O'Malley is. I know who he is, but I don't know how he's relevant in this whole debate.
Well, I'm so caught on Shonda Rhimes. I thought you were talking about Georgia O'Malley.
No.
Great.
I'm going to post the highlights to the first debate that took place in December.
Cody, do you know anything about Martin O'Malley?
I know he was on the Stephen Colbert Report, and he's kind of, I think he was thinking about a third party ran, or he was thinking about going like independent or something.
Hey,
I'm pretty sure it's them three in the debate tonight, right?
What's the guy's name who couldn't participate that had to participate in the undercard?
Rand Paul?
Yes, Rand Paul is thinking about going independent as well.
Yeah, I saw that.
He won't last it's gonna be Clinton and probably Marco Rubio or Trump.
Yeah.
In your final.
And in which case you would vote for? How old are you?
19.
Okay. Oh my God, that explains so much.
Look, we are just getting back together.
I don't see that.
Yeah, Cody is on Blab. He can't log in because he doesn't have his laptop accessible right now. He's using an iPad. So yes. Yeah,
okay,
he's the ghost that's choosing to debate with Kevin and Kim.
Got it.
So
I'm his appetite of choice. Apparently, I'm just like I'm grinding his gears.
Stop with these adages.
I want someone to
I'm making him think that's what it is. He's scared. Yeah. Okay. He's thinking about leaving the Republican side.
Guys, focus. I'm going to play the highlights from the December debate, the December Democratic debate.
Good morning from New Hampshire. We are live from the first primary state this week here inside the debate hall at St. Anselm College, where the Democrats went at it last night. It was their last debate of the year and the feistiest. The candidates clashed on taxes, gun control, the top issue right now, how to take on ISIS and protect our homeland. Their top target, Donald Trump, attacked by name 9 separate times. The only GOP candidate even mentioned last night. Mr. Trump joins us live this morning. Bernie Sanders and Chris Christie will be here too. And we begin with all of last night's big moments from our chief White House correspondent, Jonathan Call. Good morning, John.
Good morning, George. Going into this debate, the Democratic race was engulfed with allegations that the Sanders campaign stole voter data from Hillary Clinton's campaign. Bernie Sanders offered a quick apology for that before all the candidates turned their attention to their mutual enemy, Donald Trump.
Last night's debate started with a surprise, a mea culpa from Bernie Sanders.
Not only do I apologize to Secretary Clinton, I want to apologize to my supporters. This is not the type of campaign that we run.
I very much appreciate that comment, Bernie. We should move on because I don't think the American people are all that interested in this.
Throughout the night, Clinton and Sanders sparred on foreign policy.
If the United States does not lead, there is not another leader. There is a vacuum.
The United States is not the policeman of the world. The United States must not be involved in perpetual warfare in the Middle East.
And on the economy and Wall Street.
This is always a concern of mine, their age too.
Everybody should.
And will corporate America love a President Sanders?
No, I think they won't. The CEOs of large multinationals may like Hillary. They ain't going to like me, and Wall Street is going to like me even less.
Martin O'Malley called out both Sanders and Clinton on gun control.
Senator Sanders voted against even research dollars to look into this public health issue. We need common sense.
Let's calm down a little bit, Martin. Do not tell me that I have not shown courage in standing up to the gun people.
While this debate featured the sharpest attacks between the Democrats, all three trained their fire on one man, GOP frontrunner Donald Trump.
We must never surrender our American values to racists, must never surrender them to the fascist pleas of billionaires with big mouths.
And somebody like the Trump comes along and says, I know the answers. The answer is that all of the Mexicans, they're criminals and rapists. We hate all the Muslims because all of the Muslims are terrorists.
He is becoming ISIS's best recruiter.
Yeah, but okay,
they are
this is
going
something I
to
don't
people
agree
showing
with when they
videos of
start
Donald Trump
you need to
insulting
answer the question
Islam and Muslims
directly
in order to recruit more radical jihadists.
Because we're not talking about Trump right now.
As you heard, an explosive allegation from Hillary Clinton against Donald
But that's all
Trump,
Trump
saying
did
that
in his
ISIS
debate.
is showing
All he did was
videos
talk
of
about how
Trump to
Hillary
recruit
was going to
potentially
break
new
this.
jihadists.
Well, nothing
We
but
asked the
corruption,
Clinton
and she's a
campaign where
liar
they
and
got
all of
that
it.
from.
I
They have
don't
not
know.
offered George any direct evidence that has happened. Donald Trump, for his part, overnight tweeted simply,
All right, guys, sorry about that. What were you saying?
I was saying that's what keeps happening in these debates. They don't answer the questions. I mean, I guess this is to be expected, but they don't answer the questions directly. They sometimes bicker between each other, which is really entertaining, and then they go attack the other party, which isn't the topic of discussion.
Okay, I think that, yeah, but I think that's also because maybe they can't, like, they want to bring, they're there to highlight what they want to highlight. So they're going to try to twist it, turn it, however they can to fit their mold. Question: what was the whole what happened with the voting breach? Because they were Bernie Sanders apologized,
and I wasn't even paying attention why Bernie Sanders apologized.
Do you guys know why Bernie Sanders was apologizing? There was a voter
he apologized to Hilary
Meerkat and Periscope. If you guys know what happened, why Bernie Sanders was apologizing. This is the last debate.
No, this was the December debate.
The December debate. Come join us on DINtv.com and let us know because we're trying to figure this out.
I'm going to read the article. I'm going to post the article in the feed, and then I'm going to read part of the article to you guys so that you can catch up like we are trying to catch up. We're all new to this political realm, and we're trying to get abreast to the situation. Okay,
guys, we can actually live from NBC. Can you share this live from Facebook?
I sure can.
Let's try it. Guys, you need to only unmute on your screens this live.
Okay.
Is it playing or not? Or it's stuck?
It's not playing.
Okay, it's stuck from NBC end. It's not from our end. So.
Okay, so you're gonna tell me when to play it again?
Yes. I will tell.
Okay, it says, in case you missed it, a quick recap on the backstory. After a Sanders staffer got caught peeking at Hillary Clinton's secret voter file, Sanders' campaign pulled off a masterful bit of jujitsu. Rather than coming off as the guilty party, Sanders' campaign manager, Jeff Weaver, went on offense saying the punishment was too severe and accusing the Democratic National Committee of trying to help the Clinton campaign with a data that has been stolen by the DNC. Wait, so they spy on Hillary?
What kind of? Maybe the kind of people that I vote. What? Yeah. So that he can target and steal them back.
Basically,
is that what that is?
Her secret voter file.
Oh wait. So. It was peeking or how did this happen?
But I give up on it. But it's not. So why would he do this? One friend tells me that Sanders is honorable to a fault, and maybe that's true because it doesn't seem to have gotten the memo that at least half of modern politics about feigning outrage and making mountains out of molehills. It's how you play the game. It doesn't say why he did that.
Well, we know why he did that.
Where did Cody go? I was gonna ask him since he knows so much.
Come back.
Cody, come back.
Hi, Mike and Mark and Bert and Chris
and everybody
and Arabic man and real.
Hi, people on Periscope and Meerkat. Come chat.
If you know anything about Democrats, let us know. Because we are welcome to High Politics, guys. This one is so high, and I'm trying to control her, get her on the right track.
God, the things I need. I have like the munchies right now. You don't even know.
Do we have any more mango?
I'm trying to eat mayonnaise right out of the jar.
Mayonnaise. Let's see what we can get her to do when she's high.
Oh my God, I'm so high. I don't know what to do with my life.
She doesn't know what to do.
No, don't give me instructions on what to do. She's like,
hey guys, come join us on DINtv.com and tell her. We'll play a game. We'll have her like do weird stuff.
No, this is all about how I'm supposed to pimp you out. This is never supposed to be.
Try to pimp me out.
Yesterday we tried to pimp her out.
Butt and now the boob.
She had on booty shorts. I feel like she was right.
They were not booty.
I saw cheeks. I saw a little under booty. A little under booty. You know what that means?
I was bending over.
I mean, all my shorts when I bend over, you can't see extra.
They were high-waisted.
Anyways, she brought everybody here. Her milkshake brought all the boys to the yards. And she felt some kind of way about it. And now she's trying to attack me and pimp me out like I'm the high person that needs some instruction.
Now I want a milkshake.
Okay, what are you excited about for tonight's debate?
Me?
Yes.
For this debate to be over.
Are you serious?
No. Yeah. Kind of. Okay. Just Hillary Clinton in general. You know how like okay, so I'm not a big like political person.
Me either.
But you know how like the highlight of like if you really like just don't care, but you just watch it, like the highlight of the GOP is just watching what will come out of Trump's mouth. For me, it's just whenever I see Hillary, I just reflect so much on Bill.
God, I love Bill so much. He was one of us. He was a brown person.
And I like and I don't know. I like watching Hillary. And she's a woman too. It's like it's exciting.
I know.
Oh, let's talk about
please don't say Carly Fiorina.
No.
Oh, okay, because I mean the likelihood that she'll be president is very slim to none. Did you hear about the abortion scandal? The Planned Parenthood scandal?
I never saw that. Can you post the video? Because I've never actually saw the video, but everyone was like, Planned Parenthood is actually suing now.
Yeah, but I mean, I would too. She was saying that they were disposing of actual formed bodies and things. Like, Carly, shut up. And then when she was asked about it, she's like, all she just kept saying was, oh, really? Really? Is that what you? Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, I saw that. So, but I never actually saw the video, so I was a little confused. So she is against Planned Parenthood. Did she create this video?
Carly Fiorina made up horrible studies to defame Planned Parenthood. She made like a whole like platform against him. I don't know which it is, but I know that most of these include how she responded to it. Okay, let me see. Maybe it's a quick one. We don't want to sit here and look at it for 5 minutes. Let's see if we can just find if this short clip will give us all that.
I saw her being like, oh, really? I saw that part of the debate, but I never actually saw the video that she was referencing.
These two issues, both of which are incredibly important, Iran and Planned Parenthood. One has something to do with the defense of the security of this nation. The other has something to do with the defense of the character of this nation. You have not heard a plan about Iran from any politician up here. Here's my plan. On day one in the Oval Office, I will make 2 phone calls. The first to my good friend Bibi Netanyahu to reassure him we will stand with the state of Israel. The second to the Supreme Leader to tell him that unless and until he opens every military and every nuclear facility to real anytime, anywhere inspections by our people, not his, we, the United States of America, will make it as difficult as possible to move money around the global financial system.
Okay, he says kill Fiorina. No, not literally, but somebody's calling in on you. I'm going to start this from NBC News, and let's see if we can watch what's happening. And I mean, she looks like Mariah Carey.
We just need to unmute it from everyone's end.
Yeah.
It will play.
Hello, welcome. Hello.
Oh, he just hung up. Okay. No, Kevin, we can't hear you. Okay, guys, on Periscope and Meerkat, we have the NBC live video that's taking place. You guys should come directly in on DINtv.com and watch the stream.
Nectar, can you see what kind of power it can have? If we broadcast live and we can discuss live everything that's going on. So this is a huge opportunity here. All these stupid investors, they just need to realize this because they don't have any clue.
What are we watching? We're watching live from NBC, the behind the scenes hosted by the Black Caucus.
Right now?
Yeah, what's happening behind the scenes of the debate.
So with the Planned Parenthood thing, was it that they were going to sell baby parts?
Basically, that's what she was saying. They dispose of baby parts, and then some of them resell baby parts. And there was no proof. She's put up a video, and then she's like, "This is what's happening," and everybody's like, everyone knows that video was doctored. They not Photoshop, but they like Adobe After Effects that movie. I mean, the clip.
What was it in the video? What were they doing?
Basically, pieces of baby parts that were sent different places. Is Kevin talking to us or somebody else? Kevin, who are you speaking with?
Say hi.
Kevin. Is Kevin muted on your end? Did you mute Kevin? Oh, okay. Thanks, Nectar. That was so sweet of you.
Oh my God. Switch, right?
Kim, I think you were muted too.
Shout out to LA. Cheers. Whoever did that.
A lot of food.
Oh, I can't hear you guys.
Kevin, when you start your high wait, Kevin, can you hear me?
No, Kevin is talking to somebody else. Kim, can you speak for us?
Hi.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you.
Who's Kevin talking to?
I don't know. I think Kevin might be talking to Nectar.
Nope.
No? Nectar, who is Kevin talking to? Log into his computer and let us know.
Can you do that?
Yeah, Nectar is a ghost. Nectar is like the man. Nectar, who is Kevin talking to?
I cannot tell, even if I knew.
You know what? If I tell you, I'll have to kill you. Really?
Wait,
really?
I think Nectar did something to Kevin.
Kevin!
Kevin is not having a conversation with us.
Kevin!
It's over. We're done talking to Kevin.
Ugh. I want to. While he has his high politics, I want to do drunk politics.
What?
This is another one.
Where are we looking? You just posted it? It's another stream, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going on over here, you guys?
We were talking to you for like a million years.
I was screaming your name. While you do your high politics show, I want to do a drunk politics, or maybe not politics, drunk Kardashians.
Oh, God.
The what? You know what I like about the Kardashians?
What?
watch because I've been keeping up with like I watch the show. And
see, he's been keeping up.
I don't think they know, like, they talk about themselves like how we talk about them. It's weird. It's like, they'll sit in the room as sisters and talk about how, like, we're like, well, you know, Kylie's stuff, they're not with her. Like, she's like the popular sister now. Like, you know how we, like, idolize them?
Do you think the Kardashians vote?
They do the same thing with each other.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know the Kardashians. Never.
So that's why people relate to them, because they're like, even though they're so rich, I feel like they're humble in a sense.
Well,
Like,
Kim,
they're still
Kim's
like,
always yeah, Kim is, I think, because they're relatable. Hashtag so relatable. But Kim is, you're right, because I remember an episode where she was like, oh my God, Kylie's so cool. Whatever Kylie does is so cool. And she tries to dress like Kylie and do everything that Kylie does. And everyone's like, yo, why are you dressing like a skater, like young
Kim?
Yeah, I remember episode 2 where Kim was like talking, like, I think it was Kylie's like first.
on her Tumblr.
Guys, can you explain me like a stupid foreigner who came from another? Why Americans so often speak about this absolutely, I don't know, about these people doesn't do anything. They literally
pop
just
culture.
Yeah.
They just don't do anything. They just
because it's the American.
Walking back and forth on a red carpet. And that's it.
But you guys are obsessed with like Russian models, so chill there.
Russian model, there's
and vodka.
And vodka. And we just like, but honestly, it's not like an American thing. It's an entire world thing. Like the entire world is obsessed with them.
When I went to Europe, when I went to Paris, everybody knew who Kim Kardashian was. Everybody
30 minutes before they did.
They lived there, I think.
They're the most famous family in the world.
No,
it's because they're like a regular, like they're famous, but they're like regular. Like if a regular family had money, they'd be the Kardashians. Because that's how they are. Like if you watch them, they act like your family. Like it's weird. That's why people like them so much.
Spoiled brats.
They put.
You know what I'm saying, Kayla? Like when you watch the show, like they're very like how you hang out with your sisters. Like you joke
How in the
to each other.
did Bruce Jenner or I'm sorry, Caitlyn Jenner get Woman of the Year?
Look, that's debatable. I don't agree with that. I honestly I don't really care about that.
I mean, God, come on.
I can understand how people would be upset about that. Yes.
What if we get a transgender president?
Is now she. Look, we're not. Look, y'all gonna let me play my Kardashians clip before we stop talking about the Kardashians.
Clip.
I'm gonna plug it. I'm gonna plug it.
Hillary Clinton had a fundraiser last night. Only one person walked away with a selfie. Hey guys, Dax Holt here. So Kim Kardashian scored an exclusive selfie last night at Hillary Clinton's fundraiser here in Beverly Hills. It was at the home of Scooter Braun, who you know manages Justin Bieber and Ariana Grande and Charlie Rae Jepsen. List goes on and on. Well, he had this big old party at the house. Hillary was there, but there was a strict rule. No cell phones, no taking pictures of Hillary Clinton, and definitely no selfies. A lot of people did take pictures. However, they had a professional photographer there. They would snap a photo. Kim Kardashian was the only person in the entire party to score a selfie. Here's what happened. When she approached Hillary,
and it wasn't even a real selfie. It's a half selfie.
Protocol stepped back, and Hillary obliged by taking the selfie with Kim and Kanye in the background. You know, it's pretty amazing that the queen of selfies herself was able to get.
So now we definitely know who's going to be president. Now we definitely know.
Sources inside the party said the two of them were actually sitting there discussing childcare in the country. And the takeaway moment was when Hillary then gushed all about Northwest, saying that she had recently seen a bunch of photos online. But the selfie didn't come cheap. Kim had to pay $2,700 to get a seat in this charity event. She did hashtag the photo when she posted it, Hillary for president. So, does their endorsement help?
She's voting for, I guess.
I'm trying to.
So I guess they do vote.
She was an adorable child. I can't talk today.
Hillary Clinton. I want these photos.
So I guess they do, vote. But like, I hope a whole bunch of people don't go out and vote for Hillary just because Kim is voting.
Correll, did you see what I highlighted right here for you?
talk to these people. Okay, DINtv is a platform in which you can voice your opinion about different trending topics. Right now, what's trending is the debate that's going to happen tonight amongst the Democratic Party, and we are conversing about it, and we're trying to make it I don't want to say we're not trying to dumb it down, but we're trying to make it accessible for everyone to talk about.
Yeah.
And we'd love to have your opinion on it. So you should come over to DINtv.com and talk about it with us. And then you can totally hit on Kayla if you want to.
Or hit on Siobhan.
No, definitely hit on Kayla. And then people on Periscope and Meerkat, you should also come and talk to us about it. Apparently, Kayla just posed the question, is America ready for a transgender president?
Yeah, we were talking. Yeah, well, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I feel like
is everyone else ready? Come up so the people on Blab can see you.
Hi, Blab.
Okay, let's see. Nectar posted a video. I think he's into the whole Kim Kardashian thing too.
Smash TV Radio goes, I love blonde.
Ooh, come talk to her on DINtv.com directly.
On DINtv.com and we can chat face to face.
And sadly, guys, I've got to go.
No, don't leave us.
Your friend Kyle told me.
Sorry.
But it was nice speaking with you. Thank you for staying for as long as you could.
Fun.
And you should come back on because we're usually on from 4 to 10. So yes. Except for the weekends when I want to say we switch it up. So come to us during the week.
Fearless leaders.
Today we're on this long because of the Democratic debate.
I will.
Yeah, I can't wait to see you again.
Yes, I had fun.
Nice meeting you.
Jackie,
Bye.
Bye.
Jackie L57 says America's not even ready for the spiritual war we are about to have, yet they are voting for stupidity? Question marks.
Jackie, come on to DINtv.com or chat with her here. Like, call her on here and talk to us.
Yeah, let's see your face.
Okay. Do you think we're ready for a transgender president?
Oh, here we go. He's coming.
Yay! Hello?
Hello. Let's see this face. Oh, there. Hi.
How y'all doing?
Good. Are you from the South?
No, I'm from New York.
You're from where?
New York.
What part of New York?
Long Island.
Oh, Strong Island. I'm from the Albany area.
Oh, that's good.
Is it though? I live in Miami though. We're actually broadcasting out of Miami.
We are.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I preached in the Spanish radio show for 2.5 years, leading almost 11 million people to the Lord.
Really?
Oh, wow.
And this is what you mean by the spiritual war that's about to happen?
Oh, no, that's already happening.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
this?
To us, what you mean by that?
What I mean by that is America is just a sitting duck.
Okay.
We're not even ready for what's about to happen. All we're doing is just sitting down on our behinds, waiting for another to call in and say, like, what's going to happen with this, what's going to happen with that, when we already know the answer.
And what's the answer?
All America's doing is just sitting on their blessed assurance, expecting others to give, when in all reality, they have everything that they need to give.
Okay.
So what do you mean by, like, spiritual?
A lot of people, like you were saying about a transsexual or transgender president and whatnot, we don't need any of that garbage in the office.
Okay.
What we need in the office is on fire for God, men and women of God who know what the Bible is and who know what they're talking about. We don't need any of this, I'll approve of this one, not like they pass the laws about gay marriage and all stuff like that. If it doesn't line up with the Word of God, then it doesn't even belong past the White House.
So you're very religious, clearly.
I wouldn't say religious, but I do believe in the Bible and I do believe in salvation.
Okay.
And the way I look at it is religion will kill you.
Okay.
And what I mean by religion will kill you is a lot of churches, and I'm going to pick on a lot of pastors for this when I say it, and they're going to get really ticked off at me, possibly even throw the kitchen sink at me.
Okay.
Which I really don't care if they do. I mean, I've had preachers
throwing every single book at me that they can think of, and I just stay in line with the Word of God.
Right.
And what preachers do is they'll preach on stage every single Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me? Monday through Friday.
Yes, I can hear you, Nectar.
They will go ahead and unzip their zipper and have it with their neighbor's daughter.
Sex.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
In all reality, they're preaching against what they're doing, but yet they're doing it anyway.
Oh, so they're hypocritical is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
90% of your not all of the preachers are that way, but 90% of them are.
Wow. Now, are you on a like a laptop, a computer, or?
I'm on my laptop.
Do you want to join us on DINtv.com on your Google Chrome browser? You can see everyone else that we're talking to, also on any media that we share. If you want to send us any articles,
Yes.
Yes,
we want to see you. Let's
we want to see you.
Yeah, people on DINtv.
Try Google Chrome. Go open your Google Chrome and go to DINtv.com. I'll actually write it in the message right here.
Because we can see you directly, but the people here who are also listening,
yeah, they can only hear you.
They can only hear you.
So they can see you too, and you can see all the media that we share. It's really cool. Very interactive.
The only reason why I started preaching on DEM Networks, which is a Spanish radio show over in Miami, Florida, is because the host and the president of DEM Networks, who I actually personally know, he says, "Hey man, I have a question for you. How long have you been preaching like this?" And I told him, I said, "I've been preaching like this for a couple of months now," and that was when I first started preaching, actually. Then he's like, "I want to throw you on the radio, but I want to see what my producers will not say first." He took the recording and he did of me preaching. I think it was only like a 10-15 minute recording, and his producers loved it. And they said, "We want to throw him on the radio." It takes exactly 2.5 years for you to get approved to go on the radio. And then it takes another 6 months for them to get the whole stage and everything set up. And I said, no. I said, if we're going to go on the radio, we're going to go on the radio right away. He goes, but it takes time to get the stage and the sound stuff and everything. I said, no, we're going to do it right away. He goes, man, you have that kind of a faith? I said, yes, I do. I said, the faith of a mustard seed will move mountains.
You better preach it.
We're going to preach the word.
Yes, yes.
I said, if it didn't bother Jesus when he was making chairs and preaching the gospel to the lost and the dying, why should it bother me that sawdust lands in my hair? And
yeah, you should definitely come over to
DINtv.
It is different.
Who's talking is we don't see him.
Yes, fearless leader, come over to DINtv.com.
I want to speak actually because it's very interesting.
Yes, somebody wants to speak with you.
Somebody else wants to talk to you about it. So come to the DINtv.com.
Are you trying to log in?
Yeah, I'll try and see what happens if I pop up on my Chrome browser.
Okay, see if you can get us there, because somebody really wants to speak with you about this.
Rob Hicks says there has to be a better way to integrate the show into Blab. You'll get better adoption by filling the seats. Rob, or we can't do anything about it, right?
Yeah, we really can't.
We really can't. But if we're trying to get you guys to come over to DINtv, and then you can see everyone else that is here.
I'm on it now.
Okay, so you have. You just have to
join us.
Join the broadcast.
Yeah.
You have to mute him here.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, where is he?
Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, we have to mute him. So
make sure that you should I
just maybe don't speak to directly to, I don't know what to say at that point.
Should I just exit you out of here? Jackie? Is that your name?
No, fearless leader. I guess.
Leader? Whatever you want me to call you.
Whatever you want me to call you.
Whatever you want.
People on Periscope and Meerkat, we're getting a religious aspect or take on the whole political sphere. So if you want to come join in on the conversation, please do. We are www.DINtv.com, and we're trying to have someone who will come directly here, but he's on Blab, so we're trying to convert him over. Let's see. Looks like he's in. I'm trying to activate him. Is he in? I believe he is.
Now make sure you. Oh, wait. Okay, should I exit you out of here?
Yeah, you have to exit him.
Fearless leader. This is whom we need. This is our society needs fearless leader.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us, please, where you stand for, what you stand for.
He has to activate his camera. You have to activate your camera.
We need such people. Passion. Who is passion?
I think it's the top right. Here, let me double check. I think that, do you see like 3 lines on the Google Chrome browser? You can go to settings. Unless it should ask you though, right?
Yeah, it didn't ask you to activate your camera. He's still trying, Kirill. He's still trying.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Kind of freaky without being able to see you, to be honest.
Still trying. Yeah,
Yes.
Oh
no, you're gone.
He's gonna try to come back. I feel it. Oh,
there we go. Did you activate him?
Yeah. He should be back. Yeah, there you go. There we go. You're back.
There we go. Oh, wait. Say something. Can't hear you.
Okay, did you activate your microphone now?
Make sure your microphone is on. Because we can't hear you.
You can't hear you. It's wonderful eyes. Ooh.
You see, he wants to tell us that.
To put your microphone on.
You have to activate your microphone. And now he's frozen.
Who's going next?
I do not know. Do you stay on?
No way.
You're not about the politics?
I am not. You can have me talking about anything else, though.
Yeah, I'm really good with most things.
It's just like my sore subject. But I can, like, make
conversation about it. Yeah, you can read about it and
read about it, talk about it, but I don't know too much about it.
Yeah, I'm just ready. Like, I feel like I perform better when I'm watching it, because then I can act live to it, and then I can get people to talk about it. It's just like, I want to see it. I want to see what Bernie is going to say to Hillary this time.
Especially, like, if you haven't watched all the debates and people bring up this, like, oh, I've never even heard that stance before. So,
yeah, if I didn't read up on Fiorina before, I would not have known the whole Planned Parenthood scandal.
Someone said you're so nut.
You thought? You thought? No.
They said you're so nice. Thank you. I think.
I'm drawing one a chat. Somebody wrote you, I believe.
Who wrote that?
I don't know.
Activate.
We're trying to activate Fearless Leader, but we're not having any luck. We have to get this together.
Will you come over here? It won't let me activate it.
It's just like
Kirill.
He's on the phone. Kirill is on the phone.
Kevin.
No, Kevin's not there either. Oh, Nectar says no need to activate him. He's either going to go through or not. Our residential ghost has all the answers. He will automatically. Thank you, Nectar. Nectar, what are you looking forward to seeing tonight?
He's not. He's like just going to watch us talk.
Nectar, talk to us. So you are our only person right now.
What would you like to see?
Huh?
Oh, wait. Fearless Leader. Do we click the refresh? Oh, there's a Kevin G is coming on too.
Yeah, Kevin.
Oh, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin regular. Kevin.
Who's G? Why does he G? Oh, G on the top.
Yes. It's Fearless Leader.
Oh, Kevin.
You guys not know how to like pirate shows on like who watches TV and what
kind of conversation did we just enter? You just came in right up there.
Do we not know?
It will take you like really like 2 seconds.
Are you talking to us, Kevin?
You can just lay on your bed.
Can you guys hear me and see me?
Yes, we can. There we go.
I get mine to like watch movies.
Kevin, you're gonna like this one.
We're muting him because he's not talking to us.
Oh,
okay. You were telling us about the religious show.
Well, I'm not a religious person, but I see what religion does to people, and quite frankly, I don't agree with it at all, because what people do is they see, oh, well, you know what, that was back then of the days, but the Word of God says in Ecclesiastes, cast thy bread upon the waters, for after many days you shall find it. And what that means is, if you give a portion of 7, and also to 8, which talks about new beginnings, that you will receive.
Mm-hmm.
And what many people don't understand about receiving and giving is, the Word of God says in Malachi chapter 3, that will a man rob God? Yet you have robbed me. And how have we robbed thee? In tithes and offerings. You are cursed under a curse. Even the whole nation of you is cursed under a curse because of robbing me. And then it says, if I may say, God,
what would you say, Hector?
God give to us.
If I may say, it's a different the Word of God and the difference how people are using the Word of God. Because if we see, in the name of religion and the name of God especially, there were bloodbaths.
Okay, first of all, what Christians did when they took the power, they killed everyone like who was in opposition.
Exactly.
It was the first thing. So, I'm also Christian. It doesn't mean that I against the God, but we just don't understand the God how it is. We just think we understand, like, it's absolutely, it's beyond our understanding. It's something that we even cannot imagine. It's not just like Chris who just walking somewhere. It's much, much broader, much more powerful.
Well, the word of the Lord says, I am the same yesterday, today, and forever. For our Lord, your God, do not change. Well, also says to persecute you, so thank you for that blessing.
What do you have to say in response to that? It's just too much.
Yes and no. It's not such thing. Of course. Okay. Okay. Let me take a pause.
You take a break.
This is it's a lot for me too. I'm not like I'm Roman Catholic, but I guess I believe in God. Like I believe there's a higher power and all this stuff, and I feel like you should do right and you should treat people right and you should respect people and do good and good will come. I'm not sure.
In Acts chapter 2, when the feast of Pentecost came, they were all together in one place without warning. There was a sound like a strong wind, gale force. No one could tell where it came from. It filled the whole house, building.
A fearless leader. We actually have Vern Slayton joining the conversation. It looks like he is religious as well. It says he enjoys Southern gospel and Christian music. Hello, welcome to the conversation.
Hi, Vern.
Hello, how are you?
Good. We're actually talking about religion and politics, and you wanted to
talking about religion and stuff is what people don't understand about religion is religion will kill a person. No matter what they say or do, religion will kill them. Even in the word of the Lord, it says not to be religious, because if you are, you're just setting up yourself a comfort zone to where you're just like, well, I can't get out of this, I can't get out of that. When the word of God says, send ye into the world to preach the gospel that they may come to know Jesus. The Lord didn't say, send the Catholics, or send the Baptist, or send the atheist. The word of the Lord says, send ye, send everybody into the world to preach the gospel that they may come to know Jesus. Doesn't mean send a specific religion. That's where people get it wrong a long time.
Okay.
So sick and tired of seeing as a sitting duck waiting for answers to come when it's right in front of their face.
Okay. Vern, what do you have to say about this?
Yeah, what do you have to say?
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
One thing people gotta realize is religion is not a good thing. You have to have that relationship.
Depends on how you use it.
Let him finish talking.
Okay.
I'm confused. What are we talking about?
We were actually starting to say about religion and how it relates to politics, but then it just started to. So
religion is just another word for politics. That's what it is. It's rules that you need to follow because of a higher person.
Vern, why don't you come join us on DINtv.com so you can see all the.
That's what the government is. It's a set of rules that you need to abide.
I will do that.
Are you on your computer?
You just have to enable your microphone and camera once you log on.
Okay.
Okay, meet you over there. Bye-bye. Krill, we're getting them in.
I don't think I can throw them.
What'd you say?
What?
The government lies like no mercy.
So does religion.
As far as I can throw them.
Just like the Catholic Church.
But he says he doesn't really. What did you say?
Tell me, please. Maybe let's establish a church.
Krill, we can't hear you.
We can hear him. I can hear him.
Well, I can't hear right next to him.
Let's establish a church.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I would love to explain that. I was looking into because I was seriously ask for stuff. Really said that, and like her husband is Will Smith, and like there's only been 2 times that he's been nominated. One for.
Oh, Pedro's here.
Pedro, are you talking to us?
One for
Pedro. Pedro's not talking to us. Okay, so fearless leader. How, when it comes to voting, are your votes going to go to the person you feel like has the same spiritual beliefs as you do?
When it comes to voting, I vote for the men and the women of God, for the Word of God.
Okay.
For the Word of God, then they don't get into office whatsoever. And if they do get into office, like this last idiot did,
Hey, mister.
Promise you that, but he ain't even fulfilled one of the promises that he said. He gets in on his word and then lies about the whole 8 years he was in office for.
Well, you try to fix Bush's issues that he left him behind. Like when you become president, it doesn't like restart. Like you pick up where the other one left off. So whatever messes he made, you have to try to correlate and fix it for your presidency. And I think he did somewhat of a good job. You know, there's so much you can do in 8 years. You know, you can't fix an economy that's been broken for over 100 years.
The good thing about me is I'm the founder and the president of 2 different churches.
Which are?
Nation Shakers Ministries and Signs and Wonders Ministries.
Oh, you already have to church.
So what's your dominate? Like what do you got? What's your 10 Commandments?
I don't have 10 Commandments. I follow to what the Word of God says.
Which is?
What does the Lotus Bible stand for, bruh?
The Lotus Bible?
What does the letters Bible stand for, bruh?
I don't know.
I have no idea either.
Basic
instructions before leaving Earth.
Before leaving Earth.
Okay. All right. And Vern, you were saying that
there's books that are older than the Bible. You do know this, right?
Yeah. And you do know that the Bible, there are exactly 4.2 billion copies of the Bible sold on a daily basis.
You do know that the books that are in the Bible is just a small portion of the ones that originally were in it. You know who decided what the version of Christianity that you're living in right now? The Catholic Church and 12 other families, rich super families, who made up the religion that you're practicing right now.
Vern, what do you think of this? I see you're nodding and shaking your head.
Religion. I practice salvation.
All right.
And what about you, Vern?
Vern, what were you gonna say?
Okay. I was gonna say,
Kevin, just think about it. If you died today, for sure, beyond a shadow of a doubt, without any second thought, if you died,
Vern, we can't
I would spend eternity. I wouldn't spend eternity anywhere. I would go back to the other side, go over my life review, see what I learned from this particular life, and if I do decide to reincarnate into something else, then I will. I'm not religious. Like, I'm more spiritual. Religion puts God in a box. Who am I to dictate what God
right now, bro? You're not
into that?
You're in the comfort zone, dude.
Vern,
right now, I'm gonna call your bluff.
What do you mean?
Oh, God, this is getting so intense, guys. I wanted to hear Vern talk.
Wait, Nectar is saying something. What are you saying, Nectar?
to have God in a box is very convenient. We can take him everywhere.
A lunchbox we could eat with him too.
Oh my God!
And that's what they do to God. They use him as a scapegoat for everything.
And so they made God convenient.
He's infinite. He's undescribable. We cannot describe him. We can't. It's impossible.
Really,
him. Yeah. How do you describe God? You have no reference in your brain to conceptualize God. What are you going to reference?
That was true. The one was born dead.
There is only one thing that describes God: our own image, nothing else. He said that he created us as his own image. Therefore, we are his own image. That's it.
What about Vern? Tell us what's on your mind.
Well, guys, fearless leaders aren't going to let me talk, so I'm just going to go ahead and take off. But thanks anyway.
No, don't leave. Don't leave.
Vern, don't leave.
Oh! We tried.
It's a chump world out here. He needs to man up.
Oh my God. Okay, so have you been watching any of the debates? Fearless leader?
I don't watch things that don't interest me.
Good answer. Good answer.
That's actually a really good answer. But
I'm about to wrap up. Are you?
I am.
Shall I eat?
I think. But
we have two other people coming on.
We have two other people. What interests me is the harvest of souls for the kingdom of heaven. That's the only thing that interests me. And Kevin, as you were saying from before, bro, I was born with no oxygen coming into my lungs. I was born with a black left hand and a pale white body.
Okay.
I mean, and that's your life journey. That's your way
of preaching the gospel that Jesus can never fail.
I mean, that is your life journey. That is the experience that your soul chose to experience because you learned something from it.
No, my soul did not choose to be born near dead.
I mean, who are you to say that it wasn't? Did you learn anything from it?
Yeah, I did.
What did it teach you?
It taught me to win souls for Jesus.
Okay, well, maybe that's the life lesson that you have. I'm not taking away Jesus from you. Like, I do believe a man called Jesus was walking the earth at one point in time. Of course. It's just construed and mixed in a way where people just go from one extreme to the other. It's just like you can't cultivate like everything evil.
They call a comfort zone, and when they stay inside of a comfort zone, it's like, oh well, what happens if I actually step outside of that comfort zone and see what happens? Like the Word of God says, send ye into the world to preach the gospel, they may come to know Jesus. And the Word of the Lord also says if we are to step outside of our comfort zone and show people who we really are instead of staying behind closed doors all the time, then we're not only showing people how brave we are, but we're showing people what we can do beyond what they thought we could do.
And what about Obama did not stand or sit right with you?
You believe Obama's a Muslim, don't you?
Obama was born in Kenya, South Africa. You cannot be a president of the United States without being born in the United States.
Why does that matter? Like, I feel like that's the last thing that should matter if you're a president. Like, what are your stances? What are your beliefs? Like, what does it matter if you're born in like under a rock or like on the edge of the ocean? Like, you're still the same person if you're born in Africa or if you're born in the United States of America. Okay, so what's
you're the same person, but political views. If you were not born in the U.S., there's no way you can become president.
Ooh, kind of like Bible rules. Like if you don't do this and you don't do that, then you're not considered a Christian. Oh, see, politics and religion. Same thing.
Kevin, you are
trying yourself because you sure as hell ain't trying me.
I'm not.
So if he were born in Ohio, would you have any problems with his views, or is it simply because he was born in Kenya that you have a problem? If he was actually born in Kenya.
It's the simple fact that Obama, I have found video proof of him saying that he hates America. He wishes he was never even in America. And I have video proof of him saying that he literally wishes that he never even came to America or became president of the United States.
I'll be right back, guys. But thank you so much for joining, Jeff. Did you have a problem with Obama's religious ideals when he was in office, or do you feel like it had no real stake in the way he implemented policies?
No, I'm not religious.
Obama is this: the man's a liar, or his husband a liar, or he will be a liar, and we need to get him out of the office so that the truth can actually be in the office, and whom the sun sets free is free indeed. Obama ain't never going to be set free, because all he ever does is just lie.
Okay,
by their fruits you shall know them.
Okay,
wait, you have to talk. I'll be right back, guys. I'm sorry.
You guys continue the conversation.
No problem. So you have problems with Obama other than just where he was born. You have problems with him across the board, it sounds like.
Should I just say bye?
I have problems with people who lie.
Well, I think that would apply to any.
Why he lied? What specifically? What he lied about?
What specifically did he lie about? Think about it, dude.
Shutterbug. Oh my god.
Think about it.
Okay,
I'll lower taxes.
Okay, wait. Fearless leader.
Again in 8 years.
Fearless leader.
I promise you this, and I promise you that. He ain't kept anything.
Wait. Okay, Shutterbug. Actually, I'm not gonna repeat the name. Someone said, "Can you pass me that joint, bro? Like you never lied before." So they're throwing shade at you.
Were you a fan of George Bush's by any chance?
Mine or me or him?
No, I'm asking Fearless, I guess is his name.
Nope.
Okay.
We don't need another Bush elite in office.
Well, you're consistent then, because he lied too. He lied about weapons of mass destruction. He lied when he ran the first time around, as far as being running on a humble foreign policy, and so.
Bush's second term, he realized what he did wrong in his first term, and he tried to fix it.
Doing the same thing anyway.
People started coming after him.
There we go. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, if you heard echo.
Hi
Yeah,
guys,
we still hear echo actually.
I'm just joining the conversation, but please do keep going. My name is Vanessa. I'll be joining you guys for the next 2 hours.
Oh, hi Vanessa.
Hey.
What time does the debate start?
At 9 p.m.
In his step. Because the whole show, him so close.
Are there any registered Democrats and
Do y'all know a kid named Dayron
You, the backseat driving.
who lives out in Miami?
So yeah, I couldn't hear you, bro.
I was asking those two ladies if they knew a kid named Dayron who actually lives out in Miami.
Who?
The kid's name is Dayron.
No, I mean, I just moved here from New York, actually on and off for a few years, but no, I do not know a guy named Dayron.
No, because he is a very funny guy. So funny that it makes him look stupid.
Wait, so funny that you make him look stupid?
No, he makes himself look stupid.
How's that?
He tells the most stupidest jokes around, and people decide that, you know what, haha, very funny, whatnot. But yeah, I preach, and I'm not even sounding funny when I preach. I'm sounding serious as can be. Next thing I know is people are laughing their rear ends off.
Wait.
And I tell them it's called the joy. The joy of the Lord is my strength.
How long have you been I take it you're a Christian? How long have you been a Christian?
How long have I been a Christian?
Yeah.
I've been a Christian all my life.
So what makes you a Christian? What makes you think Christianity is true versus, let's say, Islam or something else?
I can't do that, guys. Sorry, I'm talking to Blab.
It's not about people calling them Christians or any kind of religions or anything like that. It's nothing like that. And people say all the time, well, I've got to follow this particular way of life, when in all reality, all I have to do is follow what the Word of God says, because the Word of the Lord does not return void. And I know that the Word of the Lord says that there are many people who are going to say, Lord, Lord, and the Lord is going to say, away from me, for I do not know you. And there's those that the Lord is going to say, welcome into the kingdom of heaven, thy good and faithful servant. For you have done your job, you've ran your race.
So how do you know that all of that's true, that what you're saying is true, actually? How do you verify
It's all in the
any
Bible.
of that? I mean, how do you know the Bible is true?
Two things I want to bring up. One, fearless leader. We have people that are saying that who are religious and Christian, and they say that you're twisting the word of God so bad. Also, another thing is I'm actually going to leave, so bye. But I'll be here not tomorrow, but the next day again. Thank you for joining us. Still continue. She's going to take over my spot. So, guys on Blab, she'll be in my spot.
Mm-hmm.
And she's reading everything you're saying, so I think she has a thing or two to say back. But all right, bye guys. Thank you for joining and continue.
Pleasure meeting you.
Pleasure meeting you too.
Bye. Alrighty, let's switch spots, I guess.
I don't twist words.
Is anybody a Democrat?
Oh, there we go. Okay.
I'm sorry, Pedro. You asked if anybody's a registered Democrat.
Yeah.
I'm not a Democrat. I'm consider myself a libertarian.
Okay. Because I think that's the key to this whole debates. This debates are strictly for either the I mean, of course it's for for everybody, but if it's a Republican debate, it's strictly for the Republican registered people, so they can make the decision. I just was wondering if anybody was a Democratic register.
Maybe some of the others here are. They'd like to speak up.
How about you, Fearless? Are you a registered Democrat or Republican?
I don't think he is. If I were to guess, but go.
I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Good.
I don't choose sides. I choose the Lord.
All right. Now where did I leave my phone? Yes, thank you. All right.
People can say to me all they want that I twist things around, I throw things in and out and whatnot. I could care less. I'm not your neighbor or your aunt or your uncle. I've got family and extended family of my own, but you know what? I've had everything thrown at me, even the kitchen sink. I've had even the toilet thrown at me whenever I'm in the ministry preaching the word of God, because people they either don't like it or they don't agree with it. And I had one person come up to me and tell me, whoever would disconnect the toilet from their bathroom and throw it at you really needs a repentance. And I said, that's not having a bathroom tub thrown at you. And they're just like, who would be doing all this stuff? Because that's just downright wrong. And I'm like, dude, they're not literally throwing things at you.
Hey, toilets are really heavy. I mean,
so much hell that
literally
not even funny.
Toilets are really heavy. He took it quite literally.
People do take things literally. They do.
Okay. Well,
I had one person take it so literal that she actually wrote me a note, sent it in the mail, and says to me, I feel sorry for the people who actually throw things at you like that. And I said, they don't literally do that. It's just a figurative of speech.
Do you take the Bible? Do you take the Bible literally?
Oh my God, I love that acronym, the Bible. I'm gonna start using that.
The Bible. I thought I said the Bible, but
you know like how girls are like totes? I'm gonna be like, the Bibes.
He didn't say the Bibes, but okay.
Sorry guys, I'm just logging in right now.
I'm a preacher's son. Did you realize this? I feel like that's why I've gotten all perspectives of everything, and I see like what religion does to people. Like,
okay. And you relegated, you basically equated religion and politics to the same thing.
Of course, it's a feeling.
I do absolutely.
It's a feeling.
Okay. And why do you feel that way, Jeff?
I feel that people approach politics in much the same way they approach religion, in terms of having faith in a candidate or sort of projecting their own ideals onto a candidate. I think they do the same thing with God. I think they look at the universe and try to anthropomorphize it and create this narrative where there's this benevolent person who's going to take care of you. I think people do that with politics as well. I think there are a lot of similarities. I don't think everybody necessarily thinks that way, but I think there's a lot of commonality between the two.
Right. Do you feel like if people don't have something to believe in, then they won't ascribe to politics or religion? Do you think that might be the leading cause for it?
Yeah, I think people will. No, I think people who are clear, independent thinkers will keep religion and politics at arm's length and recognize both for what they actually are. Yeah.
So you're not a voter. You don't vote.
I don't vote. No.
Okay.
I have voted. I don't think it's sinful to vote. But I only would vote for somebody who I really felt strongly was of unique character.
Okay.
And with whom I had a similar moral view. In recent times, that included Ron Paul. I did support Ron Paul and did vote for him.
Do you not feel like voting is somewhat, something that you have to do in a way, like a moral responsibility, I guess, like as a civilian?
No, I don't. No, not
No,
at
because
all.
these presidents are chosen already. This is literally like a show, for just distracting us from what's really going on. Even that, you have to I don't know, it's hard because there's so much different spheres of the government if you really want to look into it that are bigger than this election and are bigger than this war in Syria. There's a lot of things happening in the background that people aren't really paying attention to. One being the transhumanist movement with Congress, debates happening in Congress right now when it comes to regulating technology and human integration. So there's a whole bunch of things that are happening. People don't really know about these things and are just distracted by what Trump is saying or what he tweeted. And the candidates alone, just looking at them, just shows you what America has come to. It's just a big popularity contest, and there's no significant substance, or nobody gives us hope or dreams or anything like that.
I haven't heard about the transhumanist movement. Do you have a link or something that you could share for anybody who's interested?
Definitely, I can do that. But just a brief overview of it. It's just pretty much integrating nanotechnology into your body, having little robots in your body, maybe regulating your blood pressure or doing that. That's the good benefits of it. But then you get into darker aspects of it where you're messing with human genetics and playing around with animal genetics and human genetics, and you're getting sentient beings being created from that, from these black ops science labs and stuff. But that's not going into conspiracy theory stuff.
Hey, we know how much you love conspiracy theory.
About that today. But I'm just excited. I love watching the Democrat debates. I feel like they're more about the business, what we're gonna do. Even the last one that just happened, when they were just we're all running together, but we're all wanting to make a change. Instead of the last Republican debate where they were more you did this, no, you did that. Well, I had this score, well, no, I had that score. It's just how do you say, a peeing match between guys, just who can pee the furthest.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Hillary Clinton.
Oh, don't even go there. So, Vern, before you left us, you wanted to have a perspective on this. Hello, Vern, can you hear us?
I'm here. I just wait for Fearless Leader to start talking again.
Fearless Leader, you're Mr. Popular, man. Everybody loves you.
We wanted to hear your opinion on religion and as it's relative to politics.
Yeah, what's your take?
I think as far as religion and politics, they should not mix, in my opinion.
Okay.
I think politics is politics, religion is religion. You need to look at the person that is going to lead the country in the right direction.
Okay.
Not just because of their beliefs, not just because of their, their stand on certain things.
Okay.
You can look at that. But, everybody, I remember when Mike Huckabee ran a few years ago, everybody said, I don't want a pastor in the office.
Okay.
I don't want a pastor in the office. I want someone who's going to run this country the way it is supposed to be run by the foundations it was ran on in the beginning.
Okay. And so, which are you more Democratic or are you more Republican?
I'm Republican.
Okay, and so who are you looking at to lead the free world?
I don't know. I don't like any of them.
Okay, so are you just not going to vote this year?
I don't know.
So for those of you who don't vote, how do you make statements about different things or feel about different things when you didn't have a voice in who would run the country?
Because we're trying to break the establishment. We need to
then you don't vote.
Oh no, I don't either. I think it's a waste of time because those ballots don't count. Literally, like these people already choose these people already. Like the president has been chosen, regardless of how many people vote here and there. They're chosen already. So it's really and truly a distraction tactic of pushing policies like gun control and all these different things that we're using to heighten up people's fears and then cashing in.
But you're clearly versed on it. So you're clearly versed. I feel like you should have an opinion and you should vote on the person who would be the lesser of evils, so that you can say, yes, I voted for this person.
Evil is evil, whether it's lesser or not.
This is why they should win.
Wait, what was said, fearless leader, or Jeff? Were you going to say something?
I said when you vote, you're actually voicing out your opinion, telling people this is who I feel should win the election, and this is why I feel they should win the election. The only reason why I either vote or don't vote, which is my prerogative,
right,
is I like to see who is in line with the Word of God, and if they don't line up with the Word of God, they can go kiss off.
All right, and Jeff, what were you going to say?
A couple things. First off, I agree with Fearless. When you vote, you choose the lesser of two evils, let's say, and you vote for Smith rather than Jones. Smith doesn't say, "Oh, I got one of Jones' anti-votes." He says, "No, you voted for me." So he will interpret it as a mandate if he gets a sufficient majority, and he will think that your vote and the other votes that he got were all because he's such a swell guy and everybody wants him to do what he said he was going to do in the election, when you were actually just holding your nose and voting against the other person.
Right.
So there's that. But not voting is, I think, as Fearless also said, it's saying, no, I don't accept these two choices that I'm presented with. I think they are very similar. We had a choice between Obama and McCain, and Obama ran as sort of a peace candidate, and he was nothing but that. So people like myself, even though I didn't vote for him, I thought he was going to be more anti-war than maybe McCain would have been. But he escalated in Afghanistan, and he dragged his feet on getting out of Iraq. And the only reason he got out of Iraq was because the Iraqi government told him that the U.S. troops, if they stayed there, they would be subject to Iraqi law, and he said, well, we can't have that. So he didn't. He pretty much continued, if not escalated, the horrible Bush policies. And so no, I would not have wanted to cast my vote for either of those characters. And we never know what we're going to
regardless. They literally do what they do regardless. Democrat or Republican, if you guys really look at the history of like Republican presidents and Democrat presidents, their procedures haven't really changed. They're literally like the same. They say different things during the races, but when they get into office, it's literally the same thing. They implement what the corporations or whoever backed up their campaign, because all these corporations they don't care who's elected. They give money to all these people, and whoever gets elected owes them a favor regardless. So it's a win-win for them anyway.
And Eisenhower warned us in 1961, the year I was born, this happens. I'm an old guy. He warned us against the military-industrial complex, the military-industrial congressional complex, as he said in his first draft, that this is really, these were the folks that were calling the shots. Unfortunately, he had a lot to do with escalating their growth, but he did do somewhat of a mea culpa. But that's why, foreign policy and domestic policy really doesn't change a lot, and a lot of the campaign rhetoric is window dressing. And for intelligent people to get really caught up in that drama and overlook the fact that you're getting really two handpicked establishment candidates, it's really something I think you have to push back on. And unfortunately, the only way you can push back on is just say no to the whole to the whole spectacle. Yeah.
Do you do anything else, or do any of you do anything else
I do.
to feel like you're also contributing to a change or some sort of reform? See something where you actually, feel proud about going out there and voting. Like, do you do anything on the side?
Yeah, that would be my question. Well, how do you have stake in politics if you don't vote? Yeah.
Oh no, I feel I'll say my thing and then let other people talk. But
okay,
I've been a 20-year activist for peace, free markets. I support educational efforts. I get online and debate people all the time. I think ideas are important. I think ideas have to come. Real change has to come from the ground up. I don't think it comes from the top down. As far as electing the next savior, and I actually think when people get the right ideas, or they learn to think critically and not just accept whatever dogmas passed on to them, that these ideas rise to the top, not the other way around. So I'm about writing, talking, thinking, ideas, and that's what I have found. I've done political activism. I found it to be wholly fruitless and unsatisfying, and I think working from the ground up is the way to go.
I want to say something about voting. I personally don't vote because I'm not a citizen. I'm a permanent resident. I don't have the luxury that many of you guys have to actually voting. And
Luxury is an opinion, honestly. It's not really.
And I'll tell you why I think it's a luxury, because whatever decision that you guys might take could be, it can hurt me in the future, in my future, and I don't have a say for it. Another thing is, like, you guys probably just look at voting, just presidency voting. Voting is so much more than that. When you go into that, you actually vote for a mayor of your city, your county. That's what voting is all about. So when people don't vote, I think it's, if you don't vote, that's fine, but don't get upset when Google gets canceled in Broward County, because those are the people that, because you didn't vote, you didn't have a say to choose the people in your own district and your own small circle.
Right.
And I do believe voting is extremely important.
You can make it, yes, on a local election, voting holds much more sway than it does in a major election.
National election, yeah.
And I might be motivated to vote in a local election. A national election, we know from the Bush-Gore election that
don't you say anything about Florida. Do not say anything about Florida.
It doesn't matter. It could have been any place. It could have been New York or any place. That was where the final runoff was. But we know that if an election is close, it's going to be resolved by lawsuits in the Supreme Court. Your one vote is just not going to change the outcome of an election. You have a better chance of being hit by lightning, driving to the polls, than you do in affecting the outcome of an election.
I do want to jump in. Sorry, really quick. Our blob user at Shutterbug MacD, he does to your comment. He's saying, what does saying no to voting really accomplish? So it's kind of like the other side. If you say no, or you don't have a chance of really affecting election, then
the same as voting. Side, yeah, neither one accomplishes anything. That's my argument. But you're expressing yourself one way or the other, and they want to tell you that it's a wasted vote. They even want to tell you it's a wasted vote if you vote for somebody who can't win. So they want to even tell you, the established parties, that if you vote for a third party, that's a wasted vote. That you should vote for somebody who's going to win. Well, only one person's going to win, so everybody who voted for somebody who didn't win wasted their vote. I would say no, you don't waste your vote if you vote for somebody who's going to lose. It's a wasted vote if you vote for somebody you don't want
believe
to win.
In. Yeah,
and I say that, and that's fine. If there's one person on the roster you don't believe in, then don't vote for them. But if you don't believe in all of them, don't vote for all of them.
I think you're going to see a very low voting this year, because nobody really likes anybody.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah. Kevin, I had a question for you. I'm not arguing with you, but what are you going to do if they get on the debate tonight and they say, you did this, you did that, like the Republicans did? Would that get you angry?
I think Kevin is frozen.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah, your image freezes when you.
I heard a part of it. You said, "What if in their debates they what?"
They and I'm not saying this to argue. I'm just asking if they get on and say, "You did this, you did that," like the Republicans did. How are you gonna feel?
I won't feel anyway because I stated before that I feel like those parties they say what they want to say during the races, but initially they follow the same rhetoric when they get into office.
Okay.
Republicans and Democrats. So, I mean, the corporations is what's funding both of them. They don't care who wins.
Okay, so I wasn't saying to argue. I just was trying to see what you thought of it.
Vern, what did you mean by when they say you did this or that? Do you mean literally what Kevin did or what people?
Well, like Kevin said, the Republican debate was more of a I did this, I did that, you did this, instead of what they were going to do.
Oh, I see. Okay, so like pointing the finger at each other.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's what they do because they're all pretty much the same. So they have nothing really else to sell except for how much worse everybody else is than they are, at least in their own minds.
You know what? But I feel like that's what makes them a little bit more human. It's like now I have a real reason to watch you guys. You guys are very interesting, and please continue to argue and talk about how the other party is just gonna be as horrible for the government as your party is, but you're not.
We innately love seeing people argue. We love we love it. We love when we're at the family dinner and we see Uncle Sue and Auntie Sani going at it, spilling all their dirty secrets to each other. We love that, and that's what the politics has become, like a sport type of thing where Team Republican, Team Democrat, Team Jets, Team Patriots, like who are you repping for? You're watching all the players' tweets, you're watching all the candidates' tweets. It's just the same thing. We Americans love like competition and just like
entertained.
That's why, I'm very cynical. Maybe it's because I'm older, but people say, "Oh, I hate these attack ads and stuff like that." I said, "I love those ads. You learn more about the candidates from those ads than you do when they all rally behind the party and run together. You learn kind of what they're up to, and maybe it might be slightly exaggerated, but usually it's pretty spot on, and you do learn the kind of scandals and hypocrisy that these candidates do. So I think that's the best part of the election cycle myself when we see these ads."
That is interesting.
Politics or nothing like that, because it doesn't interest me for one, and for two, every single time you talk about any part of the government, like politics or Democrats, both parties always end up fighting over each other, and it's like, for one, are they even married? I mean, take a look at Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. Two married couple, a married couple right there, and what are they doing? Going behind each other's back, cheating on the other one almost every single day.
Are we going to really talk about the scandal right now? Is that what we're going to do?
Well, that's what Carla Carino is doing. She's trying to make it about
bad-mouthing Marco. And then you have Gates on another hand, bad-mouthing what's-her-face. And then Hillary is going behind Bill's back, sleeping with other men.
Wait a minute.
I never heard that. Hey guys, I just want to go ahead and introduce Chris. He joined us from Blab. Hey Chris.
Hi, Chris.
What are your views on voting and campaign ads and this whole debate?
We see your comment. Until government reform happens, you can vote for Mickey Mouse. How do you really feel about that? I think Chris just left us.
Oh no!
I might vote for Chris. He said.
Mickey Mouse is part of the Illuminati.
What?
Walt Disney. Walt Disney rules the world.
This is true.
Do you realize? Do you guys realize the power Walt Disney shapes the perceptions of little kids, and little kids end up becoming adults. So where are they feeding your kids? What are they pre-programming your kids so that they
some
end
of
up?
The early Mickey Mouse cartoons were pro Nazi, weren't they? Now this is
he was a Nazi at one. Not a Nazi.
Yeah.
He was pro-Nazi.
Oh my God.
That's where a lot of people like Henry Ford and people like that. So
Exactly.
a lot of intellectuals were pro-Nazi until Nazism became Nazism as we know it.
Yeah, it's kind of like being pro-Trump right now.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
there was someone named Robert, and he was saying Trump for president. He posted a whole bunch of things about Trump and then disappeared before I can even ask him anything.
Oh man,
I want to know what goes through the minds of the people who want to vote for Trump.
I would love to hear.
We call them Trump Trumpers.
I don't know. I actually have friends who are who are libertarians and they're I don't know that they would actually endorse Trump, but they're very Trump friendly, and I don't get it at all. I really don't.
People like Trump because he just says whatever's on his mind.
Yeah,
But the thing is, it's just like what you're saying on your mind shouldn't really be spoken out loud. Just stick to your brain.
I mean, my drunk uncle says what's on his mind, but I don't think it's particularly.
That's the best audible for him. He's a drunk uncle. When you go to Thanksgiving, your drunk uncle's always saying crazy stuff. Those Mexicans! I tell you about those Mexicans.
Exactly.
And then you don't take him serious. You just laugh at him. He's like, "Oh, Grandpa Pa, like you're so funny."
Grandpa Pa, where are you coming up with these names from, Kevin? Okay, so who are you in more alignment with, the Republicans or Democrats?
Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you.
I'm actually very in between. Yeah, I don't go for a party necessarily. I'm independent, so I really just vote for the person.
Okay.
Yeah.
And who is right now your person right now? Like, who are in your head is like the best for the country right now? Even if you don't agree with everybody.
I don't know. Honestly, right now,
Luke Skywalker.
there's just it's such a debate, honestly, right now, and I choose not to disclose like who I'm going for.
I like to put people on the spot and not say anything. I like to put people on the spot but not say anything myself.
Let me tell you, you might want to look up. You might want to. There's a candidate named Vermin Supreme. You might. But he has a lot of interesting ideas. Like, first of all, he wears a boot on his head, and it's very effective because it's several inches tall, so he really stands out in a room. He has a lot of interesting ideas. One of them is to put more money into time travel. What he wants to do is he wants to use time travel to go back in time and fight ISIS. Somebody worse than ISIS that we've never known about. I think she might be as well as
constituency of the Libertarian strike. My favorite is shoving three-party plan, three-party for the American plan, Are you going to be running for president? 2016, right around the corner. 2016? And also, give you a heads up on my vice president's candidate this year. Jim Whitmore, and the rent is too damn high, guys. I represent the rent too damn high. Women can't afford to take care of the children, feed the children, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He is really my vice president. That's fantastic. I am his. He is not here. He's had a few health issues, but we are on board, and we are taking it all the way to the White House. Well, we'll see. Ponies are too damn high. All right, guys, this interview, Vernon Supreme. He's running for president of the United States Supreme.
What was that you made us watch, Jeff?
That was really funny.
Well, what's wrong with that? A pony for everybody? I mean, are you against ponies? How do you oppose that?
Oh my God! Just like this, just like this. I oppose that. Just like this. How?
Anyway.
Yeah, that was very interesting.
Anyway, he's the I'm looking at the issues, but right now he's like in the front of my thinking.
Well, I'm glad you're choosing not to vote because then we'd be in a horrible shape.
Yeah, that's
if
right.
You were voting with
That's right.
your top candidate.
Yeah, because once I figure out who I'm voting for, I'm going to vote long and hard. I'm going to be voting like crazy.
What is that name? I feel like there had to be some kind of
Vernon Supreme. Well, I think you can research him, and he has a website.
He has a website. He's that wonderful. Okay.
Well, Vermin is like a
rat, right?
A wild mammal.
Yes.
Believed to be harmful to crops.
Yeah.
And then Supreme.
I think the interviewer should have spent more time on his time travel. The pony idea is really too,
What other things does he think we need to implement?
Let's see what his platform is like.
Please.
Yeah, check it out, man.
Because now I'm all Team Supreme now. I'm Team Supreme.
Yeah. See, just a moment ago, you didn't have anybody to get behind. And
you're right. You know what? We need to keep you around. You know what?
That's right.
Go ahead and share the
my goodness.
link so everybody can look at it.
Oh, Lord
This is
Jesus.
website, I think.
I cannot believe this. This is how do you guys feel about Kanye West running for president? In 2020.
I'm all for it.
Are you really? He's like, no. I feel like
he would make a good running mate with Vermin Supreme if the McMillan person doesn't work out.
Oh my goodness. I can't think but like thoroughly because now I'm still thinking about the boot on his head. I need to focus. Okay, I'm focusing. Oh my goodness. No, but seriously, if Kanye were to be taken seriously, would you guys think he'd be a good president?
Probably just as good as any of the others.
Apparently, anybody can run for president now.
I don't really want anybody to have. The president has like I think he has a case that he can like authorize the release of nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
I don't want anybody to have that authority.
Yeah, can we take that away?
Yeah.
Do you think that the United States is ready for a female president?
Yes.
Sure, of course, but not just any female president. Not just because somebody has an innie rather than an outie that they're qualified. No, but I wouldn't vote for Hillary Clinton. I think she would be horrible. Mm-hmm. But a good female president, yes, of course.
Okay, what about Carly Fiorina?
No, she's awful too.
Oh. Did you hear about the scandal with?
But not because she's a woman. Neither she nor Hillary are awful because they're women. They're awful because they're warmongers and horrible people.
What about the scandal with Planned Parenthood? I know that she mentioned it, and that was one of the biggest things in her debates, talking about the videos. But I mean, has there been any more development?
Well, she's come under fire because it's been proven that the videos she was saying that they have baby parts cut up, baby parts are being sold. It's basically that all the video and the footage was doctored. And so those are not actual clips that are taking that the world is seeing.
Right.
And so she was interviewed, and all she can really say was, okay, all right, is that what we're doing now? You're a journalist. Is that really what you're doing? She's never really saying that, okay, I'm wrong.
She never owned up to it, basically.
No.
And she's just like taking it and being like, oh, you're a journalist because you're putting me out there?
Exactly.
That's their job.
Exactly. She's like, you don't have any proof. No, well, you don't have any proof that the world is selling, that Planned Parenthood is selling baby parts.
Exactly.
Lord Jesus, help us. Help us. We are less than 20 minutes from the debate. What are you looking forward to?
I really want to see how each candidate kind of like goes in, and everybody has sort of a task to do, like what to do, what not to do. And I'm really interested to see like how Hilary, how she's gonna react, if she's gonna give more concrete answers to questions. Bernie Sanders, I know that at the very beginning he was kind of pulling back on punches.
Yes, he was.
And I want to see if he's gonna be a little tougher or not, you know. And then O'Malley, I
just want to know a little bit more about O'Malley, because he's
I do too. I think the last memorable thing about O'Malley was when he went on The View and started singing a song.
Really? Is there a clip of him singing?
There has to be a clip. He took a guitar or something and he started singing a song. And I think that's the only memorable thing I know about him. But yeah, I mean, I know that he, in the polls, he barely cut it in order to be in the debate. So that's interesting in itself, to see if he can actually pull the numbers for the next one, you know, and if he's going to shine through, and we're really going to get to know him a little more.
Because I know, well, he's saying Bad Blood on The View. I don't know how to feel about this. I don't know how to feel, but you guys tell me if you
do. The end is, in all reality, is where people are going to go as soon as they pass away.
Katy Perry.
It doesn't really matter anything else, because even the Word of God says that there's a heaven again and a hell to shine, and 2,000 years ago, Jesus died for you.
So I live in Maryland. O'Malley was the governor of Maryland, and before that, he was the mayor of Baltimore.
Okay.
And if you want to know about O'Malley and his policies, watch The Wire.
That corrupt show, oh my goodness, that used to come on late nights on BET.
It's the best show ever, but that's pretty much O'Malley's Baltimore. He was mayor around the time that show was on, and
the setting and everything.
Yeah, but yeah, he was.
Look it up. Maryland looks like Michigan, Detroit. It looked like Detroit on that show. I'm like, this is like to cry.
Yeah, I think the Baltimore motto actually is "Thank God for Detroit." No, actually, Baltimore has some really nice spots. Unlike, I'm actually familiar with both places. I was born in Michigan and around Detroit, so I get around there too.
How are you not a criminal right now?
I got out when I was a year old.
Good for you.
I only go back to visit, and I usually go to the suburbs.
Everyone there is a criminal.
No. There's a lot of great stuff happening in Detroit. There's a lot of people who, since the government has failed, there's a lot of great private things that are going on in Detroit that probably wouldn't have happened if it weren't for the collapse. So there's some good things going on, but it's obviously a failed major city.
Yes.
There's a lot of lessons to be learned, but the people in Detroit are, pretty admirable, and those who have stayed there are actually, they're doing urban farming and stuff like that. There's so much
urban farming.
Yeah, there's abandoned lots, and there are, the city taxi is bankrupt and all that.
Okay.
But there have been these private buses that actually come to your home and pick you up, and they have Wi-Fi. So there's all these really great things that people have actually rallied and are kind of doing what they can to make the place pretty habitable. And in many ways, they've improved upon it. So there's a private emergency, because if you call 911, it takes 2-3 hours for somebody to come to you because of the financial situation. But they have people that are doing things like that privately. If you read Reason magazine, if you look for stuff like that, you'll see about a lot of really great grassroots things that are happening in Detroit, even in the wake of the devastation that's going on.
But did you hear recently about the water scandal that's happening in Detroit?
I don't know that I did, actually.
I think his name is Governor Schneider. What happened was that he was getting water from the river instead of let me put the article up.
From the Detroit River?
Yeah, in which was very polluted, and it corroded some of the pipelines, and it gave a lot of people lead poisoning.
Oh, wow.
That's right. but they were still making them pay their water bills.
Exactly.
Yeah, I did hear that. I forgot.
Anyone out, but have y'all heard about what they're doing to the McDonald's beef?
I think you're changing the subject a little bit. But we can table that, but
yeah, and so it's so like the juxtaposition. You're saying so many things, good things that are happening in Detroit, and I've only been reading the bad things. I think
the bad things are by the
time.
government. So no, that hasn't changed.
Okay.
The private citizens are doing great things. No, the government is delivering polluted water and still insisting that people pay their bills, even though they're receiving toxic water. If let's say there was a private firm in Detroit that was doing that, the government would go after them with tooth and nail,
exactly,
and throw people in jail and all that. But when it was this, the governor's doing it. Well, it's wet. It's water-like.
Is the city getting sued over
Yeah,
this?
yeah.
Actually, all they're really trying to do is get the governor to resign, and they did. They paid him off in this, like, let's go.
Wow,
Yeah,
okay.
they and Kayla was saying, I really wish somebody would pay me to lose my job. I would definitely. You're telling me you don't want me here for something I did wrong, and you're gonna pay me to leave? I'm gonna do it. And that also actually makes sense. Oh my goodness, I wish. Yeah,
Nothing succeeds like failure when it's government.
Today. Is this Kevin talking? Kevin, are you talking with us or someone else?
Kevin talking with the voices.
Okay, well, we're gonna just ignore Kevin then. I'm gonna put Kevin on mute until he gets his life together.
Is he talking to the voices in his head or just the voices in? No, I know.
You're right. The voices in his head. You're right. Okay, so I wanted to post. I don't know if I already copied the link, but I wanted to post the heated argument that was going on between Hilary and Bernie about gun control.
Okay.
How do you guys feel about that? Do you think there should be like a gun reform?
I definitely think it's a topic to definitely debate and see. I think with all the given evidence of the recent, the past events, there's a talk to be had, and I think it's the perfect medium platform for that topic to come on and see who has the best, solution. But yes, there should be a reform, I think. Now, let's see which way this reform is being guided. I think that's where each candidate will differ. But from what I know is that Bernie is actually very gun friendly, like pro guns.
Okay,
because he's from Vermont. His voters are very gun. Vermont, as liberal as Vermont is, people are very pro gun there. That's part of their culture, and anybody who succeeds in winning an office in Vermont has to be pro gun.
Okay, and then Hillary's very anti-gun,
right?
And that was Trump's biggest, he was so upset about that in the last debate. He's like, if you vote for Hillary, you're going down. She's not going to let us. No, it wasn't even Trump. It was the other guy who's Carson? No. The one that's right behind Trump in the polls. Oh, Cruz.
Ted
Cruz. Thank you, Vern. Cruz is like, if you vote for Hillary, you don't want to bear arms. She doesn't care about the second. I'm like, God, can he just shut up and answer the question?
Exactly.
We're not even talking about Hillary right now.
I think that's something too that happens a lot.
I'm personally I'm not for gun control either.
No, how come?
Well, for a lot of reasons. First of all, I think you have the right to defend yourself,
right,
against an attacker. I think a gun is actually a great equalizer. If you're a small person, a small woman, a small man, you have a much better way of defending yourself against a 6 or 7 foot tall person or any kind of aggressor. So I think you have the right to defend yourself, and I think if anybody forcibly takes that away from you, they're an aggressor, whether it's a politician or anybody who would take your gun away from you. Of course, none of us like the idea of imbalanced or unsteady people or malevolent people having guns, but there really is no practical way of taking guns away from malevolent people without taking them away for people who have legitimate need to defend themselves. And you know, it's and there's millions of guns, like it or not. Like, I would probably like it if there were no guns. I'm not a gun nut. I don't shoot.
But as long as people have guns, you don't feel like there's.
But as long as people have guns, what gun laws do is they make it harder for law-abiding people, if you will, to get guns. Whereas people who don't obey the law, who want to commit a felony anyway, the gun acquisition is not a big deal. You can get one anyway. We have laws against illegal drugs, and as we know, there aren't any illegal drugs anywhere. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, there are. It's the same with guns. If you the old cliche is, if you outlaw guns, only outlaws will have guns. But I think it's actually true because if you're convicted for a murder in your plea bargaining, the first thing they'll throw away is the gun charge.
That's true.
And so no, the government can only take guns away from people who are law-abiding, and that makes them more vulnerable, makes it more dangerous, makes it actually better for criminals. Criminals don't like to go into a house. They just want to rob you or do what they want to do to you.
Right.
They don't want to have a shootout with you, and they'll be more attractive to a place where there's strict gun control, or where there's less likely to be an armed victim to deal with. So that's, you have to look at the big picture.
So one of our bloggers here at A Side of Me, she thinks that, you know, basically, essentially what you're saying is guns are a form of protection for the citizens. So she believes that it's, you know, the police's job in order to do this. So therefore, no one should have guns. From the recent events and everything, how do you guys feel about police and how they are they protecting us? Are they doing their job? Is this a question to be had?
Well, the Second Amendment was actually written not just to protect people against personal home invasions or hunting or stuff like that, even though that's how the arguments often go. It was to protect against tyranny. And no, I don't want the cops to be the only ones who have guns. And sometimes, unfortunately, the cops get out of hand. The cops, we see it in the news all the time, and with the internet, we see it even more. We see what happens in places like Ferguson and all of that. And no, you don't want the cops to be the only one with
weapons,
with the guns. Yeah, absolutely.
We've seen how careless they can be with guns and human lives recently.
I told you guys they didn't think to let me include in the kitchen sink.
Well, I didn't mean to suggest that the Ferguson thing was a cut and dry case, but there have been many, many others where the cops break into people's houses, innocent people, and they use force and violence. And I don't want them to be the only ones that have guns. I want cops to be the peacekeepers, not the...
That's true.
Well, Jeff, cops can try to take my guns away from me all they want, but the Second Amendment covers the First Amendment, and the Second Amendment tells me that I got the right to bear firearms. And if they want to take away my guns, I'm gonna feel led to fill them up with lead. Because you cannot take away my firearms without giving me a probable cause telling me that you can take away my firearms.
I agree. I agree.
So if you're going to try and take one of my firearms, you better have a warrant for your arrest, or there better be a martial warrant for mine.
Which is the law, yes. The law, you need to have a warrant. You need to, you know, have permission.
Well, you're supposed to.
They want to take away my guns. My guns are going to be loaded, and they're going to be loaded full of lead, because I'm going to feel lead to fill them with lead.
But if people like, I'm going to get people mad here.
Make us mad. Tell us.
It's people like fearless leader who should not have guns.
No, I don't agree with that. Fearless leader can have guns to defend himself. I don't think if somebody comes to you and wants to take your guns, you should fill them up and stuff like that.
Bro, people like me,
a reaction has to be proportionate. But but no, I think Fearless has a right to keep and bear arms and use them for defensive purposes or peaceful purposes. Absolutely.
But Bern, you meant by people like him, you meant like people that might go a little too far or something? What did you mean by that? People like him?
Yes. People like him that might go a little bit too far. Maybe a little bit crazy.
You don't think Fearless. You have no reason to do that. You just disagree with him politically.
I've dealt with him before, so.
Okay, well, if you know something about him, then maybe. I mean, that's not what we're here to discuss.
Yeah, no.
But what I am saying is, I believe, because you could have a normal person go in, buy a gun, and the next day that person could go crazy.
Right.
There's really no way to do a background check.
Right.
As Jeff was saying.
Well, right. You don't know. Yes, I don't know if you're going to go crazy tomorrow either. None of us have that, and we don't live in a utopian society or like a Minority Report where we can see that what people's future motivations are going to be and what they're going to do in the future. So we live in an imperfect world, and that's why we have concepts like probable cause. So we don't just say, well, that guy, he may go off. He just may flip out tomorrow. We don't do that.
We can't live life like that.
I'll tell you for a fact, it takes a lot, and I mean it takes a lot for me to get angry. If you wanted to try to get me angry, it takes a lot for me to unlock my gun chest and pull out a rifle. It takes a lot. People have tried to get me angry before. That gun chest has been locked for about 11 years. That's how calm I've actually been.
Yeah.
But your point is that I have my guns should I need my guns, and that I don't need to use them as a weapon or to put out my anger, to disseminate my anger. I'd have them because I want to.
It's like insurance. It's like
with guns
fire
kill
insurance,
people.
but you don't use it all the time.
People with guns kill people.
Yeah.
That's what the issue is we need to get rid of the stupidity inside of people in order for us to have them keep the guns. Because a lot of people say, well, I've got this one, I've got that. Yeah, well, you know what? Thank God you don't have the bullets for it, because by their fruit you shall know them. If I personally know someone who I think shouldn't have a gun at all, and they have a gun, I'm going to hand them in.
Right. Another thing that happens also is in these debates, you often hear, well, we don't want people who are mentally ill to have guns, and that seems very commonsensical and all that. Until you really take a broad historical look at how mental illness was actually used by countless regimes to actually not only take away weapons, but to institutionalize political opponents. It was rampant.
Over again.
I'm almost done. Let me just finish. So mental illness was used by authoritarian regimes to lock up political opponents, not just disarm them, but put them into institutional
candidates
settings
before Iowa and New Hampshire take place. So after this,
sorry about that. We're going to let you finish, and then the debate is going to start.
That's okay. That was pretty much it. I just wanted to caution people that just giving a wink and a nod to mental illness, that can be abused by the state too. So we don't want to just be dismissive about that either. So go ahead and you can show your clip.
Okay, guys, we're going to put on the debate. It's going to be happening live, and then so. You guys, we're gonna pause every few seconds to talk about it.
And win for you.
Let's have the courage to take on the billionaire class. We must build an American economy that works for all of us.
I believe we should break up the large banks. Hillary Clinton does that.
Senator Sanders has been a pretty reliable vote for the gun lobby.
To say that I'm kind of a supporter of the NRA is a mean-spirited and inaccurate statement.
Senator Sanders voted to give immunity to gun gun deals. Secretary Clinton changes her position on this every election year.
My view is we shouldn't be ripping up Obamacare and starting over.
Now she's attacking me because I support universal health care.
I think America is great, and it's up to us to make sure we make it greater.
I believe we're going to make history one more time.
The Democratic Candidates Debate. Live from the Children's Center in Charleston, South Carolina.
Do you want to go ahead before the debate starts really quick that we were talking about earlier, that we should reflect about the value of life and the importance of peace and freedom for a country. So thank you, blabbers. Come to DINtv.com to go ahead and talk to us during this debate.
Yeah, people on Periscope and Meerkat, we're also watching it live. We're streaming it live.
Yes.
So come and talk to us about the issues, and we're going to start the debates again.
Before the voting begins. Our purpose here tonight is to highlight and examine the differences among the three Democratic candidates. So let's get started. Please welcome Secretary Hilary Clinton, Senator Bernie Sanders, and Governor Martin O'Malley. Well, welcome to all of you. Hope you're excited. We're excited. We want to thank our host, the Congressional Black Caucus Institute. I'm joined by my colleague, Andrea Mitchell, tonight. The rules are simple. 60 seconds for answers, 30 seconds for follow-ups or rebuttals. I know you'll all keep exactly the time, so our job should be pretty easy here tonight. We'll also have questions from the YouTube community throughout the debate. This is a critical point in the race. You've been defining your differences with each other, especially vigorously in the last week on the campaign trail. We're here to facilitate this conversation on behalf of the voters so that they know exactly where you stand as you face off tonight. Let's have a great debate. We'll begin with 45-second opening statements from each candidate, starting with Secretary Clinton.
Well, good evening, and I want to thank the Congressional Black Caucus Institute and the people of Charleston for hosting us here on the eve of Martin Luther King Day tomorrow. You know, I remember well when my youth minister took me to hear Dr. King. I was a teenager, and his moral clarity, the message that he conveyed that evening really stayed with me and helped to set me on a path to service. I also remember that he spent the last day of his life in Memphis fighting for dignity and higher pay for working people, and that is our fight still. We have to get the economy working and incomes rising for everyone, including those who have been left out and left behind. We have to keep our communities and our country safe. We need a president who can do all aspects of the job. I understand that this is the hardest job in the world. I'm prepared and ready to take it on, and I hope to earn your support to be the nominee of the Democratic Party and the next president of the United States.
Thank you. Senator Sanders, your opening statement, sir.
Thank you. As we honor the extraordinary life of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., it's important not only that we remember what he stood for, but that we pledge to continue his vision to transform our country. And as we look out at our country today, what the American people understand is we have an economy that's rigged, that ordinary Americans are working longer hours for lower wages, 47 million people living in poverty, almost all of the new income and wealth going to the top 1%. And then, to make a bad situation worse, we have a corrupt campaign finance system where millionaires and billionaires are spending extraordinary amounts of money to buy elections. This campaign is about a political revolution to not only elect the president, but to transform this country.
Senator, thank you. And Governor O'Malley, your opening statement, sir.
Thank you. My name is Martin O'Malley. I was born the year Dr. King delivered his I Have a Dream speech. And I want to thank the people of South Carolina, not only for hosting our debate here tonight, but also for what you taught all of us in the aftermath of the tragic shooting at Mother Emanuel Church. You taught us, in fact, in keeping with Dr. King's teaching, that love would have the final word when you took down the Confederate flag from your state house, let go of the past and move forward. 8 years ago, you brought forward a new leader in Barack Obama to save our country from the Second Great Depression, and that's what he's done. Our country's doing better. We're creating jobs again. But in order to make good on the promise of equal opportunity and equal justice under the law, we have urgent work to do, and the voices of anger and fear and division that we've heard coming off of the Republican presidential podiums are pretty loud. We need new leadership. We need to come together as a people and build on the good things that President Obama has done. That's why I'm running for president. I need your help. I ask for your vote, and I look forward to moving our country forward once again. Thank you.
Governor, thank you. All right, to our first question now. The first question I'll be addressing to all of the candidates. President Obama came to office determined to swing for the fences on health care reform. Voters want to know how you would define your presidency. How would you think big? So complete this sentence. In my first 100 days in office, my top 3 priorities will be fill in the blank. Senator Sanders.
Well, that's what our campaign is about. It is thinking big. It is understanding that in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, we should have health care for every man, woman, and child as a right, that we should raise the minimum wage to at least $15 an hour, that we have got to create millions of decent paying jobs by rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure. So what my first days are about is bringing America together to end the decline of the middle class, to tell the wealthiest people in this country that yes, they are going to start paying their fair share of taxes, and that we are going to have a government that works for all of us and not just big campaign contributors.
Secretary Clinton, same question. My first 100 days in office, my top 3 priorities will be.
I would work quickly to present to the Congress my plans for creating more good jobs in manufacturing, infrastructure, clean and renewable energy, raising the minimum wage, and guaranteeing finally equal pay for women's work. I would also be presenting my plans to build on the Affordable Care Act and to improve it by decreasing the out-of-pocket costs, by putting a cap on prescription drug costs, by looking for ways that we can put the prescription drug business and the health insurance company business on a more stable platform that doesn't take too much money out of the pockets of hardworking Americans. And third, I would be working in every way that I knew to bring our country together. We do have too much division, too much mean-spiritedness. There's a lot we have to do on immigration reform, on voting rights, on campaign finance reform, but we need to do it together. That's how we'll have the kind of country for the 21st century that we know will guarantee our children and grandchildren the kind of future they deserve.
Governor O'Malley, same question.
Thank you. First of all, I would lay out an agenda to make wages go up again for all Americans rather than down. Equal pay for equal work, making it easier rather than harder for people to join labor unions and bargain collectively for better wages, getting 11 million of our neighbors out of the underground shadow economy by passing comprehensive immigration reform, raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, however we can, wherever we can. Secondly, I believe the greatest business opportunity to come to the United States of America in 100 years is climate change. And I put forward a plan to move us to a 100% clean electric energy grid by 2050 and create 5 million jobs along the way.
Thank you.
Finally, I'm sorry, that was second, Lester. And third and finally, we need a new agenda for America's cities. We have not had a new agenda for America's cities since Jimmy Carter. We need a new agenda for America's cities that will invest in the talents and the skills of our people, that will invest in CDBG, transportation, infrastructure, and transit options, and make our cities the leading edge in this move to a redesigned, good, clean, green energy future that will employ our people.
All right, Governor, thank you. You've all laid out.
All right, we're going to stop there, and we're going to have a discussion. So, okay. O'Malley just said something that none of the other candidates did. He talked about the environment. How do you feel about that?
I think it's beautiful that it was mentioned near the opening statements. Just because it's something, it's a topic that needs to be talked about, and that's something that differed from the other two candidates. What do you think about it?
I feel like it was really interesting. I wasn't expecting it, so that's
a surprise.
Exactly,
right?
I'm kind of caught off guard. Everybody said about the whole bringing the minimum wage up. Is that really doable?
I think it is. I think it is. It just depends on also, taxes. But yeah, I think that's overdue, honestly.
Right. But does that mean that the cost of living is going to keep going up? Because, as long as the cost of living, it doesn't even matter if the minimum wage will rise.
I think it does matter.
Let's just ask maybe.
Yeah, yes.
I think it matters.
I'm sorry, guys.
That's so funny.
Maybe we want to see. Kirill, what would you like to say? Do you feel like increasing the minimum wage will be a good thing? And do you think it's doable?
We have here more experienced entrepreneurs who are familiar with the business, like Brian and Jeff. Apparently, maybe let's ask them.
Okay, Brian. Brian, how do you feel about this?
Nice haircut, by the way. Looking spiffy, man.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, so gone. I actually really like Bernie Sanders. I just wish she wasn't 100. The other guys are just saying the same things they always say.
Right.
The environment, oh sure, it's a cool thing for him to say right now. Minimum wage, yeah, sure, it's a topical thing to say. Hilary just says whatever she's going to say, but
whatever her uterus feels like talking about.
Right, it's
is that just because she's a woman, Kevin?
I'll tell you what I do think, though. No, I do think with Bernie Sanders, I know some of his stuff kind of touches on socialism, but I do think there's a problem in the country with people just being broke and poor.
Yes.
And no money. And I think it's the same problem in entrepreneurship as it faces within business. And the other two don't care about it. It's the same. Environment, who cares? They're not going to do anything. He's made a commitment for 2050.
And this is 70% of America. 70% of America feels this way. Like, we're waking up. Like, we don't trust our government. Like, we don't.
We don't. And the funny thing is, that's why Donald Trump is doing so well. Look, it's not that we want to vote for Donald Trump.
We're voting for things he's saying.
We're voting no to everybody else. That's what we're doing.
Causing its sons.
Everybody else is a douche. And they're just, and our country has gone so bad in the last 5 or 10 years that now it really is a joke. Even big business is manipulated now to a stage where it's very hard to do it. So
not us. They dictate how we eat, what we pay.
They're also disappointed. That's all.
And Jeff, you wanted to say something?
Well, it's a common thing. People talk about the minimum wage, and they say, "Oh, if we have this, we raise the minimum wage, then all these cheapskate companies, everybody will just get a pay raise, and we'll all live happily ever after." But the reality is it increases the cost of employing people. It makes poor people less competitive for jobs. It makes it so that it invalidates contracts that poor people can sign, and what happens is there's all kinds of workarounds. So firms eventually lay off people who aren't creating enough value to justify that minimum wage. They seek automation. Or they'll hire skilled people and fewer of them than they would low wage people. So if you want to, intentions, I think, are overrated and results are underrated. So if you want to help poor people, you don't want to have any minimum wage, much less raise it.
I feel like that would be a good slogan. Underrated and overrated. Yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
Should we listen in? I think we should listen in some more to see what else they have to say. That's just the first 100 days. What else would they like to implement? What would they like to say about the Republicans?
I think that's enough.
Let's all rise up and abolish the government and start over.
Abolish the government, you say? You have to overthrow the government, Kevin.
That sounds like
Well, I thought I was radical, but some of these young people are just
you still make sense because it's in the real world. Like I have a client who's got a business with 50 people. He's going to fire like 10 people next month because that business will go bankrupt if he's got to pay healthcare for all those people. Like some of this stuff, it sounds great. but it's all politics.
Well, yeah, it would be great if we could just say, well, hey guys, just pay people more and everybody will be better off if that were the case. But no, we live in a world of scarcity, and when labor becomes too expensive, people seek alternatives. They seek automation. Look at the automatic cash registers you see at the box stores. That's not because people all of a sudden decided they didn't want to deal with a cashier. It's because the cashier got too expensive, and the machine doesn't need a minimum wage. It doesn't need minimum health care benefits, and you're actually hurting poor people. You're giving them fewer job options. So this is really seriously misguided and warped way of looking at the world, and it's a tragedy, and I hate to see this still in the mainstream, but here we are.
We're not dealing with people who have the human's best interests at heart. This is money people. This is people who are thinking for them, that 1% that they deal with every year. They don't deal with us. Like, we're like, you know how we watch them on TV? They watch us on TV. Like, they don't come down to the trenches and talk to us.
That's true.
They have the corporations.
Right. And these politicians are the 1%. They produce nothing, but they're telling everybody else what to do. They're the 1%, not the productive people, not people who have made money providing valuable goods and services to people. The evil 1% are these people in power in the state, in the government, who are selling their power and selling this resentment and stuff like that at the cost to everybody, including the poor people that they cry crocodile tears over.
I'm not voting for him, but I do think Bernie Sanders is not like that. I think.
Look at when he was mayor of Burlington. He became a millionaire.
That's okay. That's okay. Listen, capitalism is not evil.
Well, that's not capitalism. That's evil.
Well, yeah, but it's just wrongly applying capitalism as evil. Bernie Sanders doesn't have many stains on his resume. And there's very few people who'd be against Bernie Sanders who'd say that he would go and do something within the economy that would be of self-interest. The worry about him is just that he's a little bit,
old.
And old. He's like 105.
I don't care about
he is 70. I think 72.
72. So yeah, you round up to 100. 8 years.
If he's children of the corn, he wouldn't be there.
If he doesn't win the nomination, he'll throw his supporters to Hilary.
Yes.
I told you guys, Hilary is the political president. She's going to win.
He's not a maverick. He was unfortunately compared to Ron Paul. He's nothing of the sort. He's not independent at all. He's a political animal, a little more radical. He's pro-gun, not because he's ideologically driven towards gun ownership, but it's because Vermont is a pro-gun state. You don't get to be in office in Vermont unless you're pro-gun.
That's right.
It's a uniquely liberal state with strong pro-gun laws. So guess what? The politicians we get out of Vermont are pro-gun and liberal. So,
all right, guys, we're gonna actually go back and listen in. Okay.
8 percentage points. Guess what? In Iowa, New Hampshire, the race is very, very close. Maybe we're ahead in New Hampshire. In terms of polling, guess what? We are running ahead of Secretary Clinton in terms of taking on my good friend Donald Trump, beating up by 19 points in New Hampshire, 13 points in the last national poll that I saw. To answer your question, when the African American community becomes familiar with my congressional record and with our agenda and with our views on the economy and criminal justice, just as the general population has become more supportive, so will the African American community, so will the Latino community. We have the momentum. We're on a path to a victory.
Google searches for the words Black Lives Matter surpassed civil rights movement last year. And here in South Carolina, Black Lives Matter was the #1 trending political issue. Governor O'Malley, you campaigned on your record as governor of Maryland, and before that, the mayor of Baltimore. Last year, of course, Baltimore was rocked by violent unrest in the wake of the death of Freddie Gray. And right from the start of your campaign, you've been dogged by those who blame your tough-on-crime, so-called zero-tolerance policies as mayor for contributing to that unrest. What responsibility do you bear?
Well, let's talk about this. When I ran for mayor in 1999, Lester, it was not because our city was doing well. It was because we were burying over 300 young, poor black men every single year. And that's why I ran, because yes, Black Lives Matter. And we did a number of things. We weren't able to make our city immune from setbacks as the Freddie Gray unrest and tragic death showed. But we were able to save a lot of lives, doing things that actually work to improve police and community relations. The truth of the matter is, we created a civilian review board, and many of these things are in the new agenda for criminal justice reform that I put forward. We created a civilian review board, gave them their own detectives. We required the reporting of discourtesy, use of excessive force, lethal force. I repealed the possession of marijuana as a crime in our state. I drove our incarceration rate down to 20-year lows, and drove violent crime down to 30-year lows, and became the first governor south of the Mason-Dixon line to repeal the death penalty. I feel a responsibility every day to find things that work.
All right, let's talk more about policing in the criminal justice system. Senator Sanders, a few times tonight we're going to hear from some of the most prominent voices on YouTube, starting with Francesca Ramsey, who tackles racial stereotypes for her videos. Let's watch.
Hey, I'm Francesca Ramsey. I believe there's a huge conflict of interest when local prosecutors investigate cases of police violence within their own communities. For example, last month, the officers involved in the case of 12-year-old Tamir Rice weren't indicted. How would your presidency ensure that incidents of police violence are investigated and prosecuted fairly?
Senator Sanders.
Apologize for not hearing all of that question.
Would you like me to read it back to you?
Yeah.
Prosecutors, I believe there's a huge conflict of interest when local prosecutors investigate cases of police violence within their communities. Most recently, we saw this with the non-indictment of the officers involved in the case of 12-year-old Tamir Rice. How would your presidency ensure incidents of police violence are investigated and prosecuted fairly?
This is a responsibility for the U.S. Justice Department to get involved. Whenever anybody in this country is killed while in police custody, this should automatically trigger a U.S. Attorney General's investigation. Second of all, and I speak as a mayor who worked very closely and well with police officers, the vast majority of whom are honest, hardworking people trying to do a difficult job. But let us be clear. If a police officer breaks the law, like any public official, that officer must be held accountable. And thirdly, we have got to demilitarize our police departments so they don't look like occupying armies. We got to move toward community policing. And fourthly, we have got to make our police departments look like the communities they serve in their diversity.
Secretary Clinton, this question is for you. Tonight, parts of America are in the grip of a deadly heroin epidemic, spanning race and class, hitting small towns and cities alike. It's become a major issue in this race. In a lot of places where you've been campaigning, despite an estimated $1 trillion spent, many say the war on drugs has failed. So what would you do?
Well, Lester, you're right. Everywhere I go to campaign, I'm meeting families who are affected by the drug problem that mostly is opioids and heroin now, and lives are being lost and children are being orphaned. And I've met a lot of grandparents who are now taking care of grandchildren. So I have tried to come out with a comprehensive approach that, number one, does tell the states that we will work with you from the federal government, putting more money, about $1 billion a year, to help states have a different approach to dealing with this epidemic. The policing needs to change. Police officers must be equipped with the antidote to a heroin overdose or an opioid overdose known as Narcan. They should be able to administer it, so should firefighters and others. We have to move away from treating the use of drugs as a crime and instead move it to where it belongs, as a health issue. And we need to divert more people from the criminal justice system into drug courts, into treatment and recovery. So this is the kind of approach that we should take in dealing with what is now a growing epidemic.
Sanders, would you like to respond?
I agree with everything.
After this, we'll have
but let me just add this.
taking place.
There is a responsibility on the part of the pharmaceutical industry
and the drug companies who are producing all of these drugs and not looking at the consequence of it. And second of all, when we talk about addiction being the disease, the Secretary is right. What that means is we need a revolution in this country in terms of mental health treatment. People should be able to get the treatment that they need when they need it, not 2 months from now, which is why I believe in universal health care.
And that's the mental health. We're going to get into all that coming up. We're going to take a break, but we need to take a break. And when we get back to anger brewing in America.
All right. He clearly wanted to keep speaking.
Definitely.
So, in regard to Black Lives Matter, why do you think that's such a heated debate, a topic of discussion?
I think it's a very heated topic just because of the recent events, like Gray, Michael Brown, and just the effort that they've had, you know, specifically in the campaign trails, when they, you know, show up and they want to be heard. So obviously it's a topic to be had now, you know, so why else, you know, would that be also a hot topic? You know, a lot of people may claim police brutality. So
do you think this is something that needs to be addressed, Jeff?
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, well, you just went out. Your mic, I feel like, just went out. Hi, Chad. Thank you for joining.
Hey there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry.
Hi. How's it going?
We're good. We're good. You were saying, Jeff?
Oh, I think it's part of a larger issue about the militarization of the police that has happened over the past few decades, fueled also by the war on drugs. And you have a lot of things going on. I think you have a lot of people coming back from the overseas interventions, the wars, cops who are used to working in militarized situations where they're not peacekeepers, where they're trying to control a population. I think this does disproportionately affect minorities because there's more of a concentration of illegal activities in urban areas and just in people in general. And so it happens more so in urban areas. But yeah, I think it's a very important issue where cops are no longer peacekeepers. They're law enforcement officers, and they are starting to treat the general population, even whether they're minority or not, as sort of the enemy. And I think that is a very serious trend. It's worse in some areas than others, but I think it's a legitimate, very very legitimate issue to be talking about. I would like to applaud Bernie Sanders,
exactly,
of whom I'm not a fan generally,
okay,
but for pointing out that pharmaceuticals, as far as people going crazy and shooting people in movie theaters and schools and all that, we do tend to find a really strong correlation between that and we usually read it like 2 or 3 weeks later. We'll see, well, this person was under psychiatric care, maybe, and they were on antidepressants or psychopharmacological drugs, or they were they were recently they're not on those drugs anymore, but they're actually suffering withdrawal from them. So this really is a problem, medicalizing behavior and stuff like that. And so yeah, I think it's a huge issue. I think it's a multifaceted issue, and I think it's very important.
But getting back to the discussion we just heard, who is the most specifically speaking? Because all of them, they sound like great general. Nobody goes into any specific. And
who is our savior here? Nobody.
Nobody.
No. They're talking points. They're they're not experts on everything. They say what they have to say about whatever the topic may be. I thought Sanders seemed more thoughtful on this issue in the discussion than other people, but I don't think any politician's going to save us from any of these problems. So
yeah, and it's also like strategy if you think about it too, because it's more or less like if you say everything right off the bat, it gives the other candidates ways to dissect what you're doing and say all the wrong things that are wrong with it. I feel like we won't hear like really detailed, concrete information about their policies until like towards like the end of the election, like when we're about to vote. That's where you're going to start hearing more like of the plans of how they're going to go about doing this.
Yeah, in this forum, the best thing to do is to look like you're saying a lot without actually saying a lot.
Yeah, it seems like that's the case there. Especially when Hillary Clinton said a new strategy, but it was completely vague where nothing was actually specified. I think a great tactic for the drug war would be to follow suit with what Portugal did, which was to legalize a lot of the drugs. They actually did all drugs, but take money that they spent on prosecuting people and spend it on putting people back into society. So if you were a former mechanic and you're now a drug addict and they're trying to rehabilitate you, they go to a mechanic school, and say, we'll pay half of the salary if you hire this person. And it gives people a sense of meaning, and that's why people have drug problems, predominantly because they lack a sense of meaning and a lack of contribution.
Right.
That's a
Yes, and when 12 or 14 years ago, when this was being debated in Portugal, you heard the same kind of fear tactics at that time about how things would get worse, and just by almost every metric imaginable, things improved in Portugal. And so, yes, that's a stark example. The drug war is a relic, and its history is so unseemly. It was it's basically been an excuse to go after minorities.
That and capitalize on people's anguish with medicating them with suppressants that suppress them from feeling their situation and not improving on it. So if you're just putting a Band-Aid on it, it's a blanket, pretty much.
But marijuana was an excuse to go after Mexicans who were taking U.S. jobs, supposedly. The opium, the Chinese used opium in the 20s, and there was this drug war kind of hysteria against them, and that's why opium was outlawed. And it just goes on. And we should have learned all this from our first experience with prohibition, but we didn't. All of these problems.
Are you kidding me? Seriously, we've been arming the Mexican we've created the greatest army in the world by giving them the greatest guns in the world. Do you know how easy it is to get the best armory through Texas down to Mexico? It's not just easy, they get them an armed escort. You know, this has got nothing to do with prohibition. Shit, give drugs to everybody and make it look. I'm in California.
Oh, I know the CIA sells drugs.
This is insane. Look, stop giving guns. Stop creating the greatest army in the world and destabilizing Mexico because we think it's far enough away. Actually, this is why Donald Trump comes up with these policies to build a great big wall, because he knows we created the damn problem in the first place.
Exactly.
This just happened in Colombia 15 years ago, and we cleaned it up by nuking those cities.
We didn't nuke Colombia, but I know. Just to be clear.
We're going to get back into the debate now.
Okay.
Thank you guys for your views.
And start over again, pushing our country back into that kind of a contentious debate, I think is the wrong direction.
I have to talk about the issue that's
We're going to go forward. But what the secretary neglected to mention, not just the 29 million still have no health insurance, that even more are underinsured with huge co-payments and deductibles. Tell me why. We are spending almost 3 times more than the British who guarantee health care to all of their people. 50% more than the French, more than the Canadians. The vision from FDR and Harry Truman was health care for all people as a right in a cost-effective way. We're not going to tear up the Affordable Care Act. I helped write it. But we are going to move on top of that to a Medicare for all.
Andrea, I think instead of attacking one another on healthcare, we should be talking about the things that are actually working. In our state, we have moved to an all-payer system. With the Affordable Care Act, we now have moved all of our acute care hospitals, that driver of cost at the center, away from fee-for-service and actually we pay them based on how well they keep patients out of the hospital, how well they keep their patients. That's the future. We need to build on the Affordable Care Act, do the things that work, and reduce costs and increase access.
And that's exactly what we are able to do based on the foundation of the Affordable Care Act. What Governor O'Malley just said is one of the models that we will be looking at to make sure we do get costs down. We do limit a lot of the unnecessary costs that we still have in the system. But with all due respect, to start over again with a whole new debate is something that I think would set us back. The Republicans just voted last week to repeal the Affordable Care Act, and thank goodness President Obama vetoed it and saved Obamacare for the American people.
Senator Sanders, let me ask you this though. Yeah. You've talked about Medicare for all, and tonight you've released a very detailed plan. 2 hours before the debate, you did. But let me ask you about Vermont, because in Vermont, you tried in the state of Vermont, and Vermont walked away from this kind of idea of Medicare for all, single payer, because they concluded it would require major tax increases, and by some estimates, it would double the budget. If you couldn't sell it in Vermont,
let me just say that. You might want to ask the governor of the state of Vermont why he could not do it. I'm not the governor. I'm the senator from the state of Vermont. But second of all, here is what the real point is. In terms of all of the issues you've raised, the good questions you've raised, you know what it all comes down to? Do you know why we can't do what every other major country on earth is doing? It's because we have a campaign finance system that is corrupt. We have super PACs. We have the pharmaceutical industry pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into campaign contributions and lobbying, and the private insurance companies as well. What this is really about is not the rational way to go forward. It's Medicare for all. It is whether we have the guts to stand up to the private insurance companies and all of their money and the pharmaceutical industry. That's what this debate should be about.
Well, as someone who has a little bit of experience standing up to the health insurance industry that spent, many millions of dollars attacking me, and probably will so again because of what I believe we can do building on the Affordable Care Act, I think it's important to point out that there are a lot of reasons we have the healthcare system we have today. I know how much money influences the political decision-making. That's why I'm for huge campaign finance reform. However, we started a system that had private health insurance. And even during the Affordable Care Act debate, there was an opportunity to vote for what was called the public option. In other words, people could buy into Medicare. And even when the Democrats were in charge of the Congress, we couldn't get the votes for that. So what I'm saying is really simple. This has been the fight of the Democratic Party for decades. We have the Affordable Care Act. Let's make it work. Let's take the models that states are doing. We now have driven costs down to the lowest they've been in 50 years. Now we've got to get individual costs down. That's what I'm planning to do.
That's time. We're going to take a turn now. Secretary Clinton, in his final State of the Union address, President Obama said his biggest regret was his inability to bring the country together. If President Obama couldn't do it, how will you?
Great question. Well, I think it's an important point the president made in his State of the Union. And here's what I would say. I will go anywhere to meet with anyone at any time to find common ground. That's what I did as a first lady when I worked with both Democrats and Republicans to get the children's health insurance program. When I worked with Tom DeLay, one of the most partisan of Republicans, to reform the adoption and foster care system. What I did working in the Senate, where I crossed the aisle often, working even with the senator from South Carolina, Lindsey Graham, to get TRICARE for National Guardsmen and women. And it's what I did as Secretary of State on numerous occasions, and most particularly rounding up 2/3 votes in order to pass a treaty that lowered the nuclear weapons in both Russia and the United States. So I know it's hard. But I also know you've got to work at it every single day. I look out here, I see a lot of my friends from the Congress, and I know that they work at it every single day, because maybe you can only find a little sliver of common ground to cooperate with somebody from the other party, but who knows, if you're successful there, maybe you can build even more. That's what I would do.
A couple of years ago, when we understood that veterans were not getting the quality care they needed in a timely manner, I worked with folks like John McCain and others to pass the most comprehensive veterans healthcare legislation in modern history. But let me rephrase your question, because I think, if, in all due respect, your expression, in all due respect, you're missing the main point. And the main point in the Congress is not that Republicans and Democrats hate each other. That's a mythology from the media. The real issue is that Congress is owned by big money and refuses to do what the American people want them to do. The real issue is that in area after area, raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, the American people want it. Rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure, creating 13 million jobs, the American people want it. Pay equity for women, the American people want it. Demanding that the wealthy start paying their fair share of taxes, the American people want it.
That's time, but let me continue.
We have got to make Congress respond to the needs of the people, not just
Senator Sanders, let me continue. You call yourself a Democratic socialist, and throughout your career in politics, you've been critical of the Democratic Party, even saying in the book you wrote, quote, there wasn't a hell of a big difference between the two major parties. How will you win a general election labeling yourself a Democratic socialist?
Because what I believe and what I was just saying, the Democratic Party needs major reform. To those of you in South Carolina, you know what, in Mississippi, we need a 50-state strategy so that people in South Carolina and Mississippi can get the resources that they need. Instead of being dependent on super PACs, what we need is to be dependent on small individual campaign contributors. We need an agenda that speaks to the needs of working families and low-income people, not wealthy campaign contributors. And we need to expand what the input into the Democratic Party. I am very proud that in this campaign, we have seen an enormous amount of excitement from young people, from working people. We have received more individual contributions than any candidate in the history of this country up to this point.
Yeah, but Senator, you never came to campaign for Vincent Shaheen when he was running for governor. In fact, neither of you came to campaign for Vincent Shaheen when he was running for governor. We can talk all we want about wanting to build a stronger Democratic Party, but let's do the question you answered. There's no laughing matter. The most recurring question I get when I stand in the chair all across Iowa and talk with my neighbors is, how are you going to heal the divisions and the wounds in our country? This is the biggest challenge we face as a people. All my life, I brought people together over deep divides and very old wounds. And that's what we need now in a new leader. We cannot keep talking past each other, declaring all Republicans are our enemies, or the war is all about being against millionaires or billionaires, or it's all against American Muslims or all against immigrants. Look, as Frederick Douglass said, we are one. Our cause is one. And we must help each other if we're going to succeed.
Next question is for you. Here's another question from
disagreeing with my friend over here. And that is, you are right. All of us have denounced Trump's attempt to divide this country, the anti-Latino rhetoric, the racist rhetoric, the anti-Muslim rhetoric. But where I disagree with you, Governor O'Malley, is I do believe we have to deal with the fundamental issues of a handful of billionaires. I agree with that. Control the economic and political life of this country. I agree. Nothing real will get happen unless we have a political revolution where millions of people will finally stand up.
We're going to get into that coming up. But Secretary Clinton, here's another question from YouTube. It's from a young video blogger who has over 5 million subscribers. He has a question about the importance of younger voters.
Hi, I'm Connor Fanta. I'm 23, and my audience is around the same age. Getting my generation's vote should be a priority for any presidential candidate. Now, I know Senator Sanders is pretty popular among my peers, but what I want to know is, how are all of you planning on engaging us further in this election?
Secretary Clinton.
Well, thanks for the question,
We're going
and
to stop right
congratulations on
here,
5
and
million.
we're going to talk about whether the Democratic Party needs to be reformed, clearly. All right, who wants to start? Jeff, we elect you. Go ahead.
Whether the Democrat Party needs to be reformed?
Yeah, it's like...
Probably, yes, from the ground up. I would like the Democrat Party to be more like it was in the 19th century, except notably for slavery and Jim Crow. But otherwise, it was a pro-freedom, small government party, and it was actually had many bright spots to it. So, yeah, it's now a party that embraces statism, and I don't think you can have statism without having corporate interests buying all of the influence and all of this stuff
So
that the
you
government
agree that
has
it's
for
owned by
sale.
big business?
Yeah, absolutely. And the Republican Party too.
Yeah, I think we can all agree that both parties are owned by big businesses.
Yeah, but is it affecting us to the point where it needs to be reformed, or?
It's been needing to be reformed for the longest. It's not a question anymore. It's a fact. Like, we need reform. We need a new structuring of the government. Like, these laws that were put into place originally, this is a different society at this point. Like, we don't have the same ideologies that we did back in, like, when America was first being established, where we had the Constitution. Like, we have all types of different people now in the United States. So we should maybe restructure the whole Constitution itself, and maybe.
Well, actually, there's no mention in the Constitution about the two parties that I'm aware of. I don't think you'll find it in the Constitution at all. This is something that's sort of evolved, this two-headed hydra.
Yeah, someone in the feed is talking about the two-headed snake.
Oh, they're so different. They aren't that different. I mean, the marginal issues that we talk about, neither one gets very seriously addresses the role of government. Government always gets bigger under whichever party. We have more wars under both parties. Both parties, nothing really noticeably different happened when Obama was elected, even though he was a radically different figure personality-wise. He continued the Bush wars, and there was a couple things like gay marriage. I mean, I'm for gay marriage, but oh my God, it's like
not that big of a deal, honestly.
Yeah, we really are talking about minutia when it comes to these two parties, and they feed off of each other. And when one fails miserably, they may have to sit it out for 4 or 8 years, but they come back. Whereas if we had other parties and other ideas to vote for, we could choose them. That's one of the things I found. I was a activist in the Libertarian Party in the 90s, but they're just not allowed in parties. The Green Party. Green Party had Ralph Nader, a man with a lot of integrity, much more so than the main party heads, but they can't compete because they have legal restrictions that don't apply to the Repubs and the Dems. So this two-party duopoly, people don't like monopolies, but duopolies are bad too.
Clearly.
And that's what we have. Yeah.
What do you feel about it, Chad? Like, what is your opinion when it comes to the two parties? Like, do you feel like they're just the same person, or do you feel like there's another agenda when it comes to like the policies that they put into place when they're in office?
I definitely think I agree with everyone in the sense that it is a duopoly and they're both thought out. So there's very little leeway in which way big issues can be addressed. But that being said, I think Obama did a great job with respect to what little leeway he had.
Okay.
So he did make the change of gay marriage. He did put Obamacare in place. So he did make these big changes, which were presented to be big, should I say. But yeah, I think that it is just a two-headed snake. It's just a case of, the same people who fund the Dems fund the Republicans, and in the end of
the first 2 years of Obama's, if I remember correctly, and maybe I'm wrong, but the first 2 years, he had a really strong mandate. And he could have ended wars. He could have closed Gitmo. I think he had the political
now, so you can be
to do those things.
No,
He
no.
didn't.
Wow.
Okay.
I have a.
Let me mute Kirill. I'm sorry.
There.
Okay, continue, Jeff.
Sorry about that, Jeff.
I mean, as far as yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, please. I didn't know you were talking. Please keep going.
No, I mean, as far as I can tell, I think the first 2 years, Obama had a majority. I'd have to look at majority in the Congress, at least in one of the chambers, in both houses. He was going to close Gitmo. He was going to at least end the Iraq War. He did say he was going to escalate in Afghanistan, which a lot of people overlooked. But he had a better plan. He was going to somehow magically make it a Western democracy or something close to that. But he didn't do any of those things. So he had a mandate, and I don't think he had a whole lot of opposition. And the cult of Obama, when he was elected, he was. He had an amazing mandate, and to just say that he wanted to do all these terrific things and ran into all this opposition, that wasn't true until later on in his administration. He could have taken that honeymoon period of his first term and really done, pushed his whole platform through, but he didn't do it. He didn't really seem to have his heart into it. I don't know. I think
when it comes down to it, I just feel like, I don't know. I have this really weird feeling that Obama's going to be our last president. I don't know what it is, but I have this overwhelming feeling.
What do you mean? I don't even want.
I don't know. I don't know. Like, it's just like, I feel like something big's going to happen in 2016 where it's just going to unite the whole world in a way. Where it's gonna just like the whole structure of like the government's just gonna like break, and it's gonna like Europe, us, other countries are gonna band together and like literally become like our own entity in itself.
What makes you think this?
Have you been smoking something?
Yeah, I mean,
no,
are you seeing?
Look at the euro dollar. The euro dollar was almost a possibility. It still is in the works. We have these secret meetings that are happening with the UN and all these world leaders. We have the 2030 initiative. We're trying to get everybody the internet in the world. The one that like all these startup companies are banding together to try to change the world by 2030. Like, you got to look at all these little meetings that nobody's talking about in mainstream. And like,
but to pinpoint 2016, we're on. Yeah,
I'd like to in a way agree with you in a sense, because the unthinkable does happen every once in a while. So when I was in my I guess it was my late 20s, maybe. There was this empire called the Soviet Union. I don't know if you ever heard of them. They when I was a kid, they were big and bad and horrible, and we used to have to hide under our desks because they were going to bomb us at the drop of a hat and all this stuff. And all of a sudden, in the late 90s, when I was starting, and in my 30s, this big, bad, horrible regime just went poof and disappeared. So things do collapse in history. Rather suddenly, obviously, in hindsight, looking at at what was going on, and there were a few people who had a good handle on what was going to happen in the Soviet Union, but our leaders at the time, the people that you watched on TV, they were talking about how big and bad and threatening the Soviet Union was, and there were a few people in the sides, if you paid attention to them, they were saying this system really has to collapse. It can't endure. There were people. Austrian economists were actually very good on this. People like Ludwig von Mises and people like that you may not have ever heard of, but there were.
You can't compare these two systems, seriously. I mean, we're talking, can we just agree that the chances are tomorrow is going to be here? Like, I mean, okay, we can have a catastrophe.
Right. Well, you can't.
The chances are, like, there's a reasonable to fair chance that we're not going to have hamburgers raining out of the sky, right?
No, I agree.
It's a kid's movie. Okay, we're talking about a presidential nomination. Chances are right now that it's going to be between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And you talk about the unthinkable. The unthinkable would have been a year ago that Donald Trump would be president, right? That's about as far as it's going to go. We're not going to collapse. We have the largest companies in the world. We have done a disastrous job with our small business. We've done a disastrous job in entrepreneurship. I think President Obama is the greatest disappointment that there has ever been. He has done more harm to small business, and he's lacked. I agree with you totally on that one, Jeff. I think he's lacked. He could have done so many amazing things. I'm not even just talking for black people or ethnics or something. He could have done it. I believe we're in a modern day slavery.
For peace, he could have done some amazing things.
He could have done some awesome stuff. I think that the middle class has become the poor class. Everybody's poor now. Everybody. Nobody can do anything they can do, and he did nothing.
I mean, he was just maybe it wasn't fair to do this to him, but he's just a run-of-the-mill kind
That's
of
what I'm saying. Like, people forget that, like, when you become president, you don't get like a reset button and everything. You just like starts off great, and then like whatever happens between the time, it's like what happens.
You inherit
like,
everyone's problems.
Yeah, he inherited everybody's problems. Like Bush was literally like a jock in the White House, just like acting like an airhead the whole entire time. And like you have Obama having to deal with 9/11, like the aftermath of 9/11, the Patriot Act, the whole war in Iraq. You have the financial crisis that was happening at that time. You have this whole uprising now with racial tensions now at an all-time high now, like riots, mass shootings, like all these things that are happening in his time. So I think he had a lot to deal with. So this whole small business thing is like the fault of the big corporations in a sense, because they're the ones who file for bankruptcy and they get the bailouts, and then the small business people, they don't get anything. They're shit out of luck, you know. So it's not Obama's fault, because these laws were put into place even before he was in office. So it's really the
I know she wants to go back to that insufferable debate, but just to finish up this topic, yes, the U.S. is a lot different from the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union had a horrible economic system, unfortunately one that resembles a lot what Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton are trying to give us, but nonetheless, the U.S. has a different economic system, so it's not going to be exactly the same, but empires throughout history, and the U.S. is an empire. Empires tend to only last 200 to 300 years, and if the U.S. doesn't retrench, I would say it's going to go in the same direction as the Soviet Empire, as the British Empire, as the Ottoman Empire, the Roman Empire, all the rest of them.
Roman never fall.
You just can't control the whole world.
I feel like Chad wanted to say something. Chad, did you want to say something?
No.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's jump back into the debates, because I saw a lot of things happening there. Like,
I know they talked about tuition and for education, so let's go see if they change topics. But later on, maybe we can hop on that.
Okay.
40 years ago, George Lucas started.
Go on to martino'malley.com, send me your checks. They're not giving it zero.
The point is that if we're going to be serious about this and not just try to score political points, we should know what's in Dodd-Frank. And what's in Dodd-Frank already gives the president the authority with his regulators to make those decisions.
How corrupt the system is. Goldman Sachs recently fined $5 billion. Goldman Sachs has given this country 2 secretaries of Treasury, one on the Republicans, one on the Democrats. The leader of Goldman Sachs is a billionaire who comes to Congress and tells us we should cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Secretary Clinton, and you're not the only one, so I don't mean to just point the finger at you. You've received over $600,000 in speaking fees from Goldman Sachs in 1 year. I find it very strange that a major financial institution that pays $5 billion in fines for breaking the law, not one of their executives is prosecuted, while kids who smoke marijuana get a jail sentence.
Well, the last point on this is, Senator Sanders, you're the only one on this stage that voted to deregulate the financial market in 2000, to take the cops off the street, to use Governor O'Malley's phrase, to make the SEC and the communities the Commodities Futures Trading Commission, no longer able to regulate swaps and derivatives, which were one of the main cause of the collapse in '08. So there's plenty of problems that we all have to face together. And the final thing I would say, we're at least having a vigorous debate about reining in Wall Street. The Republicans want to give them more power and repeal Dodd-Frank. That's what we need to stop.
Anyone who wants to check my record, anyone who wants to check my record in taking on Wall Street, in fighting against the deregulation of Wall Street, when Wall Street put billions of dollars in lobbying and campaign contributions to get the government off their backs. They got the government off their backs. Turns out that they were crooks and they destroyed our economy. I think it's time to put the government back on their backs.
Senator Sanders. Senator Sanders, we've talked a lot about things you want to do. You want free education for everyone. You want the federal minimum wage raised to $15 an hour. You want to expand Social Security benefits. You've been specific about what you want, but let's talk about how to pay for all this. You now said that you would raise taxes today, 2 hours or so ago. You said you would raise taxes to pay for your health care plan. You haven't been specific about how to pay for the other things. Will you tell us tonight?
Good. You're right. I want to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure, create 13 million jobs. We do that by doing away with the absurd loophole that now allows major profitable corporations to stash their money in the Cayman Islands and not in some years pay a nickel in taxes. Yes, I do. I plead guilty. I want every kid in this country who has the ability to be able to go to a public college or university tuition free. And by the way, I want to substantially lower student debt interest rates in this country as well. How do I pay for it? I pay for it through a tax on Wall Street speculation. This country and the middle class bailed out Wall Street. Now it is Wall Street's time to help the middle class. In fact, we have documented, unlike Secretary Clinton, I documented exactly how I would pay for our ambitious agenda.
Secretary Clinton, you mentioned Secretary Clinton, you want to respond?
Well, I have actually documented every way that I'm going to pay for what I'm doing because I think the American public deserves to know, and you can go to my website and actually see that. But there are serious questions about how we're going to pay for what we want to see our country do. And I'm the only candidate standing here tonight who has said, I will not raise taxes on the middle class. I want to raise incomes, not taxes. And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that the wealthy pay for debt-free tuition, for childcare, for paid family leave. To help us bring down student debt, we're going to refinance that student debt, saving kids thousands of dollars. Yeah, and that will also come out of some of the pockets of people in the financial services industry. But I will tell you exactly how I pay for everything I propose.
Let me ask you a question about taxes, because the most Googled political issue in the last month was taxes. Now, in your health care plan, the plan you released tonight, you would not only raise taxes on the wealthy. The details you would raise indicate you would raise taxes on the middle class also. Is that correct?
What is correct, and I am disappointed that Secretary Clinton's campaign has made this criticism. It's a Republican criticism. Secretary Clinton does know a lot about healthcare. And she understands, I believe, that a Medicare for All single-payer program will substantially lower the cost of healthcare for middle-class families. So what we have got to acknowledge, and I hope the Secretary does, is we are doing away with private health insurance premiums. So instead of paying $10,000 to Blue Cross or Blue Shield, yes, some middle-class families would be paying slightly more in taxes, but the result would be that middle-class family would be saving some $5,000 in healthcare costs. A little bit more in taxes, do away with private health insurance premiums. It's a pretty good deal.
Let me just follow up on that, because I Meet the Press on December 20th, you said that you would only raise taxes on the middle class to pay for family leave.
I think that's a lot of information right there to talk about. Hi guys.
All right, you guys. So I'm here co-hosting with Victoria. She's gonna go ahead and continue the debate that we're talking about right now. So, what are some of the things that you heard when he was talking about?
I think one of the biggest things, like I heard, I don't know about you guys here, was Hillary Clinton's, like something that stands out to me every time she's campaigning, is how she's gonna raise the middle class, which is income, but she's taking away a lot of, I don't know, I think hope for the higher classes. I don't know if you guys would agree, but by taking their income or like having them be taxed more, I think like kind of takes away the hope, like why even try to be more than a middle class? Like it kind of takes away part of the like American dream, so to speak.
Okay.
Anyone else have any opinion?
What do you guys feel about that?
Man, give me a great country and charge me a little bit more. That's okay. I mean, I got a real big problem with the system that we have right now.
Mm-hmm.
If you come in, you're going to pay $300,000-400,000 for your kid to go to college. You're probably going to pay $300,000 to $400,000 to deal with any kind of stuff that's wrong with you when you get sick, or the stuff you got to do. The out-of-pocket expenses in hospitals has never been higher, not in the history of the U.S. The premiums that most people are paying has never been higher in the U.S. Like, stuff is broken. If you said to me, look, I'm going to pay an extra 3 or 4% or 5%, and I'm going to get great health care, I'm going to get people who are going to clean the streets, and I'm going to get cops who are well-trained and are respectful to their people and rather than just being afraid of them, that's fair. I mean, I don't want to go over the road, but I also, and then the only thing I'd add on to it is I would love if there was some focus on business creation through by some of these politicians.
I bet they can do more than that if they allocated some of those funds that they use for the military and our defense and actually funnel them to education and programs that help benefit the world. Like, do people not understand that if you educate people, they in turn end up developing and like helping the world in itself and developing new technologies? This is where innovation comes from, creativity, inspiration. We're just all we're funneling this money into is war and blood and fighting and chaos.
And the Powerball.
In the Powerball, another secret way to tax the minority, because who buys the Powerball? Poor people and minorities. You don't hear any millionaires or billionaires buying the lottery. Like nobody does that. It's a secret way of the government to tax these people and get extra money from them.
It's a tax on people who are bad at math. That's
basically
the lottery.
I think that's a fair tax.
And I know some upper middle class people who spend a lot of money in that as well. But what I heard her say that I thought was the most outrageous was people who I don't know, they make more money than some certain arbitrary amount, and therefore they should be forced to pay for the daycare and what other services people want to make. I think that's an abomination. That's a horrible thing. It's a theft. It's taking money from people. We're all adults. If we have children, we should pay for our own health care, our own daycare. That's not something that people should be forced by their government to pay for.
This is
Yeah, of course. Like honestly, I feel like when it comes, if people are presented with the opportunities to have a job that gives them that right to be able to pay for the health, they pay for their own health insurance and pay for the kids, of course. I don't think anybody wants the government to be having to take care of your kid for yourself. That's demeaning. Like when you have to stand up in line to sign up for welfare or sign up for government checks and all this stuff, that's not, people have this idea of it's like, oh, it's fun, like it's great, I'm getting free money.
Hillary Clinton thinks it should be an entitlement. You should just be able to go and demand of your fellow citizens that they pay for all of these things that you need, as if you're some sort of a child. I think it's it's condescending, and it's a dreadful moral position to take, I think.
Man, I don't think she's going to do anything. Hillary Clinton's cool. Like, she's just going to say whatever she needs to say.
She's cool?
No, she's cool. She's cool because she's not going to do anything. Like, you don't want to be afraid of Hillary because she's not going to do anything. The two people in this election that you got to have a real rock solid opinion on are Bernie and Donald Trump, because they're going to do some radical shit, both of them. Hillary's just going to do what everybody else has always done, and she'll say whatever she needs to say.
Well,
That's why during the Republican
hold on.
debate-
No, I have to say something there because Hillary has favored all of these massive invasions that have been done in the Middle East. She's been a champion of all of them, even of Kosovo, which had nothing to do with American interest at all. And how it's become the case that that is not radical, that's just the status quo. Anybody who is defending the wars, they're just cool and okay. But
No,
Trump is crazy,
listen.
or Sanders is crazy. That's not true. She has been the last 10, 15, 20 years of U.S. foreign policy and domestic policy has been absolutely crazy, and she's been at the core of it, and that's mainstream. That's.
So I understand. I need to be very specific for you. She's going to be the same as everybody else for the last 20 years. She's
and
not
that's
gonna do
dreadful.
anything.
Okay.
Just relax a bit.
Let's go ahead and see. Let's see what Uncle Bernie has to say about this.
The
He seems
new
like he's
normal
having
is
a
the
really-
problem,
Attorney.
and she's part of it.
My God, who's taking control of my computer again? What's going on? What? Okay.
Yeah, let's listen to Bernie.
Oh, Bernie's taking a break. All right, so let's go back to the discussion, being that they're on a break right now. But I feel like when it comes to Hillary, as Brian said, I definitely agree. She's just going to be following back what the contributors gave her, filling in those favors and stuff.
Yeah.
But hold on, we have a call coming in. Let's go ahead and see what's going on here. DINtv here. What's going on?
Yes, I'd like to ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Elwes, absolute. Like, I know I'm the only solution out here to our world situation. And, people have to know who I am. But, I actually didn't expect you to have a song about I was hoping, so I want to ask a question like,
What's your question?
my question would be, which candidates, when the candidates realize that they say Al Qaeda, ISIS, and Al Qaeda, ISIS, and all of those other terrorist groups, and I don't actually think they know what they're saying, because the words are Arabic or Hebrew language. And I think they're just.
Are you asking like what is ISIS? Like, who are they directing?
No, I'm saying that the candidates, they speak on ISIS and Al Qaeda and Taliban, but actually they don't even know the words that they're saying.
Well, I mean, they have to. I feel like in that stance, I agree with you in a sense, but they have to.
So if they say Taliban is a terrorist group, Al Qaeda is a terrorist group, then they say ISIS is a terrorist group. Okay, well, how is all these words different, but they all mean the same thing? So this is what I'm saying. So evidently, they don't actually know what they're saying. They call everything a terrorist group. You understand what I'm saying?
Definitely. I just feel like it's a way for they have to speak in a way that the majority that actually goes out there and votes is able to understand what they're trying to say.
What the fuck
So whatever words they need to use to get them all amped up, maybe ISIS, Obama, birth certificate, what else? Nuclear, Muslim, Islam. These words trigger those people that go out there and vote for Trump and vote for people like that. So that's why they speak in those type of ways, because that's the easiest way for them to correlate evil, ISIS. Let's go after that. Let's talk about that. How do you guys feel about that? Brian and Jeff or Elena, anybody in the room?
Was it a question from the mobile?
Yes, it was from a telephone. His question was pretty much why do the candidates use all these different words to describe ISIS? Be Arabic, Muslim, ISIS, terrorists. Like why is it that they're using these type of words? What are your opinions?
Candidates don't even know the words that they are saying. They call everything ISIS, Taliban, Al Qaeda, and all of us meaning one thing.
You're saying
But you can't be sure if all of them are different words. And then, the public accept the word because they don't even know what the word is.
It's interesting. It's interesting. No, what he's saying is right. Like everybody's Darth Vader, you know?
Yeah, these have become like snarl words. Like there's IS is the Islamic State.
In other words, like
and
the
then
blind leading the blind.
ISIS is the Islamic State in Syria. ISIL is the Islamic State in the Levant Valley, which includes more than Syria. I think it includes Libya. Can you hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you. It's just that you may have a hard time hearing them, but you're fine.
Okay. So it's basically IS, and I think Obama, to his credit, has started just saying IS is the Islamic State.
I'm not getting any. I can't hear anything.
You're not hearing anybody? Okay.
You have to stay on the DIN website if you're going to talk on the phone with us, so you can hear their answers, because they're answering you, the people that are watching us.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
So am I on the website?
No, you're not. I mean, how are you hearing us?
Is he in a blab?
Okay. If you call in and you stay on the website, you can still see us. You don't have to be logged in to watch us. You can just go on DINtv.com and just jump right in.
So I think the caller is correct. These terms are different. These are different groups. But ISIL and ISIS, those terms have been used kind of interchangeably, but they basically relate to the Islamic State as the common denominator.
Like what we were talking about before, Jeff, where politics and religion like mixes up together in a sense, where religion uses somewhat of a fear tactic, where they use all these words to encompass Satan or the devil, like every bad thing is this one person or this one thing. So it's kind of like how politicians run, where they encompass all evil things that are happening to ISIS, because that's the threat. That's
yeah, sure, but I think he was asking specifically what these terms relate to. Al Qaeda is something different. These are different extremists that are being fought, and actually the U.S. is supporting Al Qaeda in Syria.
Definitely.
I mean, if you start looking at the foreign policy of the West, all of these.
Definitely. But let's go ahead and see what Bernie's saying, because he seems like he's having a good time over there.
He looks like he's saying something.
And I believe we're seeing a flaw in our relationships with Iran is a very positive step. So if your question is, do I want to see that relationship become more positive in the future? Yes. Can I tell you that we should open an embassy in Tehran tomorrow? No, I don't think we should. But I think the goal has got to be, as we have done with Cuba, to move and warm relations with a very powerful and important country in this world.
Your response, Secretary Clinton.
Well, I'm very proud of the Iran nuclear agreement. I was very pleased to be part of what the president put into action when he took office. I was responsible for getting those sanctions imposed, which put the pressure on Iran, that brought them to the negotiating table, which resulted in this agreement. And so they have been, so far, following their requirements under the agreement. But I think we still have to carefully watch them. We've had one good day over 36 years, and I think we need more good days before we move more rapidly toward any kind of normalization. And we have to be sure that they are truly going to implement the agreement, and then we have to go after them on a lot of their other bad behavior in the region, which is causing enormous problems in Syria, Yemen, Iraq, and elsewhere.
You mentioned Syria. Let me ask you about Syria, all of you. Let's turn to Syria, the civil war that has been raging there. Are there any circumstances in which you could see deploying significant numbers of ground forces in Syria, not just special forces, special operators, but significant ground forces to combat ISIS in a direct combat role? Let me start with you, Secretary Clinton.
Absolutely not. I have a three-point plan that does not include American ground forces. It includes the United States leading an air coalition, which is what we are doing, supporting fighters on the ground, the Iraqi army, which is beginning to show more ability, the Sunni fighters that we are now helping to reconstitute, and Kurdish fighters on both sides of the border. I think we also have to try to disrupt their supply chain of foreign fighters and foreign money, and we do have to contest them in online space. So I'm very committed to both going after ISIS, but also supporting what Secretary Kerry is doing to try to move on a political, diplomatic course to try to begin to slow down and hopefully end the carnage in Syria, which is the root of so many of the problems that we see in the region and beyond.
Senator Sanders, the answer is yes or no.
As everybody here knows, this is an incredibly complicated and difficult issue, and I applaud. I know President Obama's been getting a lot of criticism on this. I think he is doing the right thing. What the nightmare is, which many of my Republican colleagues appear to want, is to not have learned the lesson of Iraq. To get American young men and women involved in perpetual warfare in the quagmire of Syria and the Middle East would be an unmitigated disaster that as president I will do everything in my power to avoid.
Andrea,
we should learn from King Abdullah of Jordan, one of the few heroes in a very unheroic place. And what Abdullah said is this is a war for the soul of Islam, and that Muslim troops should be on the ground with our support and the support of other major countries. That is how we destroy ISIS, not with American troops in perpetual warfare.
Governor O'Malley.
Thank you.
Andrea, the governor should lead us to victory in 2 world wars by doing what America does best. And that is by joining forces with others, by acting in coalition. And I believe that President Obama is doing the right thing in this case. We need to learn the lessons from the past. We do need to provide the special ops advisors. We do need to provide the technical support. But over the long term, we need to develop new alliances. We need a much more proactive national security strategy that reduces these threats before they rise to a level where it feels like we need to pull for a division of Marines. And I also want to add one other thing here. I appreciate the fact that in our debate, we don't use the term you hear Republicans throwing around, trying to look all bravado and macho, sending other kids into combat. They keep using the term boots on the ground. A woman in Burlington, Iowa said to me, Governor, when you're with your colleagues, please don't refer to my son, who has served 2 tours of duty in Iraq, as a pair of boots on the ground. We need to be mindful of learning the lessons of the past.
I have a question for Senator Sanders. Did the policies of
All right, you guys. So we got a little bit of their idea as to Iraq and the war.
What is going? What is awaiting us in the foreign policy?
I mean,
it's a disaster. No more Clinton, please.
It would literally be another Bush situation because they're part of the same.
It will be soft, more softly, but it's going to kill the whole economy. Look how Chinese do this. They sell the goods to everyone, all fighting armies, and they will sell everything to the graves. So it's just, I don't know. It's not called war anymore. There is no such power anymore.
We make a lot of money when we send people out to war, so like, why not? Let's send them
one preparation,
boots on the ground.
The country in general just lost.
Utilitarian arguments are really troublesome when you talk about war, because war is about killing people, massive destruction, and to say, well, the Chinese are going to benefit or the U.S. is going to sell this or that.
I disagree with you. I think war, like, originally was about, like, once you get to, like, something Martin Luther, a big thing that he had this whole, like, book about war book. Like, there was a printing press. Like, but
you're talking about St. Augustine? I think maybe the
No, I'm talking about Martin Luther with the 95 Theses.
Okay.
He had this whole idea that war was, like, the last result.
Right.
And so, like, that's pretty much what war originated from, was when you couldn't come to an agreement or you wanted to take someone's land. It was one or the other. Like, if they wouldn't just give me their land or give me power, then I'm going to take it by force. Or it was like, you can't come to an agreement, so, like, last resort, we're going to fight each other, like, to the death.
I mean, I get you.
It's unnecessary that we that we do this because I think I agree with Martin Luther in that point. I see it the same way. Like
you're not fighting for America when you're in the army, okay? First off, you are a pawn in these old men, that these corporations who own these. When you look at why they're going into these places for the war, you look at the gas lines that are between these countries. You look at the profits that are going to be made if they were to go into war. Who's the war really benefiting? It's not helping us. We've been through so many wars and it hasn't come out to anything great. So obviously what we're doing isn't working at this point. So maybe we should come together and actually have a conversation with all these different groups and come out with something instead of sending people to go kill other people. To do what? Whoever has the biggest body count was the winner. Like, who wins at the end? Nobody, because both sides have losses.
But this is like the Mexican thing. I mean, we cause these problems. These regimes we put in power. We put them in power 10 years ago because we thought it was a good idea. 5 years later, we don't like him anymore, so we start a war and we go over there. We just messed up about 20 years ago in the whole Middle East. Every single bet that the U.S. made was a bad bet.
We're going to pay for it.
This is all caused by the U.S.
Yeah,
that's the problem. That's why I think Bernie might be a good guy. I mean, he's like, loves fighting. I mean, you can imagine her at home. She's a fighter.
Well, we unfortunately we elect a president. It's like we expect him to be a good guy and everything. I will say that what he said about the Iraq War in this debate, I think was spot on. It was a horrible. It was a horrible thing. I think we can suspect that many in the U.S. Who championed the war got into it for very cynical reasons and not,
of course,
to destabilize people, because we really knew that it was
a pretense on a lie. It was a lie.
Yeah, Iraq was not responsible for the weapons of mass destruction. We knew all that. So I think he was spot on what he said about the Iraq war that I heard. So that's really.
The niche of it, pretty much. It's
that's really it. I have a problem with Augustinian just war theory, even though I think some of it's sound. There's still problems with it. I never read what Martin Luther wrote about it, so I'll defer to your readings on that. But
war to me is barbaric. If you're not able to correlate a conversation and debate about something and speak to another leader's nation and come out with certain terms that you have to shed blood to prove a point or to try to prove that your version is right, that's a problem. You need to be able to speak to one another. I feel like that's the most barbaric thing to do, to have to kill somebody to prove a point. Like
it's also not realistic as well. That's not realistic too, because since the beginning of time, the strong have destroyed the weak. That's the way the human race works. I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's what's happened. You look at the Vikings, you look at the Romans, you look at
they were invaders. No, they were invaders.
America were invaders, and
yes,
were invaders.
They were. Yes,
everybody in the world are invaders. That's what we do.
But at the same time,
well, why do we want to call that a good thing? We want.
No, and the thing is, who said it's a good thing? Nobody said it's a good thing. I just think you have to acknowledge. I said war is a good thing.
No, he said that it's always happened since the beginning of time.
It's always happened. I never said it was a good thing.
Okay, I misunderstood you. It seemed like you were defending it.
But
I do think that wars become so natural, almost, especially the United States, because they're kind of almost we were colonizers, but we were also kind of forced almost into it after the World Wars. Like we didn't want to get involved in World War I, and then
there was no need for us to get involved in. So
the United States took defense for itself, and I'm not going to say whether or not that was good or bad, but we were involved, and all of a sudden we were kind of forced to be involved.
Okay, wait a minute. World War I. The average American did not want to get involved in World War I, but the American president, who was Woodrow Wilson, very much wanted to be involved in World War I. And he ran for president and promised to keep the U.S. out of the war, and that's why he won. But he wanted to get the U.S. in the war, and he did. But
he didn't until U.S. citizens were bombed and injured in a submarine. Like that was like the big.
No, the
and of course we were involved underhandedly, like just as we were in World War II.
No, U.S. citizens. The U.S. was never bombed by the European forces at all. What happened was there was a ship called the Lusitania that was sent to. It was a cruise ship. It was and it was sent to. It was sent to. I'm sorry if somebody finds this boring, but I don't know. You know,
who was that? Was that Brian? Brian being Brian.
But I don't know if you want to
go, Brian.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm messing with you. I'm messing.
The U.S. was not just. The U.S. was not just reluctantly dragged into this war. The U.S. Regime, the politicians, very much wanted to be in this war. And
either way, whether or not they were or weren't, like eventually, because of a bunch of wars, to keep ourselves ahead and to keep the U.S. has it fixated on this idea: if we want to stay the U.S., if we want to stay ahead, if we want to stay top powers in the world, we have to be able to beat everybody else.
We have a lot of karma. We have a lot of karma to work out here in America. Not to mention the blood and tears that America was built on.
So if we got in the war to feel good about ourselves, if we engaged in mass destruction to feel good about ourselves, or because we felt inferior or we wanted to feel really tough, that doesn't say much for us either. So
we're just saying, we're sore losers. We will not admit that we're wrong, but we'll help you fix what we did wrong. I mean, I won't tell you I killed off all most of I pretty much committed genocide when it comes to Native Americans, but I'll give you no taxes and you can get this part of land, okay? We won't we
can be very flip about this and talk about it in the context of reality TV or whatever, but millions of people were killed because of things that the U.S. got involved in that they shouldn't have. We really shouldn't be kind of flipsy and.
Nobody's flipsy. All I'm saying is that I love that new word.
Thank you. I think I just coined it actually.
The world has been built. The world has been built on mayhem and destruction of bad people doing things to good people, and there's that great saying which is like, for terrible things to happen, you don't need bad people. You just need good people to do nothing. So let me finish for a second.
I have to disagree with you on that. The world hasn't been built on that. The world has been built despite that. It's not because of destruction. That's a destruction.
Oh my God.
Okay, go ahead. But no, destruction has not built the world.
You look at him. He's the mark over there.
I'm going to make one more point, and I could be right or wrong, but here's my point that I'm just trying to get to. I just feel that generally speaking, women and older men don't start as many wars. I just feel I don't count Hilary as a woman, by the way. Is she?
I think you're right about that. Yes, I agree.
She became a man already.
She's a man.
Bill Clinton would say otherwise,
Honestly, you come to LA. Anyway, but I'm just saying, I just feel that Bernie is not as likely to start wars as the other people. That's my only feeling. He seems
very likely to start. He's only moderately likely to start a war.
Speaking of Grandpa Bernie, Grandpa Bernie's on right now. Let's see what he's saying.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, let's see what Grandpa has to say.
Grandpa Bernie.
To make sure that we do not allow ISIS to transmit in terms of long walls. Right. What we have got to do there is, among other things, as I was just saying, have Silicon Valley help us to make sure that information being transmitted through the internet or in other ways by ISIS is in fact discovered. But I do believe we can do that without violating the constitutional and privacy rights of the American people. We have to go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to get to some of the burning questions these candidates have
The break one,
I love that.
Okay, I freaking hate Bernie now. I just hated Bernie. I just hated him. Listen, right now, just when he said that, I can't believe But we already have worse privacy invasion issues than we've ever had. I mean, our lives are a disaster. Facebook, Google. Has anyone actually ever checked the terms that are inside Gmail? If you don't use your Gmail account for 6 months, it is part of the public domain.
Oh, really? I didn't know about that.
Now, that's just like one tiny little paragraph. There are hundreds of these paragraphs that we don't read. We just go click. I agree. And Bernie wants to. That's it, Bernie. You're out, man. I'm going for the man. I'm going for the man, Hillary.
The man.
The man, Hillary.
Nice.
Can we just call her Harry?
Harry.
Oh my God. What a rotten fucking system.
I think honestly, like with internet security, like it doesn't bother people if you're not doing anything, but it bothers people if you're maybe not erasing your browser history and somebody's seeing something that you shouldn't be seeing.
It doesn't matter if you erase your browser history. The NSA is.
Like people kind of bring it upon themselves. Like I don't care if people know what I'm doing, even if I like am doing something that maybe I shouldn't be up to. Like I don't care. Know what you want. You see
No.
who I am.
Even you don't
Suppose
do
you were trying to
anything
get
bad.
a job. No, I'm sorry. Suppose so. This stuff is being mined and kept forever.
So then stop applying for jobs on the internet. If it really bothers you, then go into
Well, no.
face-to-face.
All right. Suppose like 20 years from now.
Avoidable.
Be nice, Brian.
Somebody that you had a casual encounter with on the internet. All of a sudden, this person falls out of favor. It's not even you, but they can mine all this data and find out that you had a connection with that person. This is the evil thing about being
monitored by Big Brother.
This data mining, and even if it's metadata, which we've later found out it's not just metadata, but as far as who you've connected with and so forth. What happens is 10 years from now, maybe you anger somebody, some political figure, maybe you want to do something. They can go back into your records, see who you talk to, when you talk to them.
That's the whole Scientology. That's what you do with Scientology.
And they can create a narrative about you that very easily, and you're like, oh well, I'm okay because I don't do bong hits on, or whatever. I don't do these unsorted things. It doesn't matter. You're associated with people. It's guilt by association.
You can get a psychological profile on somebody just by going on their social media. I'm so serious. I can understand your mind. I can understand your personality just by going on your social media, on your Facebook, on your Instagram, and create a profile on you.
Idea of who you are.
You know, isn't there? I forgot which state it was, but there's a state that's actually testing out this new internet security method where they connect all the street cameras and connect everything together in this hub, and then pretty much monitor people and gauge them and put them in different threat levels. So you're either a green threat, a orange threat, or a red threat. And it correlates that algorithm by looking at your social media and your dark web history and all of that stuff. So the government's doing this. It's just pretty much we can't stop them at this point.
You can very easily fall out of favor with whoever the regime is. So let's say Trump wins, okay? And let's say he's looking for people who favor immigration and stuff, and he wants to marginalize you and make sure you don't get a job. He's got all of this ready-made metadata. He can just connect the dots and totally discredit you. So, it's my life is boring. No, that's not how it works. Look at the
stop going on all those naughty sites, you guys, because everyone's watching.
Nope.
This is a really big point in there. What Jeff is saying is this has got nothing to do with sites. This is your cell phone that's turned off. This is the show that we're talking about. The fact that I just called Hillary Harry, I'm screwed. By the way, the fact that you laughed at me, you're screwed too. This is like.
I am not scared of Hillary. I'm scared of you, Hillary. Okay,
no, but it's a big point. This is a really
all
big
being mined and curated, and it can be used against
part of that 2030 plan. Mark's a part of that 2030 plan, trying to get the internet everywhere. so that you just get a kill switch. Just like, isn't that how they? Did you guys hear about the whistleblower who released all the documents about the drone strikes that Obama carried out, and like 99% of the drone strikes were like they never killed the intended target. It was always collateral damage.
Right. Yes.
And
it's estimated that about 20 some people get killed who are unidentified. We don't know who they are.
And it's like a video game. It's literally you're watching it on a screen and just pressing the button.
And there was a recent the drone strike people actually are having PTSD symptoms because they're targeting random innocent people, and there's a culture about it that's.
And what's the government solution, Jeff? They're testing new medication to help suppress PTSD symptoms in soldiers.
All your senses, yeah.
Like really, you are boots on the ground. So if I was that lady,
instead of just sitting there and giving them the therapy that they really need,
exactly. So if that mom came to me and was like, "Don't call my son boots on the ground," I'm gonna look at her and say, "He's boots on the ground." Because does your son know what he's fighting for, or is he fighting for 4 years of free education once he gets out?
Exactly.
That's what they don't know what they're fighting for. What they know they're fighting for is free travel, and they get 4 years of college education.
And you can't take a course when you're in Afghanistan.
Exactly.
On a battlefield, and when half your face is blown off, and
oh wait, it's off commercial.
Oh, but let's go ahead and stick back into the debate.
Yeah,
and see what's going on there.
Unfortunately,
Grandpa Bernie, what Grandpa Bernie
continues to fight the old Cold War with the Soviet Union. Very little of that budget, less than 10%, actually goes into fighting ISIS and international terrorism. We need to be thinking hard about making fundamental changes in the priorities of the Defense Department.
All right, Secretary Clinton, this is the first time that a spouse of a former president could be elected president. You have said that President Clinton would advise you on economic issues, but be specific if you can. Are you talking about a kitchen table role on economics, or really have a real policy role?
Well, it'll start at the kitchen table. We'll see how it goes from there. And I'm going to have the very best advisors that I can possibly have. And when it comes to the economy and what was accomplished under my husband's leadership in the 90s, especially when it came to raising incomes for everybody and lifting more people out of poverty than any time in recent history, you bet I'm going to ask for his ideas, I'm going to ask for his advice, and I'm going to use him as a goodwill emissary to go around the country to find the best ideas we've got. Because I do believe, as he said, everything that's wrong with America has been solved somewhere in America. We just have to do more of it, and we have to reach out, especially into poor communities and communities of color, to give more people their own chance to get ahead.
Senator Sanders, a 30-second response here.
Great ideas, Governor Maui, Secretary Clinton. But here's the truth. If you have an administration stacked with Wall Street appointees, they can accomplish very much. So here's a promise that I make. And I mentioned a moment ago how corrupt the system is. Goldman Sachs, paying a $5 billion fine, gives this country in recent history a Republican Secretary of Treasury, a Democratic Secretary of Treasury. Here's a promise. If elected president, Goldman Sachs is not going to bring forth a Secretary of Treasury for a Sanders administration.
Senator Sanders, let me ask you a question. Bill Clinton's past transgressions totally disgraceful and unacceptable. Senator, do you regret saying that?
I was asked a question. You know, one of the things, Andrew, and that question annoys me. I cannot walk down the street, Secretary Clinton knows this, without being told how much I have to attack Secretary Clinton. Want to get me on the front pages of the paper, I make some vicious attack. I have avoided doing that, trying to run an issue-oriented campaign. I was ask a question.
You didn't have to answer it that way, though.
I think that if I don't answer it, then there's another front page says yes. And I mean this seriously. You know that. We've been through this. Yes, his behavior was deplorable. Have I ever once said a word about that issue? No, I have not. I'm going to debate Secretary Clinton and Governor Malley on the issues facing the American people, not Joe Clinton's personal behavior. We will take a break. We'll continue from Charleston right after this.
Yeah, it's entire truth that Bernie is too deep for the majority of the population.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. He tries to explain something, but
yeah. Guys, listen, I've got to go to sleep. Just sleep tight knowing that on November 6th, the idiot masses are going to vote for more of this crap all over again. We're going to be fucked all over again, okay? So, everybody, peace.
Peace out.
Thank you.
I don't know. I wouldn't underestimate people who are watching this. I think they probably can sense that Bernie is making better points than Hillary, and I think
yes.
It might be condescending to say that nobody can grasp this. Of course, people who watch debates are a very self-selected crew, so that doesn't mean that the voters are going to be en masse listening to this. But I think the people who of average intelligence who are watching this will see that Hillary is the monster that she is, and
that's why.
And that Bernie is making some really good points here.
I definitely have to say, like, I did agree with Bernie with how he's saying, like, he's not getting on the top page by bashing Hillary or by bashing it. Like, he's answering questions, and he's, like, that's something that I do really respect. When watching the Republican debate the other day, it was really frustrating for me to watch. Like, that's so irrelevant. Like, why are you, like, bashing the Democrats? Like, I understand you're Republican. Like, why are you bashing each other? I just want you to answer the question. I want to know why I should elect you as president, not why I shouldn't elect someone else as president.
I think they're scared of. I think they're scared of.
Who would you vote for?
That's why they were talking about Hillary. They didn't mention Bernie once, and they did that because they want to take the direction out of him and focus on Hillary. And
if they bashed Hillary enough, then they bashed the Democrats enough that they didn't even have to worry about Bernie.
Bernie is the millennials. Literally, he's represents us. Because he has all the ideals that we have. It's just that
what was the ideals of social justice?
If actually, like we live in a generation now that the wool is lifting from our eyes. We're not the traditional 9 to 5 people. We're the people that want to go out there. We're transparent. We want to start our own things. We want to make our own movements. We want to change something. So I feel like
we're done asking for help. We just want to do it.
Exactly, and for that, like it's breaking the old stigma of America, and we're coming into a new America, and it's because it's causing the parties to differ slightly when it comes to Obama's politics, because Obama's very like new world. And
so, can I ask you, under this new paradigm, it sounds like you don't need the state. You don't need to have a politician telling you what to do, or
at all. That's what I said. I vote for a whole restructure of the government for what it is like now. I feel like
why do you need a government if your generation is
but at the same time, like,
you need to get rid of like the 60s and 70s babies. Like they're just like they won't go away.
But at the same time,
they're the ones who vote. They're the ones who go out there.
They have tried not to have a government structure at all, but just because of the amount of population, you can't not have some sort of. It turns into a government eventually.
Hopefully,
gets created because population is so big.
Hopefully, that's one of the biggest problems on Earth right now: overpopulation.
But I think that's natural for us to eventually kind of create some sort of government, if we call it that or not. Like you get people together, you're gonna get a leader.
But it can be a voluntary.
Like communism is kind of like in the core is to like split it up and make it even, but that's only great on paper.
No, but that's a simplistic. Like it's not just a great study to look at with all the different factions is when you look at Spain, and especially if you go back to Spain in the time when Franco was there, and you look at all of the different factions from the anarchists to the communists to the socialists,
to the fascists, to the deep Catholics, to the religious and everything else. And you realize back then was a time when all of these different movements all felt equally strongly, and the anarchists to a certain extent were the millennials of today, where they just wanted a complete change. But when it came to it, like, people come together under authentic leaders. The system and the structure doesn't generally change that much. Look,
So where do you feel like you need to be led? Like, what do you need as far as a leader? I mean, if you, in other words, like a leader,
I definitely think authenticity was a key word that he said.
Well,
for a leader.
No, I'm not talking about just.
No, he's talking about what type of leader.
What do you need a leader to do? If you know how to manage your life and all that, why do you need some kind of leader? What would they do?
I feel like it would be more or less like a surrogate to communicate what you want in your life to other people.
And maybe to help,
like a spokesperson,
kind of like throw the chafe up in the air and make sure all the bad blood goes away. But kind of just still, like, we still need some sort of structure for people who definitely have medical issues,
like a father figure, or like a 10 Commandments, but like one that's not so chauvinistic.
10 Commandments, like basic laws, like just don't kill each other.
Yeah.
And I think we definitely need someone who can stand over and at least govern the basics to make sure that things aren't falling apart, because things are going to fall apart at the seams if we all take control. I mean, there are crazy people out there that will be crazy. Like, we do need some sort of. I actually have a really good quote that it's part of the 1%. He goes to the Bilderberg conferences that happen every year, and one of the quotes he said was, he said that back in the day it was easier to control 5 million people than to kill them. In today's time, it's easier to kill 5 million people than actually controlling them. And I feel like that's actually what we're like.
I would say he's got major mommy issues.
I say I think it's for real. Honestly, like, if you think about it, the biggest picture, like the biggest problem overall is overpopulation.
Honestly, easier to control today. All you have to do is have control of Twitter and Facebook and the social media. But to the point on
really control the content that is the content that controls.
Yeah, of course.
Because if the content goes away, then if the Twitter celebrities go away, then Twitter is nothing.
They're not going to go away, and then all you have to do is get a tipping point on it. Like, that system is well tried and tested; it works really well. I think the point on millennials is super interesting, though, because I don't think they want any less government or anything. From everything I've heard so far and all the conferences that I've been to, where advertisers are selling to millennials, I just feel that there's a huge cry out for authenticity right now. If you've got a politician, they don't have to have massively different things. They just have to say, like, the stuff 100. Keep it 100, and like the stuff that Donald Trump is saying, it's his truth. It may be crazy, mad rhetoric, but it's his truth. And people are respecting the fact that he's speaking his truth. Like, I liked the fact that he talked about the teleprompters. I mean, why the hell am I electing someone who needs to read everything they say? But he's the only one who had the balls to say that. So I just think Bernie's great at speaking his truth. Hey, does anybody know how far he is behind?
We have got to get rid of super PACs. We have got to get rid of Citizens United. And what we have got to do is create a political revolution which revitalizes American democracy, which brings millions of young people and working people into the political process to say loudly and clearly that the government of the United States of America belongs to all of us and not just a handful of wealthy campaign contributors.
All right. Well, thank you. And thanks to all of you for being here tonight, shedding light on some of the differences as Americans get ready to vote. I also want to thank the Congressional Black Caucus Institute and certainly my friend and colleague, Andrew Mitchell. This has been great. It's been a great spirited conversation, and American people appreciate it. Let me turn it over to my friend Chuck Todd now. Chuck?
But she's
Lester, thank you, and a terrific job moderating this debate tonight. Andrea as well.
So I don't know, from the folks here, I hear on the one hand the current generation is independent and wants to do its own thing, but on the same sense, you're watching this debate and looking for these old farts to to tell you what to do, and so I'm a little conflicted here as far as how independent this generation is based on just a very small sample, obviously.
This generation has at least some intentions. They of course didn't prove it yet.
Like, I'm done waiting for the young guy. I'm done waiting for the guy who can like relate with us. I'm sick of it. Like, I'm sick of everyone being like, I just want someone young who can relate with like my generation. Like, no, I'm done. Like, I just want someone.
I'm old. I'll tell you what to do if you want me to.
But like, I'm ready for someone who has the balls to say, I have more experience than you. I have more knowledge than you. I'm ready to take the world where it needs to go.
And also knowing that and still taking my opinion, taking my perspective into account, even knowing that you know what you know, but still giving me the benefit of the doubt and allowing me to give you an idea or give you an opinion. That's what we want. Like, don't chastise us because of age, because age right now, to me, age is just a number. You can have 50-year-olds who act like little kids. So you have to stay in that mind frame of we're both adults, no matter our age. Like, we both have opinions, so allow us to be able to speak and allow us to be able to talk, you know? Right. So I think that's where our generation is at right now, where our opinion does matter and that you should at least hear it out and not just push it to the side because you've been here longer or you know better, you know? Because you might learn something new. Like, those people, those old farts
been here longer and still not know shit.
This world is scaring people. Like, the times that we live in now, when it comes to technology and like social issues, like progression, when it comes to transsexuals or black mainstream media or the way social media is, or Twitter, Facebook, all these new technologies and all these new ways of experiencing life, it scares people. It doesn't.
I'm not scared by that.
Scare some people. Jeff, we know you're like Rambo. You're like a political Rambo, but pretty much it's just I don't know. Like, you just have to be informed on this stuff so that when it does happen, you're not like, oh my god, like what's happening? It's like, well, this has been happening. You just need to catch up and like not be scared. Like, be knowledgeable. Know your stuff.
I also am getting frustrated with people who don't know and then either like go crazy because they don't know and it's new, or they act like they know. Like, I'm also ready for someone to be ready to be like, I don't know and I don't know how to do best and I'm willing to hear you out. Like, that's someone I think we need. We need someone who's just really transparent and clear and authentic, but we also need someone who will take power and will be open about, like, you know, I just don't know what's best for the situation.
Mm-hmm. What do you guys think, Jeff and Brian? Like, what are your thoughts?
I think if Jeff wants to get an insight into millennials, just look at the media that millennials watch. I mean, the media is not mainstream media. They're not beautiful, perfect. They're not beautiful, perfect people who are on Channel 9 News. They're on channels like this. They're live streaming. They're people who are flawed.
They're people out there. I love millennials. I think you're the future. I have no qualms with what you and Dalton as far as
you know what my definition of authentic.
I love a lot of your music and whatever else you contribute to the culture.
Oh, you're a twerker then, Jeff. You're a twerker. Jeff's a twerker.
I've never twerked.
But what were you saying, Brian?
No, I said that the millennial, like from a perspective of kind of understanding it, you look at what authentic really means, and authentic really means flawed. And I believe that's why people like Bernie Sanders are getting a really good traction, because he's saying, look, he looks flawed. He doesn't try and look perfect like a Donald Trump doesn't try and look perfect. Yeah. They're more a real person. While these other idiots, they go up there looking beautiful with their perfect hair and their perfect ties and their perfect everything, and they say the same perfect lines from the perfect prompters with the perfect assistants that they've had for the last 20 years, and it worked 5 years ago. Obama,
his housewife that's on the billboard, like,
man, you got it. And like Obama, I think Obama today wouldn't get in because he doesn't look authentic. That's the problem.
No. Even when he talks, like, I've never gotten that, like, oh my gosh, I feel it, like, emotionally. Like, I get that a lot.
He's a great speaker, and
you know, so funny. I get that more from. I get more of a emotional feeling from Trump than Obama.
Yeah.
Even if it's anger or like frustration, it's still something. Like,
just like.
Yeah, even Bernie. Like, when Bernie talks, I can tell, like, he cares, like he does.
He was a great speaker at one point, but now it's like
Yeah, right here we have someone on Blab saying that he seemed more authentic 8 years ago, which I would agree with. Like when he came to office, he seemed a lot more authentic, but then he kind of fell into like the mold.
now he
Like,
acts like
almost
he's
a mold. Like, you
annoyed.
kind of have to he acts like he's annoyed. I think that's a great way to say it. Like he's done.
He's over
like,
it. He's done. He's already.
He doesn't want to.
He was never really that authentic. He was just really good at social. He was the first one who managed to he
That's
ran a
true,
social
too.
campaign. He did it like over in the UK.
He wasn't
Tony Blair
authentic,
did
just was
the
a
same
great
thing.
speaker.
Yeah, he looked young. He looked
doing.
handsome. He played basketball. He like talked to you. Oh yeah.
People could relate.
And he jumped right on that social media because when he started running, that's when social media really. That's when MySpace died out, and then Facebook really took over, and Twitter started coming out of the woodwork.
Social media in his
And
advantage in the time where social media was what people were just.
Because I remember the celebrities were endorsing him like crazy when he first started running, and I remember tweet this, vote for
Let me
yes,
tell you something.
this.
I'll tell
He's
you-
on Ellen. He's on Oprah. Like,
Yeah.
And I'll tell you something really upsetting about Obama. When he came to LA and he wanted to look at entrepreneurship, he didn't go to the poor areas in LA and showcase the poor areas and get those kids up. He went to the sexiest, most expensive, most beautiful space, which is just up the road from me, and met with the sexiest, the most beautiful people and looked for the most phenomenal technology.
Which is me.
Ryan, may I ask you?
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm getting ready to head out. This was wonderful. Had a great time.
Thank you, Jeff, for tuning into DINtv. We hope to see you again. Honestly,
Thanks for including me. Yes, I've been coming on here. It's a wonderful way to exchange ideas and talk about important issues.
Spread the word, man. DINtv is going to be big. And you're one of the first ones.
I think it is going to be big.
Awesome. So thank you so much for joining us. Have a good night.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to meet everybody.
Have a good night.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
Brian, let me ask you, if that wasn't Obama, imagine that Bush visited LA or Clinton. Do you think it will be the different places they choose to go?
Clinton, I feel like she would go to a minority place. I feel like she would do that because she likes to. She gets off that energy, like that demographic. Because even when she was first being
It
elected,
doesn't matter how.
because she was doing the Twitter circuit at one point during her campaign. She was going to all the black media and like doing the naming, doing like the social media stuff.
No, but here's the difference, right? If Hillary goes to those areas, she's not going to look comfortable, right? She's going to look like it's going to look because like her Gucci stuff would look all bad. Now, Bill Clinton, on the other hand,
yeah, he's a cool guy.
Did you ever see the movie? You ever seen the movie True Colors? I think it was called True Colors. Our primary colors are
Yeah, something like that. Yes.
Was it like a documentary? It wasn't like a movie.
No, it's a movie.
One of the most greatest political documentary movies, which is done by John Travolta. It's Bill Clinton. And Bill Clinton was what we thought authentic was before. And authentic was a guy who had beers with his friends and played with the saxophone and was just a cool guy. But then he went and he slept with everybody and he did bad stuff.
Was cool.
Yeah, but now
I don't care if a president is sleeping with a whole bunch of. If you're having a sex scandal as a president, I don't care. Like, how's my economy? How's my money? Like, that's your personal life.
Like your focus shouldn't be on the sex scandal, and I like wish if you're president you could like keep yourself together a little bit better. But if you are like, okay, cool, like exactly what you're saying.
That's like Brian.
Get over it. How's our economy? Because
I'm okay with it.
Your sex scandal shouldn't be what's on top of the
Exactly.
media.
Like, can you imagine, like, if Brian was my boss and I was just like on him, Brian, who are you going out with late at night like that? Like, who? Like, that's not my business. Like, the only thing that I need to be asking him about is business. Like, I don't need to be knowing about his personal life. Like, that's.
No, listen, I had no problem with his sex scandals. He just probably shouldn't have said he didn't do it.
And it's just a BJ. Like, it's not a big deal. Like. It's like a kiss. It's a big deal.
And
so,
I'm not gonna. Like your morals probably aren't my morals, so I'm not gonna hold you accountable to my beliefs. But at the same time, like just like get done what your job is. Do your job.
If Obama came out and just did a full disclosure and just really laid it out like how the economy really is, I feel like people will respect him. People would rally behind him, and I think the politicians are scared to do that because they feel like it's a either or. It's a 50-50. We may like want to build it better, or we may like chastise them and want to get revenge.
Kevin, he is in the party. He also needs to live after presidency, you know. So he disclosed all the things he disclosed everything. He doesn't have a chance. He needs to go to, I don't know, live on the moon.
The only reason why I'm voting for Hillary.
With all the other rich people.
The only reason why I'm voting for Hillary because she is for alien disclosure. She's.
Are you voting for Harry?
Hillary, yes, Hillary, because she's for alien disclosure. She wants to disclose Area 51. She wants to disclose the UFO phenomenon, and I want to know what the hell is going on planet Earth. What are these things that are interacting with us, like that are not humans? Hillary knows.
You know, like, I think it's great that Hillary might hopefully get rid of my debt, but that's not why I'm not voting for her.
I need to know. Like Hillary's gonna tell me.
I want to figure out how she's able to keep her hair so platinum blonde every moment.
It's a uterus thing.
Like what dye are you using? Like I might vote for her just to find out that information. Like,
can you imagine that's her Instagram gonna be like? It's gonna be like a Michelle Obama. She could not be a Michelle. Like I can't picture Hillary as president. I'm sorry. Like I just get Mitch Trenchbull, like Matilda Trenchbull vibe from her.
I picture her as the stepmom that's really trying to connect with you, but didn't move in with you until you were like 16. But she's really trying to like.
I'm the cool mom. I'm the cool mom.
She really wants you to love her, and she really just wants you to accept her. And the whole time,
but you know she's like evil deep inside. Like she has no soul deep inside.
I don't know you. You're not my mom. Like your hair is always so blonde. You make my friends laugh. Goodbye.
Do me a favor. Watch the film. Watch the movie before you vote. Just watch the movie Primary Colors. Because Bill Clinton comes out okay. She comes out like a freaking witch. Like, who allows their husband to act like that for 30 years? Seriously.
But I mean, they've been around they've been together for a long time though. Weren't they like college sweethearts or something?
In charge of me, like if you're like I don't know if I was married to a guy and he was acting all like willy nilly, like who am I to be? Like I can tell you to like figure yourself out or I'm leaving you.
I'm sorry.
Like,
if you're a queen,
what you do.
If you're a queen, a first lady, come on. Like you know what the deal is.
No, it's not just that.
Other people.
It's not just that. Watch the movie because what it does is it shows how they start off as really nice idealists when they were in college, and then they get to positions on the trail where they have to make decisions and they go on a path. And then if you look at who they are now, you look at who she is now, she's a career politician. Like she's not going to do anything to help this country. She's just going to do what she needs to do to stay in power for 8 years, the same way that she's done what she needed to do for 40 years to stay in power.
Absolutely, 100%.
More of it, as long as I can see myself on top of the world, this is a success for her. For her, success is being noticed at a grand level. And it doesn't matter how that is, and it doesn't matter who's affected in who she tramples over. I agree. I think
Al Gore
and she doesn't.
She won't help women. It's the same way that Obama didn't help black people. She won't help women.
I agree.
Did Al Gore losing break the quantum time continuum? So now we're just living in a messed up world ever since Bush came into power. Because I remember being in elementary school and people just saying Al Gore should have won. Because I remember people mostly talking about Al Gore. People weren't really rooting for Bush when I was younger. I remember Al Gore was a big deal, and so was Spice Girls.
Yeah.
Al Gore just actor from movies.
What you said about she's not
smiling, nice.
He was talking about global warming from the 90s. He was talking about that stuff from way back.
Global warming, right?
Yeah.
He was the first president I voted for. We had little voting stations in elementary school, and I voted for him.
What? As a human, using my brain and common sense, I would want to use the funds that I get from
common sense. We have those. I thought only government people have those.
They don't even have that.
Oh yeah.
But why not invest money in free technologies and free energy? There's so many little startups that are out there that are really making fundamental moves when it comes to technologies and helping the world, cleaning the water. I mean, how many rounds of guns do you need? How many tractors do you need to build? Or not tractors. See, I'm so I don't even know.
Even tractors. Even tractors.
Tractors. Tanks. I
don't know. There are probably people out there.
Wasn't there some report where they were making so many tanks they didn't know what to do with them that they ended up destroying them after making them?
It was just extra rubble.
I'm sorry. We are really slow as Americans. We're really slow.
We just need to get ourselves together.
We really do. Brian, help us. You're vice president, I'm president. What changes are we making?
There was speaking of the R word, there was a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful tweet somebody made a really horrible comment about one of the presidential nominees and called them the R word. And then there was a tweet back from the head of the association for people who are mentally handicapped or disabled, and it was the most beautiful tweet I've ever seen in my whole life. It was the classiest stand-up act, and he totally destroyed it. It was trending. I'm surprised it wasn't on. You didn't see it, but it was just really beautiful. And I think there's some luck with this election. I'm kind of more interested in this election than I've been in an election for a long time. I'm veering towards Bernie. I gotta tell you,
I really am. Me too.
Even though possibly he'd be detrimental to me, I think I'm kind of veering towards him because I feel like he's the only person
for the
who's going to cause war in there.
Yeah, I feel like it, but Hillary's gonna win. She has the corporates down her back. She's Bush family. She's Clinton legacy. She is.
I think Trump has just as many.
Trump is gonna win.
I think Trump has just.
I think Trump is going to win. I'm with you. I'm sure Trump's
going to win. Like
Trump is going to.
A lot of.
Look, I feel Trump is going to win, and his headpiece is going to be the vice president.
Most likely.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to win though. I think he's going to say something that's going to really put his foot in his mouth before his election's end. It's going to mess up his whole thing.
Getting a lot, like he's getting a lot of negative feedback. He's still kind of respected. When I think Hillary, all her negative feedback makes her a joke. Like I think a lot more people see her as a fool for her negative feedback rather than people just see Trump as a jerk.
Well, I see. Okay, yeah, I see your correlation with that, but. I mean, Trump says some really obnoxious, stupid stuff too, like banning all Muslims. Like, that's so stupid.
People respect him.
It's like me saying ban all black people because the black people in Africa, which is let's not even get started in Africa and the genocide that's happening over there on a daily basis. Like literally,
it is different. He's speaking to real concerns. I don't like him, by the way. I don't vote for him. But he's speaking to, when it comes to Mexico, when it comes to Muslims, when it comes to immigration, he's blunt. And you go to these smaller towns, man, they love him. They die.
If the Native Americans thought like Trump, we wouldn't even be here in this instance right now. Because what? We're immigrants.
Are you sure though?
I mean, I don't know. Small towns in Middle America, they love Donald Trump.
I think he said dumb things, but I mean, if I was standing up there, I would probably say dumb things that I didn't mean to say the way I said it. But I don't think that he really thinks that way. Like, I think he is.
If he doesn't really think that way, then he shouldn't speak like that way. If you're running for president, you know what? The whole police thing too.
Okay.
If you're going for a job, you need to know the prerequisites of the job. If you're going to be a policeman, you need to know that you're going to be put up in crazy situations and that you need to be prepared for it. If you're going to be a president, you need to know that you're going to need to be able to speak to people clearly and efficiently so they understand the policies.
Users speak.
Okay, Kirill wants to talk. Kirill says users need to speak.
Just imagine recall how this campaign has started. Then nobody brought up any real issues like immigration, and everyone tried to avoid all this because there is no solution of this. So Trump was the first who has the balls to speak out and all this stuff, and it's really respectful. Another thing, his solutions. It's just separate.
He's still respectable, even though he says stupid stuff.
I
don't agree, but I still respect the fact that you at least said what you believe. I totally disagree with what you believe. Like, I think it's ignorant and just frustrating, but.
I want to know what I really know. I want to know Trump's secret because his intention and affirmations come to fruition. It's scary. He talks like he's the best thing in the world since he's always been, and he always gets what he wants anytime he talks about it. It's scary. Because I remember him doing when he was doing a reality show, Apprentice, and he would talk about like how he thinks he might run for president. You'd look at him like he's crazy, and now he's a huge contender now of becoming president. Even like the Simpsons thought that he was going to be president back in the 90s, and
here he is.
They also predicted 9/11.
I mean, but at the same time, it wouldn't be too bad to have someone in presidency that could just like be that convincing.
No, because then when you're
Like,
when you're emotional,
because look at my hair.
if you're making decisions based off emotion, it's the worst type of president that you want. Because then after you make the decision rationally, and later on the line, we have to pay for the repercussions.
I don't think that
he is not making anything on emotion. I
agree with you.
He's the smartest frigging guy in the room.
I agree with you.
He knows exactly what he's saying. He decides all of his attacks up front. That guy is hilarious to watch. He's
literally the definition of white privilege. I feel like.
But I think he also plays it off because you would have paid any attention to him if you wouldn't have disagreed with him or didn't think that. I mean, he got a lot of people to pay attention to him. You know, like he's got people looking at him all different angles. He's got people looking at him because they disagree.
I'm sorry. I want somebody who's able to perceive the richness and able to perceive the poorness. Mm-hmm. If you're looking at me and telling me that you were in the trenches and that you accepted a $1 million small loan, you're ridiculous. You obviously don't have the right orientation when it comes to the real world. Bernie Sanders, I feel like he's been on both sides of the spectrum, especially when in his past when it comes to like the black movement and racial tensions and segregation back in the day. And he's always been in the trenches with people. He's been in the trenches with the poor. He's been in the ups with the rich. He has both perspectives of life. And I think we need somebody like that in office. If Trump's supporters have this connotation that you can get whatever you want if you work hard enough for it. And it's like, I'm successful because I work hard enough for it. If you're not successful because you didn't work hard enough for it. And they don't take into account that people have different experiences of life and grow up in different experiences. Like Trump was blessed enough to be born into a family that was already wealthy, while others were born maybe in poverty or in the crack house.
I don't mind that. Listen, I don't mind that. Like this is like some George Orwell thing. I don't care if somebody's rich. I don't care if somebody's poor. What I care is what their actions are. And actually, I don't even care massively of their actions as long as they're small actions. What I care is how they react to their actions. So if people can make mistakes, it's cool. People can be flawed. That's cool as well. But it's how they react. It's how they deal with it. It's how they come out. What worries me about Hillary Clinton is, we will never know anything bad she ever did. What I feel with Bernie is that he would learn from the things he does wrong.
Not only are we going to hear from it, but he's going to address it.
He's going to acknowledge it. I think the way he handled that whole data breach situation in the last debate that he was in was awesome. He apologized to Hillary and he said, you know what, like, my team messed up and we know we messed up and you know what, we're apologizing for it. And I think that's cool. And that's cool and people respect that.
What's needed too. I think we definitely need someone like
I think the reason why Bernie's not getting the traction that we want him to get is because he's not mean. He's not saying mean stuff like how Trump is.
Because he's not getting people looking at all angles.
If he had
people agreeing with him, he's not in the media for negative things.
Had him make fun of Hillary, like there's so many Hillary's like you can make so much jokes about her, especially with her email scandal and all this stuff that the Republicans are doing towards her. If Bernie did that, he would be up in the trenches with Trump in that sense, where people would be like on him like that, but all for the wrong reasons. Because Trump is popular, but other people are going to go out there and vote for him.
I want Bernie to.
He gets a whole bunch of retweets, but are they going out there and voting for him?
Muscles or something, just to, like,
they vote for him. They love Trump. You go mid country. I got one of the guys with me who lives in, I don't know, Ohio or somewhere, God knows, or Detroit, or just somewhere that's not California. And they love them. Like these small towns, they feel that Donald Trump is the
really love Donald.
You know what some Americans need? Some Americans need a wake up call, because you know what really irritates me about human beings is that we're not able to perceive outside of our own reality. Do you not realize that people live different lives, and just because you live a certain life and had things your way or a certain way, other people don't have that luxury or had that experience. So like I feel like with some Americans it's just like, well, I'm okay. So most Americans, if they don't work hard enough, then that's the reason why they're in the predicament that they're in. So I'm voting for Trump. Like that's how Trumpers are. It's like they don't relate to other people other than people that are like them. Like look at the rallies. They're all the same, literally.
Yeah. I don't know. I know some people though who are really for Trump, don't agree what he don't completely agree with him, but are very for him just because of how he's able to manipulate people, how he's really clear, really blunt, and he just he does what he does, and you always know what to expect.
I respect you because you do such a good job at being a douche. Is that like accolade?
But at
like,
least
I don't get it.
I don't. I'm not like choosing a side, but I have an uncle who really wants Trump to be president and says it'd be good for America, but only because we always will know what's coming. Like he's pretty predictable, and we know what he's gonna do.
Yeah, because Muslims have a bad connotation with us. So when he says stuff like we need to ban all Muslims, it doesn't really register with some people because it's like Muslims already have a bad connotation with ISIS. Now, had he said that about blacks or whites, then oh my God, like who are you to say that? It's because we can relate to it because we see white people all the time. We see black people all the time.
Think of the amount of traction of the amount of ignorant people who can't separate a Muslim from a terrorist. There are so many people just because of 9/11 that are so ignorant that they can't separate the two. Think of how many people he got on his side just for saying that.
Yeah,
that's
totally.
What he says
and same thing, by the way, in Texas. Same thing in Texas with immigration and everything.
As I said before, we just need a whole restructuring of the government in itself. Like, it's just corrupt. Like, it's just
I'll tell you why they like.
I'm embarrassed to be American sometimes, honestly. When I go to other countries and they look at us like we're just retarded, like they look at us like we're slow. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, why do you have to beg your government to tell you what's in your food? Like, we already label our foods. Like, why do I have to tell you I'm putting bleach or chemicals that could kill you
in your food? Can't say we're the worst. Like, there are definitely governments out there that like hardcore respect the United States. Like, we have gone somewhere.
Oh, I didn't say we were the worst. I just embarrassed like sometimes to be one.
Like countries where you go in and you go like, oh my gosh, you're American. That's amazing. Like, I am so jealous not to be you. So we should be thankful where we're at, but at the same time, we could definitely be better. Like, we aren't the best. You know,
I'll tell you the big issue. The big issue that a lot of people are looking at that they like Trump is that America is not a powerhouse anymore. And that's not that we don't have really big companies and not that things aren't going really well, but there's more billionaires or more, I think more millionaires maybe rather than billionaires in China than there are college students in America. So that's kind of where we are. We owe more money to China than we'll ever,
because they're going to college.
yeah, than we'll ever be able to pay back. So we have a declining industry. We have a middle class which is going into negative revenue. We've got major problems. People, like I'll give you a great example. In Northern Ireland, I was from Southern Ireland, but in Northern Ireland, where they had that terrible war with England for years and years and years, when there was no money and they were poor, there were 370,000 registered terrorists, right, on both sides, Catholics, Protestants. When there was lots of money, there was no terrorists.
Yeah.
So money is the great equalizer. Make us wealthy, everybody's happy. Keep us poor and miserable, we're all we're going to fight each other.
Palestine.
That's it.
And I mean, also, like, I want to point out what you're saying. Like, there's, like, I definitely, like, I listen a lot of what every candidate has to say about education, because I think that's one of the biggest stepping stones that we are failing in, that a lot of candidates aren't even thinking about. Like, I think a lot of countries are higher up just because their education, how it's going, like, even just the prices. Like, there was a great place in Europe that I applied to that was just barely above $100 a credit, and I'm paying right now just underneath $900 a credit. Like, that's a huge jump, and that's, like, that was held so much higher. Like, that's a better degree.
You know what's so funny too? Their education's free, and they're so passionate about their education.
Exactly.
Here we pay for it, and we don't even care. Like,
we don't even care. We know that if we get enough on our resume, it doesn't.
I remember I went in May last year, and when I was sitting in the trains and like the tubes and stuff, like, you see kids like studying their books and like studying, proud of it, and then like you come
student, I'm student,
right? And it's just like, here I'm just like, okay, you're on your phone, or you're on, like, you're just on your phone, or you're doing something else, and it's just like, what is it? Like, it has to come from the government that dictates our minds and how we perceive the world. Because look at all these different regions of the world have different regions and different political rules, and looking at these political rules, you see the society that comes from it and the people that come from it. What is America breeding? What type of American are we making with our rules that we make? You know?
In a student to student conversation, I feel like in the United States, the more I get more people more often talking about how terrible they're doing. and almost like bragging about it, like saying, oh my gosh, I'm doing terrible, but that's like where we're focusing on, and we don't care like, oh, you have like a 3.5, like that's cool, but I have like a 2.5, like focus on me. When like growing up, like I grew up in Southeast Asia, and that all everyone would talk about was like, I have a 4.0, I have a 4.0, oh look, I got an A on the test. And it was like, people don't care here, like in general, a student to student conversation, we don't care if you got an A, but we'll give you sympathy if you got a D. But over there, it was like, you need to work harder, you got a D. It's possible to get an A. Like, they was definitely...
It's here it's just...
It was totally different. Is it government? I don't know, but it's definitely a different mindset that I want.
I feel like I'm walking against the wind. I feel like I'm walking against the wind when it comes to this, because it's just like all the things and all the people that we deal with when it comes to mass shootings and stuff like this stuff is breed from like when you're young, like, and how do you get these oppressed kids? You set them up in schools that have less funding, and then that breeds hostility with the parents, who then fight at home, and then creates a hostile environment for the kid, who then grows up and becomes mimicking those same behaviors and resents the world and the society that it didn't get to experience because it was stuck in this hellhole of a place, and they want to kill everyone. So what do we need to do?
We need to
really go into the communities and go into the schools, fund the schools back, fund big brother and sister projects and communities, so that people have that male mentor, they have that female mentor, that they can look past the drugs and stop looking at these celebrities and these rap artists as mentors or a way of gaining or obtaining happiness, you know. And that's this later generation it's very like, okay, Kylie and 50 Cent, they have Instagrams, they're making money off of that, let me try to do that. Mind you, it's possible, you can't do that. But the type of school structure that we have, it doesn't teach you how to do that. Exactly. It's memorization. So that's why you have these kids who are disinterested, because you're not teaching me anything that I want to actually apply or use.
Like Finland's one of the top schools, and they go to school for like what, 2 to 4 hours a day. I mean, yeah, they go more days a week and for more years at a time, but they're taught like practical things. They can sit there and have a great growing session with the small amount of time that they have, and really just learn and dive into it without having their students by like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock be like, I'm just so ready to go home.
I mean, like, kids just need to feel like they love school again. Like, I would love to have gone to a school where I'm a person who loves art, loves creating. Cater to that aspect of my mind. I think more of my right brain. So cater my subjects to that. Teach me philosophy, teach me art, teach me how to paint, teach me how to make things with my hands, because that's what I'm leaning towards. Okay, I'm more of a logical mind, left brain. So teach me concepts about algorithms or chemistry or biology. Help me shape my career, or help me shape my interests. A lot of these kids don't know what they're interested in because they're not given the ability to do that. You know, they don't have higher income families who can invest in violin lessons or basketball lessons. A lot of people that live under the middle class in poverty, it's school, home, mom's not home, dad's not home, you're home alone, you're left to your TV and your computer, and then you just it's a cycle. You go to school, come home, and you have no life. You have no way of being able to stimulate your mind or do anything. So
and mind you, like, I went to an international school, so you would think that was different, but I went to an American curriculum international school, and I and one other person basically created the whole art structure in our school. Like the school, I'm not saying like every school needs a great, like, I'm an art major, so of course I'm gonna think that the arts need to come back. But not just that, like, I think I totally agree, Kevin. I think not just the arts, but the sports and the chess club needs to come back, Glee club needs to come back. Like, you need to give people options and give them enough time in the day to take hold of as many options as they can, so they know what they're passionate about.
Can you imagine if you groom somebody in something that they love to do? Can you imagine what they create out of that? Imagine that somebody who loves science and breathes and does everything about it, and you give them the tools that they're able to explore that.
If I wouldn't have went to school, I would have.
It's never gonna happen.
If you think like that, it won't.
I don't think it will. I think it's gonna take a long time.
If you're talking about the elections, right? Like, simple.
Oh my gosh. It's like, can I run the world? Brian, give me the chance. I will.
Nobody will give you the chance. It will only get
you shouldn't get something done.
Because I feel like
big-headed.
You're voting to find out where the aliens are. The second you decided to vote based on alien existence,
Can I, like,
you lost your right.
No, because you know who gets the last laugh? You know who gets the last laugh? When that guy comes down the cloud, the first person I am going to call is Brian, and I'm just gonna be like, Brian, told you so.
Just don't say.
You
Don't say.
would have heard more about the aliens.
When you call me, don't say to me, "I am your father, Brian."
No, I'm not. I'm gonna be like, Brian, I told you so. Speaking of, like, are you okay over there, man? I mean, I'm hearing gas leaks over there. Your news medias are not talking about it at all.
Not my place. I only listened to DINtv. I didn't hear anything.
High five for that. High five for that.
I sent you stars. I don't know if these are stars, but they are right now.
Hey, who won that debate?
I did. Just kidding.
Who won?
Hilary really disappointed me in this. I was wanting her to give me that. What was the female that was talking last 2 days ago for the Republicans? I forgot her name. The real mean face one. Is that her name? She was like really mean faced.
The one asking the questions?
No, not the one asking the one that was in the undercover thing. What's it called? The under.
Carly is the compact lady.
I'm talking. I'm talking about the lady who talked before the 9 o'clock candidates came on.
Tell us, I'm glad. I don't know. I'm sorry.
I don't remember, but I don't know. I wanted her to give me that like regal, like unbothered, like this is what I'm going to do, and I know what I'm doing, and it's right. Like that dragon lady type of vibe.
That like poker face.
She gave me like.
Bomb face.
She gave me like.
I'll destroy your life.
I'm scared of my husband. Like I just need to get these rules out in the open. Like scared. Like she wasn't really talking. Bernie was adorable. He was just talking. You just want to listen to him all the time.
Everybody wants a cuddly grandpa that they could turn into an action figure. That's what I feel like.
He looks like your grandparents are telling you a story and they're just like, listen here, Sonny. I went down to the river and it was like I went fishing and I saw this big fish. And that's how he talks.
I'm just like watching. Like, tell me, Grandma, tell me more.
Brian just doesn't like
I'm excited.
Hilary. I don't know if is it because of her uterus. Brian, does a woman having a uterus bother you?
I think if we're gonna have a first woman president, can it be someone not Hillary? Can we save it for someone?
No, I would have gone for Carly. Actually, I think she's okay. She's a good, smart woman. She's a good businesswoman. She'll do good for.
She'll make you pee your pants. I feel like if you got in trouble with her, she'll make you pee your pants.
Yeah, dude, she's got her own issues like we all do, but she's a good business person. She knows her stuff. The only thing with Hillary is she's a man. Like she's a man, and she lives in a man's world, and she runs by all of the rules that have been in there for a long time.
She's like a very Stanford wife. She's like a Stanford wife type of. She's gonna follow everything her man says and does.
She's not your woman. Like you take Carly. Carly's fought her way up through business, through the glass ceiling to become like the head of one of the biggest computer firms in the world. She'll do more for women than anyone else there. Hillary will do the same for women as Obama did.
I think the only
she just has that little abortion issue that she has to deal with. A little over there.
I'm not talking about caring. I'm talking about like, will she go to bed at night thinking, man, if I could just get some more women, into good positions, it'd be okay. She will. She doesn't give a shit. But
I think the only feminists that are going to vote for her because she's a woman are
she's the only one,
ignorant ones.
Feminists are not even that big anymore. Like girls don't call themselves feminists anymore. I feel like that's like
because it's almost a joke.
That's like how hipsters are. Like hipsters don't like being called hipsters. Like don't call me a hipster. I'm not a hipster, even though they're like a hipster. That's like how feminists are. Like don't call me a feminist. Like I'm not a feminist. I'm all about equality. Everybody's equal. That's how I feel the world should be. Like girls, boys, you're the same. Like it's just. You were born with a vagina and you were born with a penis. Like, it doesn't dictate who you are.
We're not the same at all.
So you think girls are more emotional? Brian? Okay, so what do you say?
I think in general they are. Why is that a bad thing?
No,
I think on the outside
honestly,
girls are more emotional. On the inside,
I think
guys are
boys
more
and girls are the same emotionally. Boys have a programming thing that society plants in them that they're scared to show their emotions.
I think you're both.
Brian, I could tell you are emotional. You are a sensitive guy.
But
you hide it inside. I see it.
Differently. I think there is something that we naturally handle it differently, just because of hormones, which is natural. It's fine if we handle it differently. I do definitely think we are equal on emotions, but I think we handle it differently.
Yeah, of course. But that's because of society's programming. That's a society.
Societal, you're right.
Society makes it okay for you guys to be able to do that, and then you just say, oh, I'm on my period. I don't care. Like, I'm just mad because I'm on my period. Guys don't.
Well, I don't think that's a good excuse. I don't think a girl should ever say that. I think a girl like needs to be held accountable just like a guy is.
Mm-hmm.
But I think a guy also needs to have the ability to be emotional because it's natural. You're a human being. Like,
and that's what breeds you.
Guys, take a look at this picture. It's just interesting. Hilary doesn't have any difference from Bush and Trump, like generally. There is a few, just a few. Sex, same marriage, okay, fine, but it's not like the biggest issue, like economy or politics.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like,
it's
why same-sex marriage isn't a big deal. Like,
I don't think the government should have anything to do with
like that. Like, why does it matter? Like, I don't care.
Why does the government have any control over
marriage? Is overrated to
be
begin with, anyway.
Like, I just don't think that's something the government should have any control over.
Like
I can buy a TV, I can like who I want. Period. Like, that's something I don't think the government should have any control over. I'm sorry. I'm done. My little like.
What is marriage to begin with? It's just a piece of paper you're signing.
Exactly.
Preparing for a divorce, pretty much. That's what it is.
Actually, Oscar Wilde, who's a very famous Irish literary, has got a very famous quote about marriage where he says that married men live longer. They just don't want to.
They just don't want to. Married men live longer. They just don't want
I feel like I would have been heterosexual to understand that statement.
But they just don't want their woman taking care of them anymore.
Is that what it means?
I'm trying not. I don't understand his quotation. I just I put it out there.
Married men live longer. They just don't want to.
I see like people like if you're with somebody and you guys are together, then you're together. Like if you guys separate, you separate. Like people need to understand like life is not a TV show. It's not a sitcom. It's not.
But at the same
it's
time,
not Friends. It's not Seinfeld.
Somebody like it's something that is sacred, and I think.
Yeah, but maybe that person came in your life to teach you something, and then once they're gone, and it's on to the next. Like people don't allow themselves to have different lives.
I think it's a commitment. Love
Well, then
is
like-
a feeling. It's not a feeling.
I feel love is a feeling, honestly.
Well, I think
because
there's part of it that's a feeling.
because
But I think
for you
it's
to
ignorant in
commitment leads to
immature
love,
just
of course,
be-
because you're committing yourself to that person.
I
So
think
yeah,
love leads to commitment.
how do you feel so?
That's
Because
cold.
I think for
That is cold. To say love is a commitment.
That means you don't love the person. It means like you're forcing yourself to be with
No,
them.
I think love comes with responsibility. Like love does come with a responsibility. It's not about you. It's about the other person. If you love them, you're gonna put them first. And yeah, there are cases where you need to put yourself.
See, I don't think
first.
that's. I think love.
I think you need to
This
put
is the
yourself
difference. This is the difference between girls and boys.
is
Right
being
here.
is being responsible. No, I don't think it's the difference between girls and boys. I think love comes with tons of sacrifices. You can ask anybody who's been married for like ages that
Love is a feeling.
like if you're going to
Love is a feeling. I'm
if you're
sorry.
gonna love somebody.
Love is a feeling.
Yeah, okay, love is a feeling, then great, then you need to not get married.
Yeah,
I
but
think
for me,
someone who thinks love is a feeling, marriage is not for them.
like,
Because
like
it's never
what is
gonna
marriage?
work
Like,
out
what is
because-
marriage to you? Like, what is
Exactly.
it? Like, marriage to me is a piece of paper that you're signing, preparing yourself for divorce if you were to get a divorce, covering your tracks.
And I honestly believe that that's so sad that that's what the world sees. it
Like,
as.
and you know,
Because the government's created it as, but I think it's.
but that's
so
what it's
much more
always
than that.
been. Like, you look at the
No,
Bible
not
times.
true.
Like the Bible times, the Bible times,
It's
marriage.
commitment.
Yeah, it's a sign. It's a legal document. You're trading your daughter for a cow and a mule. That's your dowry. But now we don't really talk about dowries now because that's old-fashioned stuff. But marriage has always been something that has to do with politics.
Bring back dowries. Bring back dowries. Dowries was the best thing ever invented. I don't know why they ever.
Marriage
got
has
rid of it.
never been a love situation. It's always been a legal situation. Love comes before marriage. You don't marry somebody before you love them.
So
You
like,
love
because
them, then
people
you
have been
marry
doing
them.
that for years, that means like it's bad.
I'm not saying that it's bad, but you're correlating. You're saying that that love is a commitment, and
It's
I'm
also
saying
a feeling, but I don't think it's just a feeling. I think that's like, I think that's dumb.
What?
Like I can't why just because I'm aroused by you or find you interesting, I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna marry you, and then
But
we're
that's
gonna
not
get
love.
divorced because all you are to me is a feeling.
Sex and love is two different things.
No, I'm not saying arousal necessarily sexually. I'm saying arousal just because you're interesting to me. Like I can.
That's not love. That's
I
infatuation.
don't know. I think love in the terms of marriage is a commitment. Because I love my sister. I love my brother. I can love a random guy on
But that's
the
not a
street.
commitment. That's experiences that shape that feeling for you.
Exactly,
It's
but
not a
that's not
commitment.
marriage. I think if you want to love like marriage, a commitment comes with it, and responsibility comes with it, and you have to put yourself like true love. Like a parent, like think about a parent. A parent has true love. They're committed. Their child will always be there for your child. And there are times when
But they don't need a piece of paper to do that. That's the thing.
I agree.
For a mother, you don't need a piece of paper for somebody to tell you that you're a mother. You've given birth to that child, and that's an experience that shapes that memory and that bond, which is love, right? Just how you love before you decide to get married, but marriage doesn't dictate whether or not you love somebody. I can love somebody and be with them, but I don't need to be married to them. What is marriage doing? It's only a government thing. It's just it's precautions that allow us to either go.
Can we just agree that love is a feeling and move on? Love is a feeling.
I disagree.
Marriage is
because
a
listen. If you, I don't know if you have any kids, but if you were to have any kids, there's a time where your kids are going to disappoint you, and you're really just not going to have the feeling or the energy to love them. And therefore, that's the difference between a good parent and a bad parent. A bad parent will kick their kid out on the street if they love them or not. Like, because it's just a feeling.
But I feel like
a good parent loves their parent,
Nobody ever stops.
I can hate you and love you at the same time.
Well, then love
it's
is not a feeling.
No, but when you're hating that particular situation that they've done, it doesn't mean that you hate the person. Just like if your kid says something bad, but it's not a commitment, it's a love. A commitment is when you're obligated to do something for somebody.
No,
love is not an obligation. Love should be something that's done naturally, like you want to.
That you want to commit to somebody.
It comes alongside.
I don't know. I think it just depends on the person.
I agree with Curl. I think
I'm looking forward to your marriage vows. So when they listen to our
yes, guys, get the experience.
No, I'm fine. I'm good. I'll have a
I'm not doing that again.
For me, I don't know. What is like for me? It's just like. If you want to have a commitment ceremony, like have people. If you want people to know that you're married. Okay, just have like a commitment ceremony, or just like have people that you love see that I want to spend my rest of my life with this person, and I'm going to. Like a paper isn't going to dictate whether you do it or not. If you decide not to be with the person, you're not going to be with them, regardless of the paper. You're just going to do it divorce.
Can we just be clear on this? Man did not invent marriage. This was not an invention of ours. This is all yours.
I don't think that's true.
I'm pretty sure we didn't invent marriage.
I don't think that's true because marriage has been happening way before women had any say in the world.
I know, but I can't believe for any moment that we would invent something as ludicrous as this. There's no upside to us whatsoever.
There's no upside to women either. You have to put up with it your whole life.
I don't know. Like for me, I have such a for me like.
And we're getting at a time where it's men and women and women, so it doesn't matter. Like you don't need to have a man or a woman. I don't think it's one or the other. I don't think. My idea of life has to be different than a man's.
Life is a journey, and people come into your life to teach you things. If you happen to be with that person, and every person that I've dated, I've like
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Like I've never had bad animosity towards them. Like when we leave off, because I know that at that period in time, like I learned something from them. You know, I learned like maybe not to take things too seriously, or I learned like. Maybe being too forward is too much. Like you learn these different things. It's like not a bad experience, but I don't know. It just depends. If you want to get married. I don't like. To me, it's indifferent. I just don't see marriage as a validation, and people see that as a validation. Like if I don't get married, like my life was for nothing.
I do.
Or if I don't have a man, my life was for nothing. Like
I don't think love needs to be. Love needs to be defined because of a piece of paper, and I don't think marriage is necessary. You can or cannot get married.
I could say marriage is a commitment for sure, because that's what marriage is. It's a commitment.
Because it's a contract.
But I feel like love is more like organic. Like it's
love is not a commitment. Marriage is a commitment. Love doesn't always come with.
That's so funny because I was
thinking is an emotion.
I think that's fake.
I feel like love is. It's so many different things, because I think addiction is a form of love too.
Yeah, I agree.
Addiction is a form of love because you're getting that reaction from that substance or something.
No, that's not love. That's infatuation. Look, have a kid and you'll know what love is, and you know that.
I don't have to have a kid to know what love is. I have a mom. I have a baby sister who I pretty much think is my kid.
Your mom. Look, your mom isn't a commitment. Your mom is a feeling. You see your mom, you have a feeling. That doesn't mean that you don't do cool stuff for her. but it's a feeling.
I mean, my wife gets on my nerves all the time. It doesn't mean I love her
You're
any
gonna
less.
feel guilty if you do something that really hurts your mom's feelings.
It's
If you
a
really
feeling.
love her,
Their feelings. Feelings are good.
a feeling can coincide
Embrace
with
your
commitment.
feelings.
I feel like
Embrace your
People feel
feelings.
committed or maybe commitment just
What's
isn't the right
commitment? No,
word.
can you? Yeah, I think that's what it
Commitment
is.
just isn't the right
What is
word.
commitment? Why are you using that word? Like, what are you trying to
I'm
define?
feeling like it's something like if you're like going back to the mom thing. If you do something that's gonna hurt your mom, you're gonna almost feel obligated in a way to make her happy because you love her. Like that love is gonna in turn create. Yes, it is a feeling, but you can create like.
It's a feeling that you're trying to evoke from her because
No,
you
not
love her.
necessarily because you're not trying to get something out of it. Love is like
Yeah, you are. You're trying to make her feel better because
but
you feel
not
guilty.
for you. But not for you.
But you feel guilty for doing something bad to
But
your
even if
mom.
you don't do something bad for your mom, like why? Like people shouldn't be like that's so selfish. Like people shouldn't be on the street and not give something to a homeless person because they're not going to get anything out of it. And people shouldn't give something to a homeless person just because they're going to get affirmation from their friends. Like I feel like love needs to be selfless and it has to have sacrifices. And I feel like that in itself is a commitment. And it's a commitment
Who wrote
to
the love
being
book?
there
Who wrote
for
the
them.
rule book on this? Literally, there's no
Nobody.
scientific
No.
fact. Like love can be defined as so many things. Like
I feel we're on love line with Dr. Drew.
Dr. Brian, you mean? Dr. Brian's here telling us. Power
for all you lonely souls.
For all you lonely fellas out there.
We got a bit of Stevie Wonder.
Right? Check out my Christian Mingle account.
Yeah, and just before you fall in love, before you meet that lovely person, just remember when that feeling comes over you, it's going to be a major friggin' commitment. So be careful. Yeah.
And why would you want to be obligated to be with somebody in marriage? It's just too much. It's just if I want to get away from you, I should be able to. I shouldn't have to be getting a lawyer, getting all the situation, dragging my kids through all this tumultuous fighting. It's just
eventually you will.
why? Just
You
there's
cannot avoid all this.
divorced and separated. There's this huge I've had so many people my parents are together. Oh, they divorced and they're separated. I'd be oh, I didn't know there was a difference. And I've being around a lot of people in my generation, I'm starting to hear more and more often that people divorce is
religion is so
annoying
much like
and
politics,
it's stupid.
man. It's
And then
we
there's
create
division,
politicians make rules, and then these legislators make bills to loophole these rules, and then the Bible makes a rule about marriage, and then we make a loophole called separation.
Why is religion the Bible? Why is that your example?
Well, I use it because it's the best way to correlate it, because for them to understand. If I say the Quran or something, it's just ISIS. Oh my God.
It's because people get insulted.
Yeah.
But people get insulted anywhere. I think any religion could be a way of life, and religion doesn't need to be like politics, but that's how the world's created it because that's how we're done. Because it's easier
but
for
what
us
is
to
politics?
make it
Politics is a set of rules that you follow from a higher up.
It's easier to do
And
that.
it's just like religion. Religion is a set of rules that you abide
Not
by.
necessarily. It doesn't have to be a set of rules. It could be
It's going to be endless, I think.
It could be
Maybe let's already end this up. No.
Religion is a cultural system of behaviors and practices, worldviews, and ethics.
I want to finish this by saying I think the aim actually nailed it. No Kardashians, no reality TV.
No.
This is the way it should be.
No Kardashians. No.
I feel like you bump into them all the time over there. My friend looks at, I think what he said, sprinkles or something, some cupcake, and he saw Kendall. She walked into the store. There's a bunch of paps outside.
We don't drink in the same Starbucks. It's cool.
But I think isn't Kris Jenner the queen of LA? She runs over there. Her and Ryan Seacrest, pretty much.
I did see Iman Jenner's daughter for one of our things. She's super cute, really beautiful.
They all oh my gosh, they all have connections. You can't do anything and bother them. They will blackball you so fast over there. They know everyone over there.
It's true. They all keep really close together. Who did I meet? I met this guy. He's not Kanye West, but he writes the songs for Kanye West. He comes in, he's like, "Oh, Kim is the most amazing, wonderful, brilliant person." I'm going, dude, I don't know her, so I can't judge, but she seems like a bitch.
Well, that's with any female that we see with authority. When you see a female acting bossy, you think she's a bitch.
No, that's not true. That's not true. If I see someone
Girls like looking to the side, like maybe Kevin's right.
I might agree. What female, like even I think that, like what female with authority do you not see as a bitch?
I see Carly Fiorentini as being the most amazing female in existence. I see the lady from Yahoo. I'll tell you who else I really admire is what's her name from Yahoo? The top person over there. They put a female CEO there who did amazing things in Yahoo as well. Yeah, I love really strong females in business who do really good things in business.
Like Maya Angelou.
Yeah, I agree.
I struggle. Let me tell you, I have 20 people who I really dislike. I really dislike Harry Clinton. I really dislike Margaret Thatcher when she did her thing. I think she did horrible.
Who's that Fox lady? The blonde Fox lady with the long hair.
I'll tell you when I don't struggle, because actually you bring up a really good point. Where I struggle with really bossy females is when they try and be men. When you get really strong females who are when she's a strong woman,
I'm gonna eat you up right now. What do you mean acting like a man? What does a man act like? What do you mean I can't be authoritative?
I think actually it's funny. I think you find a lot of
in their head where like because I'm a woman, I should be able to act like a man. But yeah, like why do I don't think it's okay when men act like men sometimes. Like there is this definition of a man that like men not necessarily are, but women do try to act like.
Let me phrase it better. Like I just think they move away from their core. So you feel like they're not being
like you expect a female to be how do you say it? Empathetic.
Yeah, I was trying to get
empathetic. Like that whole when you talk to somebody, you want to feel like they actually want to listen, and guys are more like abrasive, like more like.
It's not even that. It's like we all move away from our core. Like from when we're younger and we know what we are and we know what we like and we do our things, to then we go to school and our friends tell us what looks cool and what jeans we should wear and what dresses we should wear and what places we should go out to and who should be our friends. And then we go to work and we decide like what jobs are the right jobs to be in and what things are cool. So we move so far away from the core of what we were before that it's really thing. And I think it's much easier for men than it is for women because we get to control a bunch of the business stuff that's out there. So to be really, you can't really win if you're a woman. You're too weak.
There's this idea of what a man is, and there's an idea of what a man is that's not necessarily true, and then there's an idea that goes with it that someone in authority is that idea of what that man is.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I think a lot women try to reach it and men try to reach it, but because the idea's there, it's easier for men to reach it because it's what a man is supposed to be, even though that's not necessarily true. And women can't reach it just because a woman can't reach the idea that society has placed. It's unreachable for anybody, but just because a man has different testicles, then they can be that.
I agree. The women who do it, the women who go through, and really do it and staying close to their core, turn out to be the most incredible leaders. Look at
best
look at
leaders
the German,
are women are who they are.
No, look at the German chancellor. Look at the German chancellor.
That's not even just women. I think that's just leaders in general. The best leaders are leaders that are willing to not be what they're supposed to be, that are willing to just be them, just to be.
Nothing's more humbling than knowing that you're the best and you still take people's ideas and let them feel like they like you care and that you're taking their opinion and analyzing it.
And also knowing that you're not always the best.
Yeah.
Even if you are a lot of the times the best, knowing that there are times where someone knows more than you, and that's okay to know.
Oh my god, that's why I like Bernie so much. He reminds me of Miss Frizzle, because Miss Frizzle was just super cool with everyone in the bus.
Frizzle from
Magic School Bus.
Magic School Bus. Yeah, I was thinking the big hair.
She was just the crazy old lady, but she taught us stuff about the body.
I had a soccer coach that basically was her, and I loved her so much, but so many times I was like, where are we going today?
I loved Magic School Bus.
What are you going to teach me today?
Bill Nye the Science Guy. All that stuff. Yeah. But I feel like you're talking about your core. What happened to the little boy inside of you? Are you still the same little boy inside?
I'm very close to my core. I'm very close. Where I am now, maybe not all the stuff I say, but where I am now, what I do, how I am every day, I'm super close to my core. Not that I always was. I've gone away from it and I've come back to it. And but right now, today, yeah, I'm really close to my core. I'm on a journey, which is my journey, and I do stuff which are my things, and you know, and I have my missions and my things that I do. I mean, and being to your core doesn't mean you're right. It's the correct thing to do or anything else. It just means that you're just very present with the important things in life. Yeah, that's right. So like, you know, I mean, so I know the things that are important. Yeah, and it's really important. But you get a female in power that's close to that. And actually, I even go further than that. If for the right female coming in, females are way better than men. They don't start as many wars. They're far more conservative on economic.
They can stay level-headed a little bit better.
Look at Germany. Look at Germany. When was the last time you've seen Germany have a recession? Right? They've got one of the strongest female leaders in the universe, and nobody messes with her. But she's very close to her core. She does what she believes is right, not what other people expect her to look like. So, yeah, you can do some really, really cool stuff there. I really do. I just worry that Hilary is not actually really a woman.
She's very like I feel like
Stop, Brian.
I feel like she's sneaky. Like it bothers me because she seems very sneaky, and it frustrates me. Like I agree with what you're saying, and I want to put a word on it. The word is sneaky.
Somebody tell Hilary you don't wipe servers with a. What did she say? You don't wipe servers with a napkin. I died when she said that last night.
Given what she left after herself on Middle East, I don't know.
How do you communicate with higher ups on a regular Gmail account? Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, what? Like, what? Like, even I'm not even like a hacker person. I know if I'm going to send like private information, I'm not going to send it on a public domain. Like, that's like not smart at all.
I don't know. Yeah, good question. Actually.
All right, you guys. I'm literally falling asleep with my eyes open. So
it was a good show.
Square.
It was a good show. It was a good show. I'm gonna put my little guy to bed as well.
Squirting water at you, keeping you awake.
Right.
Like, we need like a fan, like